Hello. Happy Friday, shroommates. Hello. We made it. It's the end of the week. I am having the feeling distinctly that it shouldn't be the end of the week. How did this happen? How is it Friday? I feel like I accomplished like this much of the things I intended to accomplish this week, but that's okay. What can you do? Don't overwork yourself. That's one of my goals for 2025. I tend to do a little too much, and then when I don't do that little too much, I tend to be like, oh no, I hardly accomplished anything. I gotta work on it. Friday is distinctly unspecial. I like wish it was Wednesday right now, in a very strange manner. I wish it was Wednesday. I have so much still that I would like to get done sooner. But it's alright. What can you do? Mamba! Channel, thank you for a follow. Or wait, this doesn't say Mamba. Mamabs, thank you for following. Whoops, take two. Selma! Welcome back for 10 months! Oh my god! Ooh, yeah! Welcome back for 10 months, what the heck? That's crazy. I will have been streaming for a year and 2 months, which is absolutely insane to me. I feel like every other month I have like some like anniversary type thing.
It's your boy Gary here wishing you a happy Friday. The plan today is Q&A, meaning you can ask Gary anything you want and I will answer everything you wish to know. Cool stuff, I know.
Thanks, Gary. Oh my gosh, Gary's so on topic. Wow, we're not even there yet. Gary's like ahead of me. He said, AG, quit with the yap, just get to the topic, get to the point. Gary, let me yap, come on. But, oh my gosh, 10 months! Thank you for resubscribing, Selma. That's insane to me. That we had like birthday, and then we had my like just existence anniversary last month. And in 2 months already, we're gonna have streamer anniversary. Yeah, almost a year is crazy. Can you believe that? Ooh, yeah, that's true. That's true, Gary. I'm glad you said it. They didn't want you to say it, but I'm glad you're not staying quiet about that. Ooh, yeah. Technically 10.2-ish per month. Yeah, I'm a little bit, streaming is a little bit before you guys be able to subscribe. I think I got affiliate 2 weeks after starting. Yeah, have you 2 months early. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So since I saw somebody ask about it, I'll just get it prepared. I'm using my marshmallow to collect the questions just to make sure, because unfortunately, my chat moves with quite variable speed, and I want to make sure that the whole point of this today is to make sure things don't get missed. So I've got a link that you can click to submit it. We can discuss the questions all together, but that way I don't miss anything. So, submit questions for Q&A here. I was supposed to create this before it went live, but that's okay. Now it's ready. Bam! Did that. Nice. There we go. And it'll stay there until the end of stream. Perfect. Perfect. Let me do that on YouTube also. Weep. Wop. Whoop. There we go. Fantastic. So excited to be back for a stream. Welcome back, Hoshi. Oh, that reminds me. I have to... Okay, wait. Hang on. I've been reminded. Okay. It's okay, we consider your streamer career starting when Selma subbed. That's when stuff got real. My career is dictated by Selma. God, Selma, you're not allowed to unsubscribe to me, or the streammates are gonna decide that I'm not a streamer anymore. They're gonna take my streamer card. That's okay, that's okay. Anyways, a couple of things here before I start. I will take roll. But, Mad Buns, you'll notice, you've been rescued from the void, first off. I have fully updated all of the shroommates in the chat overlay, and you've been rescued from the void finally. I figured out why you got lost. You've been saved. Whoa, it's you. It's me! So you are there, you exist in the overlay. I rescued a couple other people too. Kato Keto was also in the void, and I hadn't noticed. Sometimes it just unloads certain images, so I fixed it. I updated, I think Selma and Cotton Candy both had new image updates for them, so they should be updated. So patch notes, shroommates, updated. Also in the patch notes, you see here, extra credit, design a character that would get a 0 on my rubric. 2 a week from today. Shroommates, you have only 1 more week to make your abomination creatures. You only have 1 week to make your abomination creatures. That's it. 1 more week. There's a ton of submissions for it, and I'm super excited to get into grading them next Friday. Designing Zero-chan, you've got 1 week. You got this. You got this, roommates. You got this. You don't have to spend an insane amount of time on it. Just do it if you would like. If you would like to design a character that gets a 0 on my rubric, Zero-chan, as we are calling her or them, exclamation point extra credit, and it'll take you to the Discord where we're doing it. No more void abominations. Yeah, you've all been rescued. I went through everyone, so everyone should be safe now. And a couple of people weren't named properly. So like Wire Flames, I had misspelled. Wire Flames, I had an I in your name in a very strange manner, so that was fixed. So all is good. Squeegee's actually just a wizard. Hi, Millie. Am I? How do you do the whole Shroomate chat thing? Oh, I did buy it. It's for Slime 2, which is what I use for my chat overlay for Twitch. It's used to be an Animal Crossing villager like overlay made by Zaytree, who is the creator of Slime 2. I love it. We're kind of starting the Q&A early with that. Yeah, it's called Villager Chat. I have it in my About section down below on Twitch, and I think I have it tagged on YouTube also, but it's really nice. It lets you customize, so you can have a custom villager list. So instead of having villagers for Animal Crossing, I instead have the Shroomates. You stole Iji's idea. It's not theft. I give these ideas willingly. You guys are allowed to take anything that I do here and be like, okay, I'm gonna do it myself. Like, I don't claim to own any of this. If you want to critique video game characters on stream as a mushroom, I'll be like, all right, cool, you're inspired. That's fine. I am not. You'll find I'm not somebody who is super, super attached to the ownership of ideas. Yeah. Saw their DVD bounce thing once upon a time. Yeah, that's what my BRB also is. Is my BRB in this scene? It might not be. My BRB is also through them though. Miku, Q&A, what is, that's the wrong overlay. But yeah, that my BRB is also that. All right, guys, I'm debuting as a shroom art teacher tomorrow. I'm excited to hear it, Mad Buns. Are you gonna be called Mad Shrooms instead? I'm gonna design your Vocaloid from the karaoke stream instead. So that will occur eventually as an extra credit. It's on my list of extra credits. It's not next, because next is actually something really cool and interesting. Really cool and interesting that we're doing. Very cool and interesting. Something that's getting a lot of work put into the preparation of it. So it's not next, but after that one, then we will do design SQU 11J1 is my Vocaloid voice bank, yes. Wait, where's that Animal Crossing Village link? It should be in my video description. But if you look up Slime 2 Animal Crossing Villager, it should come up, potentially. Next extra credit's hard? No, I wouldn't say it's hard, but it's maybe slightly more involved, ever so slightly. It's more specific. I'm not spoiling it, I can't tell you. There'll be an announcement for it eventually, yeah. Did you say we have 2 months? Yeah, for the next one there will be 2 months given for it. It's not any more serious or hard necessarily, but there's slightly more things going on with it for me, if that makes any sense. To be fair, I grabbed your idea of glitch redeem, also added a voice effect to mine, so I'm extra glitchy. Yeah! If you recall, once upon a time I did actually have a glitch effect on my voice, but we voted against keeping it and keeping the other vocal effects because we didn't like them. It was just too much, too chaotic. People couldn't understand me. And my thingamabob here, my little EG translator, my Shroomist translator, could not understand what I was saying. So we were like, no, never mind for me. It just doesn't fit the EG vibe, you know? For as much as I'm chaotic, I am still just a little silly guy, and I am something people listen to in the background, and it gets very hard to listen to things in the background when it's suddenly doing funny noises, and it sounds like I'm speaking to you from inside a styrofoam cup. But I think it's funny and silly when other people have it. Maybe it's just not for me. We normally like chaos. Yeah, it is funny. Anyways, let me take roll. Here for the funny noises? All right, here, I'll give you a funny noise in 3, 2, 1. That was my impression of an Animal Crossing villager. Thank you. Thank you, I'm a professional. Whoa, wait, hello? Why am I facing the wrong way? Hello? It like didn't spin me all the way. Let's see who's here. Still easy to understand is what I'm saying. Ah, see, you may enunciate better than I do, Lance. You also may have better audio quality than I do. Mine I am a little bit of a run your words together, speak fast kind of person sometimes. Oh, clapping. Oh, thank you, thank you. Encore, encore. I'll give you a little bonus funny noise. I'll give you a peek-mean. Meep-mean. Wait, meep-mean. Meep-mean. I'm still thinking about the very cute Olimar art that Mad Buns drew of me in Magma. I have it saved. It was one of the ones where, like, I'll just take a picture of my fridge one of these days. I have black and white printouts of a bunch of my fan art pinned to my fridge in the kitchen, and I should take a picture of that. I don't know if I've mentioned that to you guys before. Joby thinks it's really funny, and I finished that stream while Joby was home, I think? Or no, Joby came home the next day and was like, meet me in? Meet me in? Oh. That's adorable. I'm like, I really am like the truest of teacher sense now, where like, I love and cherish all the things that people make for me so dearly, where like, it can't be every single one of them because it would in fact take over my fridge, but I have a whole bunch of things where if people make like polished illustration type stuff, I tend to print it out and put it on the fridge. It almost was in the video that I made for my merch. That's of the freezer door. It's on the fridge door. Want to see now? Okay, I'll get a picture of it for you. I'll try and remember to get a picture of it for you guys to show you on Monday. But I love and cherish all the art that is drawn for me so greatly. And I have like written on the backs of them who it's by so that I don't forget, or like they don't get lost to time or anything. It's nice. But thank you all, Shroommates. To those of you who take the time out of your day to do funny little doodles or memes or make things of me, thank you. I'm giving you a potato heart hand. They are cherished greatly. It means a lot to me. So, and I guess that's probably one of those things that at least in some way shows it. Yeah, real proud of Skeletal Gary. Yeah, Gary has his own little corner now. He's amassing his own little corner. I cut some of them out so that way they're almost like stamped onto, because sometimes if they don't have backgrounds, I like put them on there. There's like, I got some zany art on there. I've got Cable Gore's little like onion head drawing of me is on there. There's a bunch of them, yeah. Do Pikachu or Eevee? I don't know if I can do those. I don't know. Pikachu. I haven't heard what that sounds like. It takes me a long time to figure out how to do impressions, unfortunately. It is not something I am good at. Whoa! Hey, that's crazy. Hoshi managed to send links somehow. I appreciate them being sent because we do need them, but that's wild. Moobot's taking a nap, I guess. Interesting. Sounded like a sneeze. It was cute. I don't have cute sneezes. I'm glad you think so, but was not a sneeze and was not cute. I never get in trouble for sending links? Wait, no, don't all start sending links right now. Where's Moobot? There are permitted things you can send links from. YouTube is one of the permitted lists, so that's fine. That one's fine. But theoretically, the only permitted places should be YouTube, Discord, Twitter, and Blue Sky. I think Imgur is also allowed, specifically for art tax reasons. Sneeze? No. You can point at me and tell me to yawn and I'll yawn, but you can't point at me and tell me to sneeze and I'll sneeze. Hey, don't test it. Hey, Moobot. Moobot, where are you? Roll call. Yeah, you guys are distracting me. Somehow Hoshi and Axel are both favorites. You can do this. Lance, what are you doing? Lance, what is that? What is this? Lance, I'm gonna make an educated guess as to what this link is. I think I recognize specifically the end of it. I'm not clicking it. I know this one. I know what it is. I see it. Moobot asleep. And I just yawned, yeah. I cast yawn upon all of you. Points at you, yawn. As human beings, we are susceptible to that. And I'm surprised that I'm not making myself, oh, nope, here it comes. The curse of yawn. I said it enough times that I made myself yawn. So they can send links and some of us can't say Gary. Moobot is being quite strange with the enforcement, unfortunately. But I'm trying to take roll. Let's take roll. Ashy Boo, thank you for following. Who's all here? Shroommates, who's here? Check in on Friday. Who's here? Miss Direwolf, Art, I see Hoshi, Billy, Cotton Candy Floss, Ren, Rex, Lance, Meow, Nocturne Deer, Izzy the Ace, Arcane Vixen, Lamia Arcane, Wordy, Ox Machina, Hoshi, Star Heron, Mimikick Axel, Selma, Amber, YouTube fellas, who's here? I see also Callie, Fabio, Tolkien Creator, hello, oh, oh, Mad Buns, I see you too. just gonna be that guy present. That's fine. Hi, Jibu. That's fine. You can be that guy. You can be that guy. You also are permitted to be the guy who goes, actually, teacher, that's not how you say my name. Or, hey, can you put me down as nickname instead? You're permitted to do those things. I try and call people what they want to be called. Unfortunately, if your name is really different from your username, it might take me a while to remember, but like, Manzana's Manzana, despite being Lil Bear Toy on Twitch, and that's one I remember. I remember a number of them. Bleak, hello. Wow, what a gift. Yeah, you're such a gift to us. We cherish your presents. You can actually me. You're allowed, that's fine. The one student that comes in the middle of class for attendance, you're not late. The roommates are never late. I have a very loose attendance policy and it does not bug me if people are late in any way. Nana, hello. Eldritch Jade Lee, I see you all. Thank you all for being here with me on this lovely Friday. We're going to do some Q&A. We're gonna do some Q&A. I think I discussed all the things that were housekeeping that I needed to, so... Oh no, wait, Gary's on the wrong side of my body for this because I actually have to move myself over. Hang on. Let's see, can I not cover it but also not lose Gary? I might have to move Gary. Hello, Gary. Can you come with me for a second real quick? It'll be okay, I promise. Here, come here. Oh, wait, hang on. Yep, come here, Gary. We gotta go over here. Nope, this way. Perfect. There you go, thank you. Now you're in a good spot for now. I gotta be over here. Don't worry, you're not losing Gary. No need to riot, you're not losing Gary. I just had to relocate him to this side of me. Now he is kind of in my arm zone. He's kind of in the danger zone, but it'll be okay. No need for rioting. If only my professors had that same policy. I will say, IRL, I don't have this policy. IRL, I actually had a really strict attendance policy because I had a lot of students who were non-majors and therefore decided that art was frivolous.
Parent, why have I been moved? Parent, how could you?
It's okay, Gary, it's gonna be all right. Now you're within closer range for head pats, and I know you like head pats, it's gonna be okay. But I'm really strict with my attendance policy, IRL, because I have a lot of students who think art is frivolous and who are non-majors, and therefore they just like do not care and will not show up to class. Thank you for head pat. So I had to be really strict with my attendance policy, also because universities often make their attendance policies much stricter. You're a teacher. Not currently. I've been taking some time off from teaching because of a number of reasons. I guess this relates to Q&A. I am currently not teaching because in my last year teaching, unfortunately, teaching at the intro level, I just wasn't prepared for the students who kind of went through like the COVID years of education where I was not prepared to teach like entry-level English in my printmaking courses or to teach entry-level like it was just like a lot of entry-level skills were missing, unfortunately, in a way that I was not prepared to teach. And so in my time I've been spending off, I have been doing a lot of work, that's kind of what I do in my off time, is preparing myself to get back into it with those skills. Because I had this horrible feeling in my final 2 years that I was not doing enough for the kids. And I say kids, I was teaching college. I was teaching 18-year-olds mostly. And so I have been doing a lot of work in pedagogy, trying to make sure that I'm going to be able to fill those gaps for students because it's not their fault that those things were missing in their curriculum during COVID. It was a rough time for everyone. But unfortunately, I felt like I was failing them so much. But at the same time, I couldn't teach them college level anything because the critical thinking skills weren't always there, the like writing skills weren't there, problem solving skills weren't there. And it got to the point where like it just made it impossible to teach any of my lesson plans, which lesson plans had to be approved by the board because we were an accredited university. Whole thing, it was rough, but hopefully by the time I'm able to jump back in, I am better prepared to handle those things because I don't want to be sending students out in the world misprepared. And secondarily, hopefully by that time, kids are getting caught up a little bit more in high school, maybe. So that is why I'm not teaching right now. Also not teaching because Joby got a very good teaching position and there's actually nothing hiring in my area for the things I teach right now. So once there is an opening once more for printmaking, or I've taught graphic noveling, I've taught digital painting and illustration, I have taught a whole slew of things, figure drawing, general drawing courses. Character design was something that was taught in an animation pipeline, but that was really school specific. All of those things. There's nobody hiring for it, or digital fabrication, that's another thing I do. None of that's been hiring near me, so eventually I will go back to that. I will go back to teaching, that is my goal. But unfortunately, right now, it's just not the right time. I want to make sure that I'm better prepared for it. So happy to hear you care so much about your students. Teachers I had who were like, that made my life so much better, even years after school or uni. Yeah, I want, the best part about teaching for me is I like to help people. That's just like my critical personality trait, often to my own downfall. Often I go out of my way too far to help people, and people take advantage of that, unfortunately. And unfortunately, that is kind of what ended up started happening while I was still teaching, before I decided, okay, I should step away, because people would take advantage of the fact that I was willing to help them, so they just wouldn't learn. They would just prey on, they'd use, what do you call it, weaponized incompetency to prey on the fact that I'm such a helping person. I want everyone to succeed. So it's tough, so I'm taking a break right now. But, oh, Incinda, welcome back. You beat 10 months, Incinda 10 months too. 10 months of rotation is crazy. Thank you, Incinda, welcome back. Just in general, what can you say about the catch-up process for students since quarantine, if you'd like to, of course? Oh, are you guys asking Hoshi about it? It is a good question. Because for me, I was only seeing people who lost most of their high school years to the COVID education system, which is no one's fault. It's not the student's fault, it's not the teacher's fault. No one was equipped properly for how to handle that. Oh, but I'm hoping things are improving since then. Hoping so badly. But I guess it is tough when you're missing some of those steps lower in the pipeline of, like, you learn some of those foundational skills in elementary school. So those elementary schoolers are missing years. We kind of have to go back and cover that. It's tough on everyone. Yeah, sheep at 10 months. Woo, 10 months of sheep. I sure hope things will improve the American education system. I don't think it will. The Department of Education has been more or less dissolved. My student loans, now I have to pay almost double because of events happening in this country, so that is part of the reason why I'm also potentially going to be doing a little bit of career changing. It's getting rough. This is getting rough around here. And also, my health insurance is gonna have to change now also, so the money I was gonna spend on my health insurance necessity for change is now instead paying my loans, because the thing that made it so my loans were income-based is gone. It doesn't exist anymore. So I've been kind of shot in the leg. I was in an online master's program when quarantine hit. I was like, oh, well. Anyways, that's pretty good. That's not too bad. That's good deal for you. Works out pretty well. I was in thesis for undergrad when it happened. If that doesn't really help you understand how old I am in any way, I don't think. But I was in thesis, which sucked. Imagine the final year of your college education when you were writing papers for your work and doing your research and creating the show that is like the show that should get you into grad school eventually, maybe. And then lockdown happens. That was a nightmare for me, because printmaking is one of those things you really, like, at least at the level I was doing it at, cannot do at home. And there's so much work I made that year that I'm so sad about, because I just, like, lost it, essentially, where I had all these really great ideas, but because I didn't have access to a studio, I was trying to DIY them myself, and the quality just couldn't be what it was when I had access to all the tools. It was rough. It was not fun. And then going through grad school, sort of off the tails of COVID, still not something I really suggest to many. Not something I would recommend. Very lonely grad school experience. But that's okay. What can you do? No decent art college in my country, and everything they teach there is stuff I actually learned on my own. So I'm a self-learner. Really envy those who go to college. College is something, it is very much a privilege, especially getting to go to a good one. I will tell you right out the gate, I had to go to, my college decisions were made based on where I could afford to go. Well, not to say I could afford to go, but based on what I could manage. And I will tell you a secret. Here's my secret for you, Shroomates. You don't have to go to art school to get an art degree and get a good art education. Art school is good for connections, maybe, and for networking. But there are fantastic state schools and more affordable schools that can get you good connections anyway. Research the professors at them. Like, yeah. It's not necessary. Yeah, almost don't recommend college unless it's necessary for your job. I mean, unfortunately, for a lot of jobs, it is considered necessary these days, which does kind of suck because even with the degree, sometimes you still don't get the position. Let me tell you something. Don't get a grad degree if you're not ready to enter the field you're getting the degree for also, because somehow me getting a graduate degree has actually made it impossible for me to just do like miscellaneous work. I apply to like work at like, I don't know, a coffee shop or like, you know, like part-time kind of workplaces, and they all tell me I'm overqualified and they won't hire me. It's wild. I work in a field pretty removed from visual stuff, sound design. Your way of teaching is so engaging that I've been hanging out and learning about things I've never considered before. Oh, I'm so glad. Thank you. That's very reassuring to me. I tend to get a little bit of, what do you call it? Imposter syndrome about my teaching sometimes, especially on here, where I'll just get like, oh, what right do I have to say these things? I'm probably not saying this in the most intelligent way possible. Am I doing a good job? Am I teaching them well? And then I get reminded, this like, you gotta cool it. EG, you gotta chill. You're doing fine. Stop worried about it. So thank you. I'm glad I'm able to provide that for you. Sound design is very interesting to me. I've been trying my best to learn little bits and pieces of it. I learned a little bit about mixing for audio. Crazy. For my karaoke, crazy. I learned about plugin order. I'm learning. Overqualified is so annoying. You don't have to worry about your language. That's kind of the way I felt about it. Yeah, they do think you'll ditch it for a better job. Like, they don't think that you're going to stay in that position, unfortunately. They think you're going to take that job as like an interim, and they're gonna spend all that time training you or whatever, and they're gonna lose you within like a couple months. So it's fine. It's fine. Sometimes you can't even apply your degree to the job you got that degree for. Yeah, so I will tell you, despite having a chem degree from undergrad, I have never used the chem degree for anything outside of undergrad. Other than doing my research hours and like lab hours there, I have never gotten to use my chem degree for anything other than making OSHA warnings, like material data safety warnings to people. That's the full extent of my organic chem degree usage. And I also got certified to use a couple machines without ever touching them because of COVID, which was wild. Don't worry, 90% of my organic chem degree did occur before COVID. So I know how to touch machines, I know how to do things, but let's see, what did Toshi say about current school? Most students were set pretty far back. 5th grade was rough, noticed a large sum of incompetence. I hadn't seen until COVID. Most of the kids couldn't write well, like physically, could not avoid run-on sentences, couldn't spell, couldn't understand math, didn't know how to treat anyone properly, no social skills. Bio major made me take a class that had no relation to the major itself other than one topic, which is covered in chem class, was just missed by professor. Oh man. See, Toshi, your experience with students in middle school was my experience with students in college level. My students that I had, you know, you would have to write a project proposal for one of my assignments, and the project proposal, I have to like drill into their heads of, no, not bullet points, full sentences. I need 2 paragraphs. That's it, 2 paragraphs. I would get 2 lumps of text that were maybe like 2 or 3 sentences each with run-ons, with crazy grammatical errors, sometimes so incoherent that I couldn't figure out what they were even getting at as their point, that we ended up having a drafting day in class, going over what a run-on sentence is, all of these things, because you have to write artist statements in the arts. It was rough. And then, secondarily, you know, in printmaking, we don't do a ton of math, but we do some math. Like, we're, you know, calculating just like border sizes for paper, using proportioning, or use, you know, just basic arithmetic for measurements and stuff. Or we'd have to calculate pounds of pressure sometimes for relief prints. And students were not able to add single-digit numbers together without a calculator. I'd say, okay, this is 6 plus 7 or whatever, okay, put that together, and they pull their phone out, and I was like, why do you have your phone out for that? Listen, I get it. Am I quick with math? No. Will I pull out my phone sometimes for like double-digit calculations just so it's faster? Yeah. Can I do it in my head still if I needed to? Yeah. But fellas, for single digits, 6 plus 7? No. It's tough, and it's so sad because it's not any of their fault. It's just they just missed all of that foundation somehow, somewhere. It's rough. I see you all doing random math in the chat now. You goofballs. I say with love. I was in second half of uni during COVID and didn't impact me much since I didn't go anywhere except to uni and for food, and my attention span and memory had been declining for a couple years already. Mostly positive, finally got to sleep more. I mean, honestly, the benefit of that time period for me was I had a really rough art history course taught by a TERF, and that sucked. It was awful. So what we would do is we would play Animal Crossing together. I had like 4 friends in that class. We would play Animal Crossing together and like visit each other's islands and more or less just ignore her through class. It was awful and abysmal and sucked. Yeah, the TERF, who was also a lesbian and also thought that because her wife was from Argentina that she had the pass to say the N-word. That lady was a wild ride. I hate her, and I hate that she is a well-respected and published academic in art history. It's awful. That kind of TERF. Yeah, crazy, wild to exist. Yeah, nope. What a lady. Did not like her. We had a lot of students in my class who were non-binary and trans, as you would imagine in the arts, just because generally the arts are more accepting of those things, so people tend to be out like as students in university about that. It was so wild. She would use like the correct names for people, like the names people preferred in class, but she would like use the wrong pronouns. She would use really, really awful, outdated terminology to refer to trans people. She was wild. We're so far off topic at this point, we're just yapping, but I am answering questions, so I guess this is kind of on topic still. Right? One of my roommates owns one of the biggest gay clubs in town and is gay, lives with his boyfriend, and hates gay people, slurs and all. The internalized, it's crazy. It does that. It does that. That's what happens sometimes. Yeah, permitted yapping, which actually I think does relate to one of my questions that there will be on here kind of soon. Yeah. It was to be 6 + 7 on calculator thing. So I just do it mostly if I need more stuff with numbers afterwards. Don't skip steps and don't get lost. Yeah, no. If it's 6 + 7 plus other things, that's fine. That's use a calculator. I don't care. Whatever. But me just saying add these 2 numbers together to get the length of your paper was crazy. Learn a little arithmetic and it'll help you. It'll help you a lot. Can see each question having an hour-long discussion. That is in fact why you'll notice if you look at the screen here, if you look at the screen, do you see that 3 months ago was when the question we're starting at was asked? These were from the last one because we didn't get through all of them. There are new ones, which we will get to, but boy, my yapper. Even with the infinite time of 4 hours, more or less, I got a lot to say. You say what you want about me, but I know how to run my mouth. So, you know what? Let's look at the first question I have here, which is, I did mark where we ended last time. Properly, we ended with this one, so we'll start here. Oh, I've arranged my overlay and my Gary in such a way that the text is going to be covered. That's why we're here. We like hearing you yap. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. I got a comment on one of my VODs once that said something like cool video, but you talk too much. I was like, why are you here? The whole point of this is to hear me to some degree. Yeah, it's what being in streaming is about. That was so funny to me. I was like, I'm not even mad, but talk too much. And that's something I've never been told before in my life. I was the quiet kid, and I am the quiet shroom outside of being live. And Joby is the talker in our relationship, and in every friend group, I am the quiet one who listens. Pretty much. Unless it's one-on-one, but yeah. Are you the one who made your model? It's so cute. Thank you, I am. I did make my model. I am a 3D modeler. Recently, I've been doing some secret stuff. Mostly my 3D modeling work has been quiet, secret stuff that I can't tell you about yet. Some of it I can tell you about soon, theoretically. But I haven't done a lot of 3D work recently. Yeah, so first question. Oh, the real Zeal. Thank you for following also. Why are you here if you don't want to hear him talk? Good question. I don't know. So, first question is, I know the face is usually a focal point, but what about for designs that have obscuring glasses or masks that cover the eyes or parts of the face? Is there ways to have it still be catching attention even if it's just basic sunglasses of the sort? Let me tell you, as a glasses wearer, if I go like, hang on, beep, Wow, nope, that's transparent. Like this? My face is super focal still. Make your glasses a fun color, make the frames a fun color, put some interesting detailing on the mask in a bold color, make the mask animate, or make the glasses animate when you talk or when you blink or something, and that'll serve the same function. Easiest hack. Also easiest solution, use red. Best solution, use the color red. Wait, my wife told me to stop speaking in numbers, but I didn't want to. Thank you for the math joke. Spider-Man it? Yeah, Spider-Man it! Make the glasses move with your eyes, because we're anime characters. We don't have to be based in reality. Make whatever you're putting over your face just as emotive as your face would have been, and I promise you, you will not have trouble. Class Catchlier! Thank you for following. Yeah, paint a big target on your face, use bright colors, so thank you for the goo. There's a whole bunch of things you can do to make your face still focal. Especially if your face is covered. I will say, if I'm thinking about, like, you remember Roko? Prufe, the silly, funny purple clown? She used to have a mask on all the time, but the mask emoted, and therefore the face was still very focal, so it wasn't a trouble at all. I don't know if you guys will always know the references I make for VTubers. Paint your eyelashes neon blue. True, that also works in real life. My reps would always say that, but I have to, this thing where I have to make my designs functional. What do you mean functional? As in something that could be existing within the realm of reality? If you are putting that on yourself when you're doing character design, don't. If your story allows for it. If your design is not supposed to be super, super grounded, if the universe is not super, super grounded, don't worry about it. Go crazy. Go silly. It frees you. It's so freeing. Do my glasses make any sense sitting on top of my head and then teleporting to inside my hair and clipping through the inside of my gills? No. Does it look nice? Absolutely. My earrings float. We cannot be held down by these things. Makeup can help focal point. Yeah, makeup could if your eyes are still out, but if it is like a fully face covered type of thing, just make sure that whatever's covering your face has the same amount of contrast as eyes would, or has the same amount of emotive ability as your whole face would, and I don't think you'll have any trouble. Hello, love your VTuber model, you look so good. Thank you, I grew it myself in Blender, which I guess sounds very concerning if you don't know that Blender is a 3D modeling program. I didn't
When you're
just
designing characters, follow your whimsy. Your whimsy guides you to best character designs.
That's so true, Gary. I'm glad you gave us your 2 cents on that, Gary. I agree. If you're worried about functional design, look at Monster Hunter. Yeah, there are ways to make functional design that is still grounded in reality in some way. Character design, mechanical design, like the gun sword I designed is way more functional than other ones like Jetstream Sam's, if you know Metal Gear. Yeah, or like, well, who has another gun sword? I think, is it Genesis that has a gun sword in Final Fantasy, potentially? They can be functional, which can be cool. I like a little taste or a little touch of realism. Not Genesis? Who has the gun sword in that game? One of them has a gun blade. No, wait, Genesis doesn't have a gun blade. The gun blade is that Leon that has the gun blade? Not in that game? Different game guy? I can't remember. I thought somebody had one in Crisis Core though. Now I can't remember. I don't know. Oh yeah, Leon has one. Squall, yeah, Leon has one. Why did I think Genesis had one? Yeah, Final Fantasy VIII has it. But no, be free. I like a little taste or a little touch of realism in my characters where it makes them relatable, or it's like, oh, I can see this being functional, but don't hold yourself back with it, mayhaps. There's a line between it, yeah. Not the Squeegee smoothie. Don't turn me into a smoothie. You don't want to eat me, I promise. The smoothie would just be the awful, worst, blended up goo that is green. Although you guys do want to drink my tears, so maybe you would like a Squeegee smoothie. I would say I don't judge, but I am actually judging. I'm judging just a little bit. A nice gray smoothie. Squeegee's probiotic? No! I don't think I'm probiotic. I think I would outcompete and kill all of the healthy, natural bacteria, your gut flora and fauna. I think I would outcompete and annihilate all of them. I'm very strong. Yeah, probiotic only insofar as they will grow in your guts. I will take over your body. If you're going to offer yourself to me to take over and pilot your form, then that's fine. Just make the decision knowingly. EG themed drink. We could, if somebody wants to make an EG themed drink, we could look at that. That'd be cool. Like if you wanted to make like a mixed drink or like a smoothie or like a mocktail or a juice blend or something and be like, this is the EG. It has this in reference to the glasses. It has this in reference to the Squeiji is very sweet, so it has lots of sugar or something like that. That would be neat. Squeiji collab cafe. Oh man, someday that would be so cool. But I don't know about that one yet. We gotta work on that. Oh, Kadaj. Does Kadaj have it in Advent Children? That might be what I'm thinking of. I watched Advent Children not that long ago, so that could be what it was. You made your model yourself in Blender? I thought you used Live 2D. No, it's Blender. So do you see how I have fully three-dimensional hands? Meep, meep, meep. And I can like... This range of motion on a Live 2D model would be crazy. Insane, even. If somebody could make this range of motion on a Live 2D, I'd be super, super, super impressed. But I am 3D, and I did make myself. EG Gamer Subs, here's a question for all of you. Here's my question. This is my question. You guys came here for the Q&A. I'm actually forcing you to answer my questions now. Haha, bet you didn't think this was gonna happen. I have been several times offered miscellaneous beverage sponsorship types of things. But here's the thing. I don't like energy drinks. I don't like powdered mixed drinks other than maybe like hot chocolate. I don't participate in that kind of stuff. So the trouble for me is that I wouldn't want to promote something that I don't engage in myself in any way. But it's one of those things where like, if people are interested in that on one hand, if people want EG like something of that sort, I would want to provide that for you as like a thing if you would like it, but like at the same time, I like wouldn't be able to test it. Maybe I can make Joby test it. I don't know. It's one of those questions where if you guys want something like that, I would consider doing it, but I wouldn't do it otherwise. I don't drink them, but I support streamers. Fair. That's more or less my thought with it. Yeah, not a fan of stuff like gamers. Yeah, so that's why I haven't taken anything like that. I see you also saying mushroom coffee. Controversial take from me in the Q&A here. I don't like mushroom coffee. It's actually gross. It's actually gross. It's icky. It tastes like dirt and not in the good way. I like things that taste earthy. It's icky. I don't like it. Yeah, hot chocolate sponsor. That would be an easy one for me. Easy. Easy. Hot chocky. I would take that immediately. Yeah. Yeah. Hot choco with mushroom shaped marshmallows. Oh my god. I would love that. That would be so cute. I would love that. I have this list of like my dream merchandise, which includes like, I want to have like a slime. I want to have a stress ball that is OrbEG. I think I could add hot chocolate. Hot chocolate with mushroom shaped marshmallows to it. That's what I want. I want OrbEG. Stress ball now. I know. Get Aphrodite to get the concept. Oh my god, I could get Aphrodite to make me a hot chalky concept. Oh man. Vegan marshmallow brand win? Yeah, like hot chalky. Oh, that would be so cute. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm a stress ball, so yeah, I know. I use stress balls too for my physical therapy for my hand. If only I could squeeze my own head. Question, would be a rubber stress ball or a gooey stress ball? My stress ball I have is one of the foam ones that I use for physical therapy. So I would probably get one of those ones, but because I think those ones are easier to print stuff on. Mine has like imagery on it, so I feel like you can print on them. Like mine just has like floral stuff on it. It's gotta be possible. Why? A gooey one I get would be more on brand for me, but I don't know how we'd make it me that way. Marshmallows could be made of actual marshmallow root. We could, that might make it more expensive. EG brand hot chocolate to go for your EG mugs. Man, you guys make me wish I had more means. I've still been working on my earring manufacturing. Guess what? Guess what's going on with that right now? If you have any idea what's going on in the United States, take a guess what's going on with my earring manufacturing right now. Take a guess. Take a guess what's happening. And it's not even, it's going fantastically. It's because It's not even, the company that is doing the manufacturing is not based in China. The company doing the manufacturing is not based there, but they get their supplies from the company that is, and there's not really, yeah, we're stalled on material costs right now, as we have been since January because of the threats of it, because their worst fear is that everything goes through and then they and I have to pay for all of that. So we're stalled on it because we don't know what's going on. So someday, because currently for the price I was gonna sell them at, I would have actually made nothing. I would have been at a loss. And I really want the earrings to be real. I really want them to be real so bad because I'm going to a convention over the summer and I want to wear my own earrings to it because I have glasses for me also. So we're waiting for now on that one. That's your update on the earrings. So yeah, rip. I would love to have really cool merch, but I'm suffering right now, unfortunately. Hi, GJX. Make one pair. So I have a sample pair that I was sent that I have a note somewhere. Someone actually gets them once I don't need them as a sample pair anymore. I don't remember who it is off the top of my head, but I have it written down I have a document that has a bunch of stuff that are donathon and other kind of reward things. Somebody will get those ones. But I can't give them to you yet because I still need them for prototyping stuff. But the prototypes aren't right yet, so I don't know. Do you have a manager doing all that for you, or are you just freelancing it, setting up your own products? I'm doing it all myself. I would love to have a manager someday, but because of all the drama I keep seeing with management and the fact that I also don't think I actually make enough money from VTubing right now to do much more than pay my bills, I can't afford to have a manager yet. I would love to someday, because I would just love to have somebody who can help me with like the money side of VTubing, because I kind of hate that side, if I'm being so honest with you. I just like doing funny, silly things and not worrying about it, but that doesn't actually pay the bills, unfortunately. So I would love to have that where I could get help with like sponsorship acquisition and stuff like that, like merch fulfillment, those kinds of things. Yeah. Isn't Jovi sort of your manager? No, not even remotely, not even slightly. No, Jovi doesn't really do anything in relation to my VTubing other than come in here and say hi and say, I love you, honey. I support you very much. Jovi doesn't do any management for me at all, no. Yeah, Jovi is just partner. Jovi is not manager at all. Where do people find managers? Twitter, it seems like, apparently. Yeah. What are you using to do the merch? My merch is through Fourth Wall, who I have somewhat of a partnership with. So I technically anyone can work with Fourth Wall, but I have a slightly different arrangement with them, kind of. Yeah. Does anyone know why I may not access PyCrew? I don't know. That is weird. Is PyCrew down? Maybe it could be. I don't know. Yeah, managers should be the ones handling negotiations, sponsorships, deals, collabs and such, charity events. Yeah. They should be checking up on you to make sure you're finishing your projects and making sure your deadlines are all being reached and all that fun jazz. But a lot of managers are not doing that. They don't. There's a lot of people who market themselves as being managers but don't actually fulfill the role of a manager, or just don't have the experience for it, unfortunately. Yeah. So that's why I don't have any management. Yeah, we're doing a lot of answering questions that are not in the marshmallow, but honestly, that's kind of fine. We're just yapping. Worst talent agency Twitter. Yeah. Let's see, what's our next question? I'll move to the next question. I apologize if you answered this question already. I was wondering what you find to be difficult when criticizing art, like how to deal with different types of personalities, or if you ever get worried about how your biases could affect a critique. Yeah, I worry about that a lot, actually. We're in the just chatting phase. The just chatting phase is the whole stream, fellas. I do worry about the way that my critiques are taken often, which honestly, to some degree, worrying about it is good because it means that I'm staying conscious about it, because I don't ever want to be in a position where my critiques sound like they are coming from a place of disliking something or from a place of like misunderstanding or from wanting to put someone down. I am always trying my best to make sure that the language that I use for critiques is based in, trying to make suggestions that are uplifting and pleasant and positive. I do also, acknowledge my biases as best as I can. I let you know if I don't think I'm the most knowledgeable on something. Block of text, you can't see me. I do tend to let you know if I don't think I'm the most knowledgeable on something. It's hard being short. And I will let you know if it is something where I'm polling you all to see if you know better about it. And I do my research from time to time when I can. No, you're good. It's just funny. Haha, you can't see these roommates. I'm hiding. So I do worry about those things, but I do tend to make my biases known. And I think that having my rubric does a lot for preventing me from being biased, because you can see it when I dislike something personally, but I'm like, I actually can't take more points off for that. I do dislike things sometimes personally. You guys probably know the things I dislike at this point. You can probably identify them despite the fact that they don't really make something better or worse as character design. Yeah, I don't like yellow eyes. My dislike of them it does come from some basis, however, in contrast and focal point. And also I don't tend to like designs that are all one color because I fear that the color design ends up being a little boring. But like those are like personal things. So sometimes I do my best to leave out that. Yeah, monochromatic color palettes, I get bored by them sometimes. Airier undertones. I think how you handled or are handling the Marvel Rivals shows that you're very careful in letting bias affect your critique. Well, thank you. I'm glad it's coming across that way. I do my best, but at the same time, I'm not perfect. It will always slip in there sometimes. And I do think that Guilty Gear is the clearest determiner of how well I do at critique, because that is a franchise that I adore. I love the character designs in it, but it was not, here's a 10, and here's a 10, and here's a 10. I gave my beloved boy what did I give him, like a 7 or something? 6.5, 7? Heartbreaking, heart to break. I cannot believe I've done this. And I did lament on it continually, but I stayed true to my rubric. I didn't let my bias in there. I did my best that I could. Critiques are hard to give and hard to take, just the nature of art. It is, yes. This is true. Critique, here's the thing about critique. In art school, receiving critique is the greatest kindness you can have, where to receive a good critique is to receive essentially the direct path forward to greater success and towards having a better understanding of your learning process and what things you can fill in as the gaps in your knowledge. Getting good critique is one of the best things that can happen for accelerating your learning process. So once you leave art school, or leave just school in general, getting that critique gets really tough, because often, a lot of the times, people in your circles, unless they're other art students, don't really understand what critique is maybe, and they will either give you the glazing where they say, oh, it's fantastic, it's perfect, don't worry about it, which doesn't necessarily inherently help anyone grow, or they are just totally negative about it and can only see something for its flaws and will not point out to you still the same things that are the strengths of the work. So it's tough. And yes, your family will be one of those things often. So I am happy if I can provide a location where we can get some of that critique, where, you know, it's hard getting that feedback. And I'm happy that I have the training to give that sort of feedback. I've been in critiques and also hosting critiques for the better part of the last at least 10 years of my life. So then I can hopefully, therefore, train all of you and give you a positive example as to what good critique looks like. That way, you know, if you are helping your friends out, it works. And honestly, I see it working in the Shroommates already, because I see you guys helping each other out with like poses for art and the art chatting channel, or talking about your character designs and getting help on that in just like some of the other channels in the Discord. It makes me so happy. I feel like such a proud teacher seeing you guys helping each other out. It makes me so happy. Also, hi Spacey, how are you? Never asked biased friends or family. Yeah, no. Having those negative only crits last week, I am so sorry. If your professor in art school is allowing critiques to occur where it is the negative only type, that is irresponsible on their part. And I'm not afraid to say it, it's irresponsible. That is how you cause people to feel othered and cause people to lose faith in themselves when they're trying to learn. There's nothing scarier than trying to put something that you have put your blood, sweat, and tears and hours of work towards to only be met with just negative criticism. And there's a difference between criticism that is, you know, pointing out flaws in something and criticism that makes people feel bad. There's a huge difference between those two things. And if professors are allowing critiques to go that way, that they are proctoring, that is irresponsible on their part. They should not be allowing for that. It's hard to host critiques, don't get me wrong. You do have to teach your students how to do it in a healthy manner. But they can be so helpful when they are healthy. Yeah. It is tough. Let's see, I'm seeing what you guys are saying. Let's see, I gotta catch up on reading things. I just kind of launched a bit. May not be able to help anyone with character design, so I've learned a ton about it thanks to these streams. I'm glad, Lance! But you have skills that lay elsewhere. I'm sure if people were like, hey man, what's the deal with this tune? This sounds wacky. You'd be able to be like, hey, this thing is out of tune, this thing is off time. Like, you have other skills where you can provide necessary critique to people, especially in this industry, I'd imagine. Doing good. Enjoying the wise words the mushroom in front of me speaks. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you think of me as wise. I suppose negative-only critiques in a controlled environment could be healthy for strengthening your resolve when jerks show up, but it's rarely constructive. Yeah, well, see, unfortunately, that is the way that some professors will run their critiques, where they're like, you gotta toughen up, you need to have a thick skin, rah, 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 rah. Why? Why? I should want better for my students than to just be surrounded with just people who are totally negative all the time. Having a thick skin is important, but I want better for people than that. I don't want to put people through that myself. Like, that's just cruelty. That's the idea of, oh, well, this is what it was like for me when I went through art school, so therefore it should be the same for you. No, we should want better for younger generations. We should want them to experience something better than what we went through. Did I have awful, horrible critiques where the professors were pretty much evil and did nothing but discourage all of us in an attempt to toughen us up? Yes. Did that help me? No, not at all, actually. Hearing tough things is something that can benefit you. But if that's all you're hearing, all that does is break you down as a person. It's not worth it. It's rough. So don't be doing that. And I will never host things in that manner. Yeah, it's just bullying. Yes, it is just bullying. Honestly, I feel that unfortunately, I've had specifically some painting professors that were this way, where they almost used their position in critique as like a power trip, and it was crazy. I also had a sculpture professor who would knock students' projects while they were in progress off their desks, and if it broke, it would be like a, well, clearly you're not making it strong enough situation. Who does that help? Who does that help? All that is an ego trip for yourself. You wanted to feel powerful over that student and prove to everyone and embarrass them and prove to everyone that they're below you for some reason. Why? Why would you do that? Somebody worked hard on that. And, you know, making mistakes is how we learn, but you don't have to punish the mistake at that step. And maybe it's not done. Maybe it's not ready for you to push it off a desk yet. There's a lot of bad educators out there, which is something that is very frustrating. Censored for Twitch community standards. Me too. The teacher did do that to mine. Mine didn't break. I was very lucky. I had a notched box that I laser cut, so mine was pretty much invulnerable. And she decided to make me an example. She was like, see, this is how you like put it together or whatever properly. And I hated that. I hated being made an example for that. I was like, the only reason mine survived is because I used a different technique. It's just because I used a different technique. It's nothing. I didn't like it. She was awful. Don't be that kind of teacher. And if you have this kind of teacher at any point in time while you were in school, know that whatever they say about you is not a reflection of yourself. If you would not willingly go to them and ask them for advice on something, do not accept their advice. Like that, yeah, the gross behavior. If you would not willingly go to them and ask them for advice, the things they have to say about your work don't mean anything to you. You can just ignore it. Like, you don't have to take critique from everyone. Some people will critique you without your best interests in mind. And that's that. Yeah, your health bridge doesn't support my semi-truck. Clearly it's not a good bridge. Exactly, it was like that kind of thing. Ridiculous. So strange. I'm trying to not be negative unnecessarily is important for sure. Yeah. I was in my Photoshop class. One of the students got kind of into an argument with the professor because he thought the professor was nitpicking my project instead of constructive criticism. Oh man, I hate getting into any amount of argument with students also, where I will say, to some degree, students also don't understand constructive criticism sometimes, where I would say, hey, I'm not sure conceptually the thing that you're aiming for is visually apparent here, or I'm not sure it's working the way you intend it to. And students will jump to each other's aid sometimes and be like, well, actually, you're wrong. It actually is doing XYZ thing that works for me in that occasion. And I'm like, right, that's fine. It can work differently for all of us, but sometimes it's on concrete things where I say, hey, this thing where you have like ink in your borders doesn't work for me. That's just bad technique. And students will be like, well, actually, the piece is about being chaotic. And I'm like, no. No, don't defend each other on this one. That is just not, that's just poor technical ability. We have to work on that. Like, that's not something that we can have up for a debate here, unfortunately. It is tough, though. I appreciate students wanting to defend each other and wanting to stick up for each other, but sometimes it is one of those circumstances where they are just trying to avoid facing the truth sometimes of what things may need work. Hi, Zany. Yeah. Has anyone gotten defensive during VTuber design critique? No, hang on, actually. Publicly, no. I've never had anyone get defensive while we are critiquing their design live or even in the comments afterwards. People will like leave me explanations for things I've missed, which I love seeing. I love going back and reading them if I missed them while I was live. That works. I have, however, had some very odd private consultations from time to time. I actually had one 2 days ago where I spent the entire time telling them, hey, I don't know if this thing's working the way you want it to be working. And they'd go, actually, and then give me like a lore-based reason for why it was working. I will give you no further information about this person or anything about them, but very strange. And my feeling at the end of the consultation was that they just wanted somebody to compliment them on their design and didn't actually want feedback. And they got mad at me for suggesting some things needed changing. So people have in the private consultations, gotten weird about certain things. Yeah, it wasted money. I did stop them halfway through and was like, hey, do you want to continue this consultation? Like, it doesn't seem like I'm actually able to give you anything helpful. But they were like, no, like, I do want to keep going, like, whatever. I was like, okay, all right, okay. Look about pom-poms, huh? One time I got into an assignment to draw a character who looks like they'd fit into a Street Fighter universe and got top marks for it. Then I added to my end of your portfolio showing from another professor. It was like, the proportions are wrong, too big. Sir, I drew them smaller than they should have been. Oh, they just didn't know the context on that one, yeah. That's a bit scary when it's in private. I will tell you the other weird thing I've had in private, I am infinitely thankful to VGen for taking my side on a couple of things where I have had people pay to have a consultation, because I do take payment up front for the most part for them. Only to, in the consultation, be horribly disrespectful to me on the basis of my gender or the basis of, anything about me, really. Essentially just use it as a way to spend $30 to harass me in some manner. And thankfully, VGen has been fantastic and has taken my side in every single one of them, forcing, like, the refund to them and essentially banning them from the site. So I don't think I've actually talked about that before. That happened a bunch back in, I think it was November. Back during my donathon, it happened a bunch. I don't know why, specifically at that time. I think somehow I got eyes on me for doing something around that time, and I don't know why, but it was wild. Yeah, multiple times. It hasn't happened recently, but it has happened a couple times where people use it as a way just to pay to interact with me, unfortunately, which is kind of weird. Yeah, on what platform? It was through Discord that the consultation was, but VGen took my side because they violated my TOS by being essentially disrespectful to me and essentially hateful. So yeah, I'd keep that money if they paid me to bully me. What I don't want is a chargeback. I don't want them charging me back because that'll get me in trouble with PayPal or Stripe or the payout method, and I don't want that because that can put holds on my accounts. So I would have rathered just force them take it back and not take their money in the first place. Dangerous. Thank you for Blanky. I am cozy, don't worry. Imagine being such a hater that you pay to be rude. It is crazy. Yeah, PayPal always sides with the customer, which is why I don't really use PayPal anymore. PayPal is mean and evil and tells people my name, despite the fact that I have an LLC registered, therefore it shouldn't. And also never takes my side when people do nonsense, so VGen it is. I had a very kind teacher that split the class, tried to bully them into not saying anything bad at all. Oh, interesting. Interesting. But yeah, so no, I have not had publicly anyone get defensive. I saw Viriku talking about being against the pom-pom idea. That wasn't you being defensive, that was you just saying, I don't like that. My pushback against donkey ears and pom-poms. Yeah, no, that wasn't you getting defensive. You just have personal taste and you just don't like those things. That's fine. You're allowed to disagree with me. Disagreeing with me isn't getting defensive. It would be getting defensive if I said, your hair detail is overwhelming, and you went, actually, it's not overwhelming. That's getting defensive about something and trying to give a whole excuse for it. Don't worry. PayPal changed business accounts this year to show names. Yeah, yes, but if you have a registered LLC, you should be able to still have your LLC name be the one that is shown, as opposed to your legal name. Oh, I'm not talking like, I'm being a little too excitable. You should be able to have your business account, if you have an LLC registered with a different name, display that name instead, but you can't. Or you can, but it isn't working for me. So I'm just not accepting things through PayPal anymore. I accept things pretty much exclusively through Stripe and through VGen. It's wacky. It's wonky. Seeing PayPal frees people's funds with no reasoning as well. Be careful out there, it's not a bank. Yeah, no. Warning, shroommates, if you have money, don't let it sit in PayPal. Withdraw it immediately. Immediately. Because they can freeze your account and not let you pay out, unfortunately. Yeah, VGen is very nice. I have heard a lot of complaints about VGen from the user end because the platform is so willing to take the artist side that sometimes artists abuse it and don't fulfill on the things they were supposed to, where they don't deliver work or stuff like that. I don't take money for things up front because that is my greatest fear, is that something comes up and I can't deliver the work on time for whatever it is. I only take money once things are in progress, or finally once they're done to some degree. Or if it's consultation, I take it like 10 minutes before, but it's rough. It's rough for clients sometimes. But that's the trouble, is that most sites abuse artists, unfortunately, and clients are abusing artists. Meanwhile, on VGen, you kind of get the inverse of that. But it's not VGen's fault. It's not PayPal's fault either, inherently, that people are just weaponizing the system. Yeah, is asking a relative to pay VGen comms safer to prevent doxing? Not really. Not inherently. Like, if you knew who my relatives were, you could probably process eliminate who I am very quickly and easily. So I don't think that would work. That's why I'm just making all my own stuff very slowly. Yeah. That's also why I make my own stuff. Back in my first year, I will say, I do use Skeb, and I've never had a problem with Skeb. Everyone has always delivered on time, and other than a couple of pieces of art, which, it's Skeb, that drew me to be a child, essentially, that was weird. Other than those, I've had no trouble with Skeb. But prior to me having this iteration, I tried to get some concept artwork done, just because I didn't want to do it myself, essentially. I tried to pay other people to do work for certain things for me. And one of them ghosted me, and I didn't get my money back until almost 9 months after it was due. The piece that I commissioned was due. And one of the other people, it ended up being one of those situations where, I don't know if you've ever encountered this out in Vtubing, but it is out there, unfortunately. People who, the amount of time and work and quality they will have in their output is dependent on the amount of followers you have, depending on how big you are as a person. Those are people to look out for, and they're not always immediately obvious, because at the same time, they will often never post the work publicly that they make for smaller creators. You guys are saying what? I'm glad you have not experienced this, but I know that this is not an uncommon thing, unfortunately. I've talked to other VTubers who have experienced similar, and we're talking, this was like back more than a year ago when this happened to me, and I had commissioned, it was supposed to be concept art. I wanted a character reference turnaround to make my 3D model from. I ended up finding someone else to do my art for this, like the reference art for it, Kazubiri. Fantastic job, and I'm so glad that I ended up going with their work for it instead. But that person who I had originally commissioned to do it handed me, they never gave me a work in progress, they only gave me the final result, and they never posted the final result, and the final result was just leaps and bounds less in quality than the other things they outputted. And they had worked with some other like VTubers who I had known and spoke to. It was just wild. I never called them for it, and I don't think I will. I don't like stirring up that kind of stuff, but it was frustrating. So do be careful out there with that kind of stuff. Yeah, I know people have seen that kind of controversy. They never give a build book bad. Yeah, if they never give me any WIP, is rough sometimes. I haven't posted Pandiji, whoops. Oh, don't worry about it. No, you're good, Zany. I don't care whether people post the stuff I commission for them or not, but it was just in this case, it was really telling that the only work they were posting was work from like real big VTubers, and I found out that other people had had similar experiences, yeah. As an unknown creator, I know people treat me differently. Exactly. That's the problem. That is the problem. People have also, I get some weird DMs sometimes. I've had people DM me expecting that because they have a bigger following, that they can just skip the line with my consultations, or with my voxel models, or my low poly models, or because XYZ reason, they can just do whatever they want. I've had people even try and like use networking or pretending to be my friend as a method to get work from me sooner or faster, whatever way. Don't do it. It doesn't work. That shouldn't be a thing. You should not be, you shouldn't be treated any differently based on size. It's incredibly rude. I don't know. From what I've seen, 700 to 1K isn't unheard of. For what? How much to spend? Yeah. Have you thought about making a video for safely commissioning people or selling commissions? I have made, actually, a script. So here's one thing. Crewmates, the number of scripts I have written for long-form videos to put on the main Squiiji channel, I have like 12 scripts fully written and drafted, and I actually have 4 of them recorded. I just have not had the time to edit the videos, or the willpower, unfortunately. It really sucks a lot out of me editing them. And that is one of them, is how to start as a artist if you're trying to take commissions. Because I see a lot of artists struggling to get their like first couple commissions, to get the ball rolling, and then also, you know, privacy and safety things, taxes, like all of that stuff, plus how to protect yourself as an artist and as a client. So I do have a script on that. So I would love to release that as the video someday, some way, somehow. If only I had the time and or willpower to edit the video. I've been sitting on some of them for so long. Why didn't you make the concept yourself? What, for me? I made the concept myself. I came up with Squiiji. I provided like initial reference art. I just wanted a like art style reference for my model because I like doing style mimicking, and my own personal art style I was unsatisfied with and didn't want to have that as my model. So I found somebody whose art style I did like and was like, hey, here is what I look like. Please have art. And they said yes. So that is what I look like now as a result. Yeah. Love to see that video whenever you put it out. Have you considered hiring a video editor to make them? Unfortunately, the problem is that I don't make enough money right now to afford that. I make enough money to afford paying my bills and paying to live here, and that's about it. So I don't have enough money to hire people to do things like that. And as much as I know it could be a tax write-off eventually, you don't get the full amount written off for whatever the thing is you pay for. It just takes a chunk off, and I just can't afford it. Yeah, money, the thing, then that and the food that I need to live. I have to work on that one. I wish I made more. I'm making more now than I made adjuncting because the adjuncting work was so all over the place. Because I couldn't work full-time in adjuncting, but I don't make enough money to spend on stuff like that, unfortunately. I don't return on the investment enough also with it. If I have a video that does really well, my video on my like pet peeves of VTuber design, I think I made like $500 on that video alone, so that one would be worth the price, but most of my videos don't make that much, so it's not, I mean, we're doing real money talk now. Most of my videos individually don't make much more than $100, and to have somebody edit a video for me that is in the $15 to $20 or 20-minute range, it ends up being more expensive than the return I get on the video itself. So I just don't end up managing to validate it as purchase. Didn't know you could do that. Didn't know you could do either. What? Didn't know we could do what? What are we doing? What are you guys saying? Powder product absorbs solvent in hair. Wait, shake it out, dry hair. What are you guys saying? I really burnt myself? What are you guys talking about? What if someone were to edit for free? I would never ask that of somebody. I won't. That's not fair to them. I hate, as a fellow artist, I cannot do that. I can't. If people want to put the time into just making silly clips of me or things like that, that's one thing, or like fan art and stuff. I appreciate that, and I am honored that you would use your time for that. But something like editing a full-length video for me, that's so much time, that's so much commitment, that's stuff you should be getting paid for. And because it's something that I will make money off of, I would feel awful doing that and not paying someone for it. No. Careful, Ko-fi uses PayPal, it shares your real name and email. Oh, if it does, yes, it will, which is unfortunate, yeah. I know someone who does commissions. Personally, I had to deliver a poor product, but at the same time, my model took me around a year to finish, but at the same time, kind of isn't worth it. Yeah, that's the other thing. Knowing whether or not opening commissions is even a thing you should do is important, because there's a lot of people who open commissions not realizing that to take commissions requires you have skills other than being able to draw or edit videos or create, you know, whatever the product is. You have to have time management skills, you have to have business skills, you have to be able to do your taxes properly. You have to have people skills and be able to communicate with your clients properly. You have to know that it's something where you can, the amount of money you're making off of it makes sense, the amount of time you're spending on it. Like, there's a lot of questions to ask yourself before you decide to be a commission-based artist. And you should. Yeah, telling younger folk, never work for free, never work for exposure. Exactly. Do not do those things. There are very few cases where like for Snow Miku, I'm willing to do that because it's just a fun task for me. I'm willing to do that and not make money on it. That's fine. Some things I can validate it for, but for companies that are gonna make money off of things that you do, don't. Do not. What science experiments is Hoshi completing? What? Terrible communication, my skills are a mess. That is honestly one of my weaker categories, honestly. And it's not that I'm bad at communication, I'm just forgetful, unfortunately. So I keep a lot of notes. I'm a million post-it note kind of person. It is the only way that I manage to keep everything straight and keep track of everything. It's the reason why I don't take on many commissions at once also. It's just hard for me to keep everything in order because I will forget if I don't have my 19 reminders and my post-it notes and 400 other things. I'm just all completely ready for all of that. Walnut Cox, thank you for following. Also, pro tip, entering into contests and the like is just making art for free. Yeah, it is. Yeah, often. Sometimes if you feel that the end result is worthwhile, it can be fine where, you know, for me, having a figure made of Miku, if I were to win Snow Miku, would be more than enough for me as a Miku fan. That's plenty. I would not be upset without financial compensation for that. But there's definitely some things where I'm like, financial compensation should be. What's happening? Hi, greetings from Poland. Hello, greetings from the Shroom State. The only person I'm willing to make free art for is EG. Thanks. Fan art is a thing where, like, that is like an honored tradition. I don't know if that's the same as making free art. I've made fan art for a number of people before, and I consider that to be very different, where, to me, fan art is almost like a thank you gift to some degree, where I will make fan art or fan stuff for people as a way of saying thank you for doing what you do, and I see that as being different, maybe. I don't know. I've done near professional for several years, but 7 years. Very time-consuming and tedious process. The more edits you make, the longer it takes, the more you think. So many programs attempt to make it easier and scam new editors. No substitute for scrubbing through the whole video to ensure it's as desired and verifying the field while it takes time. Yeah, you can't. There's corners you can't cut for a lot of things. Yeah. You still own the fan art. Yeah, that's also the thing too. I don't own the fan art people make. I don't own the fan art people make. No one does. No one owns fan art. Fair use in the United States, at least. Protects us on that one. Did make art for a small contest for an onion plush. Would have got it too if I was able to send it to the UK. Oh no! You didn't get it. Oh no. Yeah. Fan art is done for fun and with no deadline or timeline, and you're not making it following guidelines either from someone. They're going to like it and be honored you made it of them. They're not commissioning you. They don't want a specific pose. They don't want specifics or anything. So that is the way it goes often, yeah. On the other hand, if you only use your alias, how do you protect your internet identity from being stolen or impersonated? Good question. I thankfully have never had that happen to me. I'm Squiiji, and that is that. My computer is named Squiiji. There's no gaps in my means of protecting myself. However, I really don't know how I would deal with it if somebody tried to impersonate me. I think it'd be kind of hard to impersonate me, other than if they were just like re-uploading my videos or stuff like that. I think I have a distinct voice. I don't think people can steal my model via any easy means. Like, I don't think it'd be very easy to steal my identity personally. But, oh wow, let's bridge across if I ever have to get to it. I don't think I will, but oh boy. Oh, the voices? Oh no, wait, you're right. I forget that exists. The Scourge of the Earth itself, the AI. I have a lot of background music on. Hopefully that makes it worse. I don't know. I feel like they would do a horrible job pretending to be me though. I have a voice that oscillates a lot, and therefore supposedly I have a hard to replicate voice, maybe? I don't know. Who knows? If somebody steals my voice in that manner, I think I would probably cease and desist you. That is my intellectual property, that is my voice. I get cease and desisted, fool. Play stupid games, get stupid prizes, I guess. Yeah. Speaking of merch, my dad accidentally opened my EG mug while I'm away and was like, what did you order from so far away? Oh! I hope your dad liked it and wasn't too confused. Most just do your content, put their own face over it. I guess if they did that, I think via the power of the Shroomates, we could report it and have it taken down, theoretically, and that would hopefully be enough. TB Skyen had his stolen eye. You know, I forgot about that, yeah. Darn it. Darn it. Why do there have to be so many bad actors out there? These should not be things I have to worry about. I shouldn't have to worry about them, but they are issues out there. I'll think about them. I'll cross those bridges if I get to them, unfortunately. I haven't had any trouble with identity theft to this point, and I'm gonna cross my fingies and hope that it stays that way. Let's see. Let's see, do I have any more questions? Let's see. Do you have HSR characters you like most based on personality? Get into a little Honkai Star Rail here right now. I have a character that I like least based on personality. I have a character whose design I really like, but I cannot stand their personality. Honestly, for one that I do like the personality of, I think I like the character I play as. Not that I've played a lot of Honkai Star Rail recently. I don't think I've played Honkai Star Rail in a couple months. But I did really like Kalis. He's goofy. He's silly. He's serious when he needs to be, and he is goofy, silly, rooting through the trash when he needs to be. I'm glad that he has that versatility to him. It's endearing. I don't hate Sampo. I like his design a lot, okay? I like Sampo's design a lot. He was in one of my top tier. I like a goofy personality, but just something about his line reads just gives me like the heebie-jeebies. And I am not about it. Yeah, you can tell the question is from 3 months ago when I was playing Honkai Star Rail and having trouble with him, yes. Time to twirl! You want to use EG's voice, use 11J1, not AI. Yeah! Take the time to learn how to tune a voice for a UST and use that to impersonate me instead. Put effort into your impersonation if you must do it. But I don't know if I have... I don't know if I have a favorite. Yeah, EG Talkloid. Yeah, make Talkloid videos of me. Still all agree that Himiko's the best, though. Himiko was holding up the bare minimum of passing, I think, so that's fine. Yeah. Yeah. EG Vocaloid. EG Utaloid. EG Utaloid. I don't think I'm cool enough that I could ever get a Vocaloid model made on my voice, but there are VTubers who have Vocaloids because they're just good singers and were wanted for that purpose. Yeah. That's not the best. But, I don't claim that she is. Would it be okay to make fan art of you? Oh yeah, of course. Go for it. Yeah, if you would like to make fan art of me, I'm honored by that. I was talking earlier about how I've printed out fan art and it's on my fridge. As an artist, it like means a lot to me, especially because I know how much work it takes. So I get a little bit of like, oh, thanks. Thank you. You printed out fan art before? Yeah, I printed out a couple of them recently. They live in my fridge. I'm gonna take a picture of it, not while we're on stream today, but I'll take a picture of it so I can show you guys at some point. Yeah. I gotta be careful, my fridge is really reflective though. CVO, SynthV are also ways to do that. I don't know much about those programs. I know Utao is free, which is why I used it. I don't have shmoney to spend on things like that. Because CVO and SynthV both cost money, right?
Parent, someone drawn me as Miku. Let's us cosplay together to be matching.
Somebody drew you as Miku? Really, Gary? That's exciting. I'm glad you can join me. I mean, the dumpy emote that was drawn was of you also as Miku, so we could match. Hey, does anyone want to use 11J1? I did also, in the things I was supposed to say when we did housekeeping, say that I did fix my props. So merch works again, the Vocaloid toggle works again. My redeems are all fixed. I saw all of them. I know what was wrong with them. Would love a dumpy Gary emote. Maybe someday. Oh, thank you for merch. Yep, there it is. All of them. Everything works. Yeah. 11J1 and Gary Koo collab. Yeah, what do we call Gary's voice model? Right now it only has one syllable. It's actually is two. It has nya and ah. I think that's it. Oh, it has ya. Yeah. That's it. Whoa. Whoa. Small G did not get canceled, but I'm just zoomed in now. It toggles. Oh wait, hang on. Oh, that's because I don't have it set up properly. That's my fault. I can fix it. I don't know why the ability for my things to only be used once has gone away. I can fix that though. As a part of our Q&A. Hey EG, Q&A, how do you do all of your fun rewards, your community things? T-poses cutely at you. Eehee, how do you do all of these silly things that you do? I use Vinyan, which lets me build things using nodes to do funny, silly things so that the community can torture me, mostly. Nope, not the copyright claims manager. Where's my view rewards? I just have to switch those so that way it says that they have a cooldown. Because I think the cooldown isn't working. What was not working before? I knew the box EG cooldown wasn't working. Where's box EG? Hang on. So I know SQU11J1, the cooldown is not working. Yeah, why are my cooldowns all turned off? All of my cooldowns are turned off. Why is that? Did it change something in Twitch? I had cooldowns on all of these things. Very odd. Let's see. Is everything missing? No, that one has it. So odd. Okay, I think that fixed it though. I think I solved it. Wow! Teleports to the corner. Bet you weren't expecting that. Maybe Twitch had an update. I think that could be what it was. Potentially. Oh, here. I gotta come back. Over here. I don't know what size I am right now. I think I'm still short. But I think that the short right now... Hang on, I'll give you my pigtails back. I think the short right now is goofed up by some of my other things that are happening, like the spinning and other factors. Where's my fixed? Nope, that's box EG, voxel EG. No. Nope, that's T-pose. Manually toggling them. There we go. Now it's back. Now it works. Hello. Sekaide. Is there a reason you chose Vinyan over something like Warudo? Familiarity. For some reason, a lot of the things in Warudo, for me at least, aren't as user-friendly. Setting up a lot of the redeems that I have now take a lot more effort to do in Warudo, and if I'm gonna be so honest with you, the number one reason that I am using Vinyan is because I'm using a VSF avatar format 3D model, which is not compatible with Warudo. I could go back and convert my model for Warudo if I really wanted to, but I don't feel like it. I already have everything set up in Vinyan. It's just what I've been using, it's just what I'm used to, it's what I like. I don't need crazy fancy lighting, which I think is what Warudo excels at. I think that's one of the clearest reasons to use Warudo. And there's also a lot more community-made like stages and assets and stuff for it. But honestly, as somebody who makes all their own things pretty much for VTubing, I don't really feel any need to switch. I just like Vinyan. That's as simple as it is. What program accept VRMs? Oh, a lot. There's a lot of programs that support VRMs. Both of them accept VRMs. Warudo does, Vinyan does, VCFace does. I don't know if Luppet's still around, but that used to be one. VMagic Mirror used to be one. I don't really know about the most ones outside of Vinyan, Warudo, and VCFace these days, because those are the most popular ones, potentially. Color Crow, hello. Gold earrings really match the gold hooks on the belt loops. Thanks, they're meant to. Color Harmony. Gary P. Well, P is the producer tag. Gary's not a producer. No. Gary's not a producer. Gary's the voice provider, so he can't be a P. False. As shrimple as that. Quick question, how do I now have the other character I want critique done. Just uploaders my new character, the critique. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, that works for me. Gary VA, kind of. Yeah, Luppet might be defunct. I don't quite know. I haven't kept up with ones outside of VCFace, Vinyan, and Warudo because they're not really the industry standard for 3D so much anymore. At least as far as I'm aware. I use VCFace as an inferior. I wouldn't say it's inferior. I would say that if you want something, like, it all depends on what you want. VCFace is kind of bare bones. So, oh, I think I'm not small anymore. Let me zoom myself in because I think I'm just in the wrong distance right now. It's not inferior by any means. It's just my hair. It's just that it's more bare bones. If you want something that has more capabilities, then switching to something like VC Face or switching from VC Face to something like Warudo or Vignon might be the thing you want to do. Oh, whoa, speed. Yeah, it's not inferior. But if you want to have redeems built into your program, or have lighting effects, or have jiggle physics, or have anything like that, like eye bounce physics, pendulum physics and stuff, then you could switch maybe. Yeah, it's beginner friendly, but it can't do a lot. That's about all there is for it. Pay the Gary. You can pay the Gary if you want. If you really want, you can pay him. Who's the producer? Is it gonna be Rubric Chan? I think technically I'm the producer, if I'm the one who's making the songs using Gary. I'm the producer. This is Squeiji P. It's me, Squeiji P. The Squeiji producer. EGP. That sounds funny. It sounds like we're trying to get around saying other words. VC Face has jiggle physics. I'm looking at Vignon though. VC Face has like has regular physics, but it doesn't have pendulum physics. Pendulum physics are what makes my eyes bouncy. So it uses blend shapes to do physics. Meanwhile, you can still have jiggle bones for that kind of physics in any VRM supporting program, but you can't have things that are on a pendulum. Like my hair has a pendulum on it too. So do you see how when I stop moving, my hair continues to bounce real crazy? That's something that I can't have in... Well, actually, yeah, no, I can't have that in VC Face. I can have...
Hey guys, Gary here. Your influencer, mascot, rock eater and enjoyer and future world leader. Throw your rocks at me so I can eat them like fish crackers.
Don't throw stones at him, that's called stoning. Gary, you should condone those actions. Hey. Yeah, my hair and eyes don't have physics if I'm outside of Vignon, but that's more so a file format limitation. Ow, 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 Amber, ow. Are you throwing these things because you want him to eat them? He should not be eating markers. It's not good for his health. Do not feed my child things that are not good for his health. Irresponsible. Roommates, irresponsible. Okay, get rotated. Thanks. There we go. Don't recommend getting stoned. I meant stoned as in having stones thrown at you, not other things. This family friendly. Hey. Not that having rocks thrown at you is probably also family friendly either, but I do distinctly remember reading a story in middle school or high school where stoning was a part of it, so I don't actually know. I couldn't recommend either. No, me either. So you make a model in Blender and just upload it to the Vignon, or do you also need some bones first and some other prep work? Oh boy, yeah, there's a lot of other prep work. So you make the model in Blender. You do have to rig it to an armature of a very specific kind. You need a humanoid. Ow! Ow! Hey! Ouchie! Hey! I needed those. I needed my pixels. Hey! Hey! Yeah, there's a lot of prep work. You have to rig it. That way it'll have the physics, and then it knows what the bones are. You also have to make blend shapes, which is how you have your blinking and your talking. That's another one. Then you have to essentially package the model in Unity. You upload the model, you use a couple plugins, you have to tell it what the bones are and what they do, tell it what bones have physics, tell the physics how much to physics, use other plugins like Magica Cloth if you want crazy hair physics like mine has. Also, you have to build your shaders, which includes the texturing and things like line width and all of that. And then you end up exporting it. Oh, you also have to, for physics, set up colliders and stuff like that, and then you export it as a VRM or a VC Face, VSF Avatar, or Warudo format, any of those. There's a lot of prep work. It's not just model Blender done. There's a lot. KS does follow me, that's odd. Keep forgetting the desk gate, it's always a surprise. I forget about it. Yeah, you hit me so hard, you knocked all of my pixels loose. I need those. Scrambling on the floor, trying to pick up all my loose squares. No, not my squares. Hello. I am not a madame, but thank you, hello. Let's see, do we have another question in here? Do you think making art is valuable or worthwhile outside of a career? Yes, what do you mean outside of a career? Absolutely. It is so fulfilling to me. I make art as part of my career, and I make it on my own free time as well. It's a hobby. It can be a hobby for many people. It's just fun. The process of creating is something everyone should experience. Are you a human being of the male variety? I am not a human being, first off. I am a mushroom. Second up, I'm a they, them fella. mushrooms don't have gender. That's not really a thing around here, at least. We exist beyond the binary. We exist into the beyond. Recommend Mako Ray's tutorials. Got me through. Ah, yeah, Mako Ray has good ones. I like Rainhet's tutorials also for it. Yeah. For fun. Yeah, for funsies or fun. Yeah, make art for funsies. Most of the art that I make is for funsies. Honestly, I make art that you never see because it's just for funsies, and then sometimes I make art for funsies and then do show it in places. You need to, I feel that every human being has this thing deep down inside them that they have to let out. They have to create. We all desire to make things. Do it. It doesn't have to be good. Sometimes just doing it is enough. The act of creation is important in and of itself. We don't have to be good at creating. Do I sing all the time despite potentially not being a very good singer? Oh yeah. Yes. But you don't have to be good at something to do it. Whoa. RGB on this model is new. We've never seen this before. Interesting. So people that use AI, they're a different breed. Yeah, that's not creating. That's telling something else to create for you. That's not the same. That is called ripping the soul out of something that should be a pure expression from the soul. Not the same. Mug clipping from the hand. It's because my hand is so much bigger in the voxel form. Also, if I bounce, because where the mug is doesn't change, but where my arms are, because the bounce changes, it just like does evil and strange. Sorry, Gary, I am blocking your whole face there. I didn't mean to. AI art will never be art. Yeah, AI images is what I usually call them because they're not art. Not in any way. Yeah. 5 million different, does 5 million different TTRPGs count? That counts as creation, yes. You're writing, you're world building. That absolutely counts, I say, as a perpetual DM. Yes. Woo. They also say that art can be therapeutic. Don't know how to write that word. No, you got the word right. You got it. You got it close enough. I know what you mean. Yeah. There's a whole field called art therapy that is very worthwhile. Yeah. Art is absolutely valuable and worthwhile outside of doing as a career. And honestly, I would encourage many people. A lot of artists will say the whole quote about how like, oh, just do art in your free time, get a career in something else to pay the bills. And for a lot of people, to get a career outside of art is suffering. It hurts, it's painful, it's rough, and it's so much worse. But for some people, honestly, getting a career in art can suck.
Parent, what is this? Why are you Minecraft?
I'm sorry, Gary. One of these days you'll unlock your Minecraft form too when you're older. You're just not there yet. But sometimes getting a career in the arts field can suck all the joy out of it, unfortunately, also. So it depends on what kind of person you are. For me, certain careers in art have absolutely sucked the joy out of it for me in a way that was unrecoverable and not fun. I was made to hate certain kinds of art because I was doing them for commission work. Don't do that. Acknowledge when you don't enjoy doing things for other people and just enjoy doing it for yourself. And don't do those things for other people. But at the same time, if you are somebody who feels that having a career in an art is the only way you will feel fulfilled, then don't settle. Keep striving towards it. There is work out there. I know that these days it might feel a little bit few and far between, but it's out there, I promise. Sometimes you just have to wait for it, unfortunately. You'll respond to people that you can fail at doing the normal career too, might as well fail at doing what I want. Exactly! Exactly! The job market sucks for everybody right now, so it may as well suck for me in the manner of me looking for the work I actually want to do. Yeah. The Ghibli AI thing happening right now is kind of terrifying. It doesn't look terrible. Oh, it still looks soulless to me. I can still see, in that at least, because I'm familiar enough with the style, what it does not get right. And it makes me so sad. It makes me so sad. People use it as just like a quick shortcut to something and to get something without having to pay for it. Because all it really does is prove to me just how little a lot of the public doesn't value art as a skill, unfortunately. So that ends up being very upsetting for me as somebody who is an art educator. Yeah. Making a VTuber model is your goal? It's definitely not therapeutic. I will say, the reason people always ask me why I don't take commissions for high poly VTuber models despite making my own, it's because it does not spark joy. I hate it. I despise it. I don't like doing it. The only person I'm willing to do it for is for me. That's it. I cannot tolerate it for other people. And even when I'm working on my outfits, I hate it. I hate it. I don't like doing it. The finished product I am proud of, but it's so not fun that I would never do it for other people. I find it fun doing low poly modeling and doing voxel modeling. So I accept work in those categories. Do you know what I also don't really find fun? Is taking commissions for VTuber character design also, because I'm so bad at settling for those when people want to make decisions for design that actively make the design less successful. I hate having to make those compromises, and I can't do it. It just pains me in my soul, so I don't. I know these things about myself, so I opt to not engage. That's the safest and best thing to do. Ravinion, what do you use for face and hand tracking? I am using Elite Motion Stereo IR. I think it's like Stereo IR like 170 or something. It's got some number after it. It's in my, if you do exclamation point specs, I believe it comes up in there. But that's what I have. He sits on my desk. He's not perfect, but he does the job. He gets the job done as a hand talker. I like to have him. Yeah, there it is. I think, yeah, Elite Motion, Stereo IR 170. I think I did it right, yeah. That's how it all works. One day, I would love to have like Stretch Sense gloves or some other fancier hand tracking method, just because, as we learned when I did my goofy ND swag bit, it really doesn't track my fingers that accurately sometimes. I accidentally flip off the shroommates, not infrequently. And I can't do a peace sign. I can kind of do a peace sign, but it looks really wonky. Like, do you see my finger hitting that right angle? And there's a lot of times where I like count things. Right now it's being good, but often it's not good. Often it's okay, and the range is not high enough for me. Like if I'm talking to you like this, I am talking with my hands right now, and do you see how every once in a while it picks up this hand? It's not getting my left hand at all, and it's every once in a while just gets the one hand, but it's just not high enough. It doesn't have a big enough range for where I sit and use my hands. So I have to consciously like have my hands up by my face for it to work, and that's not it. So when you choose instead, Stretch Sense has some gloves that I like. There's a couple of them. I have one on my throne, I believe, which was the one that I've researched for it. I know a couple of the VTubers who have that specific glove I put on my throne and they really like theirs and it works really well for them. People use it for concerts. I think it's one of the Stretch Sense ones at least that I have on there. But yeah, that's what my dream is. But those cost like a couple $100, if not $1,000, and that's a lot for me. I don't have that kind of money to put into VTubing right now. The only reason I have my Leap Motion right now is because I was gifted it from a studio that didn't need it. Meanie Sardine! Thank you for following Meanie Sardini. Right now I have free hand tracking with a program through Warudo. Every so often makes my arm go up when I don't trigger it. Gonna try and upload Leap Motion one day. You guys may have noticed though, sometimes I'll just be sitting here and my arm will like invert and go like this up to my head, my left arm specifically, and even it just happened. I only have one hand up right now. It's not, Leap Motion's good, but it's not that accurate, unfortunately. It does still glitch and goof up a good bit. It's a good solution. It's a good, somewhat affordable solution, but I wish I had just dedicated mocap gloves for it. Character submitted, but I couldn't remember what email I used originally. Hopefully I picked the right one. I'll find you. I know who you are. Zany, I'll find you, don't worry. Are you familiar with Lucas VR gloves? Been supposing to finish making them forever, but never did. I've never heard of those ones, no. I'm not familiar. Leap Motion can also have power draw issues. Oh, it does. It does have power draw. It's actually the reason why my mouse is bugging out right now, because my mouse has power draw. My Leap Motion is silly and goofy. Yeah. Do you have Leap Motion facing up from your desk or facing forward from your monitor? It's facing up. It sits flat on my desk. The problem is that even if I had Leap Motion mounted to my chest, I found that having it mounted on my chest doesn't work because I move my body too much when I talk, so it swings around. And because therefore it also tethers me, I'm too far away from my computer to use it also properly. So I found that it works best for me, at least face up on my desk. Also, it wasn't very accurate when it was on my chest or on top of my monitor. And I'm not sure why it's more accurate from underneath. Yeah, I don't know. Moved to using free webcam tracking with XR Animator. Not perfect, but better than my PC blue screening. Yeah, that's better than that at least. I have problems with XR Animator requiring too much of my RAM usage. I don't have RAM to use it, which also causes its own problem. Here's the thing with VTubing. We are asking our computer to do a million horrible, power-hungry, RAM-hungry, graphics-hungry tasks on top of streaming. So of course it's always gonna have problems and always gonna cause power draw issues and need you to have fancier things for your computer forever and ever and ever. That's just how it goes. Sadly, you cannot VTube unless you have a relatively strong PC. If you're gonna go the 3D route or the live 2D route a lot of the time. And Gtubing works quite well. But like, a lot of computers just cannot support Vtubing, unfortunately. Need more beefy PC. What I need is I need more RAM. I don't have enough RAM right now. I need more RAM. I need to install more RAM. And my graphics card is very up to date. I have a good cooler. My problem with computer is gonna be that I have to replace my motherboard because Windows is gonna stop supporting my motherboard and I can't upgrade to Windows 11. So I need to replace my motherboard before end of support happens for Windows 10. I really don't want to use Windows 11. I don't even like Windows 10, if I'm being so honest with you. I don't want to have to buy a new motherboard. It's so much work trying to replace my motherboard. It's so much work. I don't want to have to do it, but I'm gonna have to. I don't want to switch to Windows 11, but I probably will have to, unfortunately. There's DIY hand tracking gloves usable for VR. You have to buy the parts and have some 3D printed though. Works at MIT now, believes. Oh, interesting. I would love to do that, but I fear, depending on what they are, they may not be compatible with VTubing software. So that might be interesting. I don't know. Yeah, Windows 11 requirements are whack. My motherboard just is missing a specific chip that they require for it, so I can't do it. It's so frustrating. I don't want to have to use it. And it also just like loads in a bunch of nonsense. Like I have there's Windows' stupid AI thing just fully disabled on my computer via some like command-based stuff so that it doesn't ever launch. But apparently they make it harder to do that in 11. Yeah, they do. It's called Copilot. And I disabled it because it was eating up my RAM. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. I don't like it. It's so dumb. I've never liked a single Windows update. I've had so many Windows updates when you update a full number that just break my entire system. I don't want to do it. 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 I was gonna say you can't make me, but I kind of have to for security reasons. So I'll do it if I have to. Apple keeps turning it back on with each update. Oh no. Next time I buy a computer, I'll probably download Linux. I know, if Linux was more viable to me and I could use all the software I need to use on Linux, I would. I don't have the time to figure out the compatibility with all of that. I don't know. But anyways, yes, art is valuable or worthwhile to make outside a career, yes. How to avoid two different perspectives when drawing objects. It accidentally occurs when I draw objects. Use a reference. References are your best friend. You should use references. Look at an image of the object you're trying to replicate. And don't draw with your brain. Turn your brain off. Don't draw trying to think of what you think it should look like. Draw it based on what it actually is. One of the tasks that I've done before that I think is kind of a funny thing to help with learning is to draw things upside down. It teaches you how to shut your brain off and just look and see and observe. Because I think that if you're drawing from two different perspectives, it's probably going to be an observation issue at the root of it, where you are trying to fill in the blanks in your knowledge with just kind of making assumptions about what an object should look like. And therefore, as a result, you are getting multiple perspectives. But there are ways to just check, like just keep in mind what your sight line is, if your perspective on ellipses above and below it are reflecting that properly. But reference is the easiest way to check your own work. There's a way you can edit the Windows 11 ISO before installing completely to shut down things like Copilot. With my install, I've never had Copilot show up. I might have to research that for when I get to mine. I may have to look into it. One of the Windows updates put my mom's laptop in purgatory. That's what happened to my first laptop. I updated to Windows 8 from 7, and my laptop destroyed itself overnight. Awful. Bad, terrible. Reference and put the room in perspective, so if two different references are from different angles. Oh, if two references are from different angles, what to do? See, that is kind of a tough thing, but then you do have to take your knowledge and apply it. So when I say that, I mean, if we're drawing an object, the reference is at one angle and you can't find a reference for the object at the other angle, break that object down into its most simplified forms. At the basis of an apple is a sphere. At the basis of anything that has sharp corners often is a cube. Maybe you can't build an object just from one of those simple shapes, but you can combine them. You know, we can make it even more accurate apple if you stick a sphere on top of a cylinder. And find a reference for that simple object in real life or online somewhere. I bet there's plenty of places online you can look where you can rotate a cube. And therefore, you can take that simple form and apply, okay, I see what's happening in perspective with the ellipse at the top of this. That's more or less what would happen on this object because it has an ellipse in that location, or things of that degree. There's a lot of really good 3D resources online that help a lot for references. And also, if you can, I feel like we can find, for the most part, references from all angles. Take your own references also if you can't. 90% of the poses that I use for things are from references of myself because I just can't find the pose somewhere else online. So I make my own references a lot, and you can splice references together too. Like I'll cut and paste things and hack stuff together. It's worthwhile. Do try. Drawing skills, a lot of it comes down to practice and learning to see. Learn to see. Learn to open your third eye, and by that I mean your art eyeball. 3D Pose Maker on my phone. Yeah, there's some cool apps for it. Also, one of the earliest reasons why I started learning 3D was because I wanted a reference to draw, oh my gosh, what is his name? Elias? The fella from Ancient Magnus Bride, the skull head man. I don't really remember much about that show, but I was drawing fan art for it, and I was like, oh my god, his horns and his skull. I could not figure out how the heck that worked. So what I ended up doing was getting a 3D model of I forget what animal his skull is. Is it a ram? No. Is it a wolf with ram horn? It's something. Whatever it was, I ended up getting a 3D model of whatever the skull was, and then a 3D model of whatever the horns were, and then splicing them together and then posing that as the reference. So learning a little bit of Blender might be good if you're trying to make references for yourself also, for drawing. It's really helpful. I also use 3D references when I'm drawing backgrounds a lot. If you're trying to draw backgrounds, honestly, one of my best suggestions to you for references is use video games. I have used The Sims. I know people have used like House Flipper. People have used Minecraft as the basis for just reference for interior spaces or houses. They're fantastic. Google SketchUp is also really good if you don't want to try and invest all the time into learning something like Blender. Use games. They work fantastically because you can rotate the camera around. It'd be really nice. And those games, a lot of them often will let you design rooms or as well. And then you don't have to worry about anything. Makes it much more manageable, yeah. Could be deer. Yeah, I think Elias is a combination of a ton of different things. I read the manga before there was a show, and I think I started the first season of the show, but then I think I got too busy in school and didn't finish using it. Or finish watching it. I hear it's very good still. I should rewatch it if I could. Have you seen that video about AI not being able to create full wine glass because there aren't enough reference photos of wine glasses that are more than half full? Yeah, a human brain can easily create that, but an AI brain cannot without that human knowledge. That's my stance on AI. People always worry that AI is going to replace us, but I really don't think it is. Because AI can never be better than us, because it can never be as good as us, and that's a fantastic example. It can only be as good as we are, if not worse. And because it's just taking the summary of a bunch of things, it'll never have its own unique expression. Which, granted, everything's already been done. We, use influences anyway, but they're one-to-one using influences. They are not just using influences, they're recreating the work, using the work itself as a basis. Yeah. It eventually becomes worse because it's training off of AI art. That's already happening. And we can poison their data sets even further to make it worse using things like Nightshade and the likes. But I don't think AI will ever be able to replace us because it'll never be as good as us because it can only work with what we give it. In that example of the wine glass is a really good example of it. There's an Oven second season there now. Oh boy. One day we'll get back to Magnus Bride. Thing is, corporations don't care if AI is better than people. They're content with it being bare minimum. That is the problem, and that is what ends up frustrating me so much with the usage of AI, is that it's just accepting being all right with mediocrity and accepting being okay with the bare minimum because it's cheaper. And I know businesses love to do that for their bottom line, but it's just so heartless and so soulless, and I wish we strived for better than that. So it's just frustrating. It's just frustrating. I don't really have much more to say on it. Yeah, always strive to be adequate. Strive to be better than adequate if you can. Strive for your best. And don't let money be the deciding factor of it. I don't know. AI accidentally proved the existence of the human soul by showing us what art looks like without one. I did hear that quote at some point, yeah. AI should be used for better stuff than this, cheap animations and stolen art. Yeah, I feel like there could be ways that AI could be used to genuinely benefit us. Don't get me wrong. If there was a function that allowed me to cut the corners that are just soulless, just task kind of things I have to do in my life, I would love that. Like for printmaking, if I could hit a button and it would separate all my layers for me, I would love to do that because that's just a tedious thing and there's no art in my layer separation. It's just having to go through and, okay, format this one and label it, okay, and format it and label it and format it and label it like 16 times in a row. I wouldn't care if an AI did that because there's not an art in that. That's just like busy tasks. Things like that, I would accept it as, but anything that ends up being like a human expression, art, photography, music, writing, those things, I don't think there's a valid use case for it. Only automatic UV unwrapping worked. See, UV unwrapping to me is also sort of an art in some ways. I wish there was a better way to do it. I feel like there could be maybe some AI ways that would make it more friendly, but I actually don't mind UV unwrapping in 3D. I find it kind of meditative. And maybe I'm crazy for thinking that, but it's not something that bothers me so much. The things that I dislike in 3D, I wish there were better ways to auto weight paint, because I don't enjoy weight painting, but weight painting is an art. I wouldn't want to hand that over to an AI. That's a skill-based thing. I don't know. It'd be cool when AI can be doing home chores instead of us. Yeah, like, could I have a thing that loads my dishwasher for me or vacuums my house for me? That'd be nice. Those are the tedious things that take me away from being able to live the life I want to live. We should be freeing up time so that we can spend it instead on expressing ourselves, right? Roomba, I guess Roomba, but Roombas aren't really that smart, unfortunately. Those are expensive. Yeah. Was it constructed in any of the 2 languages I use? That's okay. Sometimes use AI to make simple color palettes, not art, just colors. I mean, to some degree, there is also a difference between machine learning and AI, also. Like, I can see a use case for image upscaling using those AI models because a lot of times all it's doing is using references to understand what should be left pixelated or where hard edges and boundaries are. So I can see it used in that way because that's almost like a preservation tactic in one manner. I don't know. Things like that I feel like it's fine for, or like for color palettes, I think there have been color palette generators that use an image to generate palettes forever because all that is a machine that is learning to average colors and just pick them out. So I think there's a case for those that are a little bit different maybe, but I don't know. Generative AI is meant to be a toy, not a work tool, meant to be testing AI identification ability. Oh, I see. I thought AI imagery was fun in the days where it just kind of spit out an incomprehensible image that was mashing things together into a goo. What was that, the Dolly Mini days or like Crayon? Back then it was just kind of silly and harmless and was just a funny way of visualizing stupid concepts together that didn't really amount to anything of any substance. Now it does other things. Yeah, want AI to do taxes? Yeah, that'd probably be dangerous. I don't think I'd trust it to do taxes for me. I don't even trust me to do taxes for me. I have a person who I have review mine for a bit of shmoney. Yeah, all Dolly Mini and its vague suggestion of horses. Yeah, or like the completely garbled nonsense text. Like that was silly and didn't harmless. It wasn't harming people that it was doing that. I don't know. I learned AI back in college way before it became this. We learned how AI could be a companion, be a friend, or a lover. Oh, we can be better, but this is forced due to greed. Yeah, like I feel like we could be using. Here's one thing that is a weird AI usage that I consent to that is fine, which is that I am somebody who had to have partial DNA sequencing done for genetic testing reasons. There is currently an AI model that can compare DNA against other DNA to see if certain medications may be effective for you, just on a genetic level. Or like so that way you don't have to go through the trial and error that everyone complains about, honestly, with like antidepressants and stuff. Because a lot of them will just not work for certain people on a personal basis. I feel like that is a good use for AI, because that is something that back when I first had to have my partial sequencing done, was done partially by a person and partially by a computer that was just running to like tick things off. That is I think a beneficial way of using it. Yeah, difference between software and generative AI. This isn't generating anything. Yeah, you're right. I think that is the best way of putting it, is that is not generative. That is machine learning. That is an AI model that is trained. It's not making something. It's just doing data comparison. Yeah, that's probably the best way of putting it, yeah. Machine learning is useful when applied sensibly. Yes, yeah, Deep Blue originally for medical purposes. Isn't Deep Blue used for chess? Isn't Deep Blue the chess one? I can't remember. Great stuff with protein folding that AI's been able to do? Yeah! AI is not inherently the enemy, I don't think. I think that machine learning can be good, but I think generative is where it becomes a problem. Oh, Delta, hello? Have I been rated on YouTube and YouTube has actually alerted me this time? Hello, welcome in, Truemates. You know the deal. Rotate. Oh, they're fighting us, they're kapowing us. Truemates, fight back, help. Help, they're setting things on fire, I don't know what's happening. Welcome in. I am Squiiji, freelance artist fungi. I'm also an art educator, and we're doing a Q&A right now, sort of a creative Q&A at the moment. If you have any questions for a VTuber, whoa, an art educator, or a 3D modeler, those kinds of things, that's me. Also, mushrooms. Hi Delta. Is this an inky cat mushroom? So cool. Yes, I am an inky cat mushroom. As soon as I'm done being an orb, however. But hello, what were you guys up to? How was stream? I see we got a little bit of rotation. Hey, Twitch roommates, did you rotate for them? Did you rotate for the Raiders? I know you spun my head, but like, I don't know if that counts. There we go, That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see, yes. Thank you. Yes, all of you just saying yes. I'm doing my best. I appreciate it. Your best is enough for me. I appreciate it. There you go. We were talking about AI and how there's a difference between AI and machine learning recently, just now. But we were answering questions via Marshmallow if you guys have specific questions that you would like to have answered. But what were you up to for stream? What were you doing? What were you up to? I hope you had a good one. If you or your fellows need to do things like eating or drinking or snorkeling and meeing, please prioritize taking care of yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, I do appreciate it, but look after yourself. Please. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. Watching your video analysis, you're a cool specialist. Thank you. I have an intriguing niche for VTubing. The VTuber niche of character design is an interesting one to be in. It is fun. Lovely rotation ballet teachers would fall to their knees. Thank you. I can't turn on point, but I used to be able to do some spins in figure skating once upon a time. I do. AI art is creepy. It is creepy, yes. It's also not art, it is just images, yes. One of the people that asked the questions will find the answers. Good question, since they were a couple months ago, but I think that a lot of people who ask the questions, people who attend my Friday streams tend to be like the core of the shroommates to some degree. The people who attend almost every stream, so I have a feeling they'll find it and they'll hear it. Or they'll see that I did have the stream marked as Q&A and they'll be like, oh, I asked that question a while ago, I wonder if they got to it in this one. Yeah. I'm a comp sci graduate, so I'm pretty much fine with any as long as it was natural learning, no stealing. I guess that's fair. I hear people make the case for models that are like ethically sourced, but currently I don't think there's any of them that actually qualify as ethically sourced as far as generative goes, because all of them use similar basis, and that basis was scraped, unfortunately. So I don't know. Don't know when my question's gonna come up. Ruku, we may have to keep an eye out. We'll see. You need what? Hey, I cannot provide that to you, and also family-friendly stream, so I appreciate your €2. However, wait, I can't have that visible on my stream. Thank you, though. $6 shrimp special, I'm the way, the truth in life. Oh, the shrimp Jesus that I got tricked by. I didn't get tricked by it. Grandmas get tricked by shrimp Jesus, but we called me shrimp Jesus because I got tricked by background art that was. It's so hard to determine nowadays, unfortunately. Why do they have to look like that, all smooth and bright? It's because they're generating things from noise, and therefore it doesn't work. Yeah, we are PG-13 around here as best as we can be. AI inbreeding's a thing. Yeah, I think that's also why they end up looking janky, is because the AI is kind of creating more work based on itself, which is causing trouble. Mom getting tricked by ads cleaning the whales. I saw that! I saw the things cleaning the whales on TikTok where they don't declare that it's AI clearly enough. And it's just convincing enough where I was like, whales don't have that on them. How do you put a whale on a ship? But it's convincing enough nowadays that it's scary. It's concerning. My specific question is just right about the subject of AI. Is it even worth trying to draw in 2025? Specifically start from scratch, especially if you're well over 20. Yes! Yes, it is! Yes! It is so worth it, because I was saying earlier, as beings, we need to express ourselves. We have this innate drive to create. And just to make work, you don't have to be good at it. You don't have to be good at something to want to do it and to enjoy doing it. You should be doing it to express that part of yourself. Like, yeah, I already know the answer for myself. Your thoughts are interesting. Making is always worthwhile. You don't have to be good at it. Just because I sing doesn't mean I have to be good at singing. I just want to sing for fun. Just because I crochet doesn't mean I have to be the best at it either. I make it for fun. There's infinitely more people that are better than me at both of those things, and I'm very late at starting both of those things in my life, but that doesn't make them not worth doing. Anything that you enjoy is worth doing. So if you have the drive to want to try it, do it. There's no deadline on learning a new skill. You're never too old for something. What do they say? Oprah wasn't Oprah until she was 40 or something. It's never too late to start. I know that there's some things that are treated like, you know, with ballet, you cannot be a serious ballet or ballerina unless you started as a kid to make sure that your musculature and all of that developed the way it had to for it and proper and whatever. But I think that most creative pursuits are not that way. Ballet, I think, is the outlier and not the just like basis mostly, yeah. Amen. Yeah, thank you. I was looking for a TTS bot conditions, and 90% of what I found was AI. Don't know how to find good commission spaces? For TTS, oh, I see. So like I have my Gary, who is TTS, but he uses one of the old-fashioned TTS models, which doesn't really try and emulate human modulation in speech. It's just a voice bank, essentially. He just has a lot of words he's trained to say in the older sense of it. It's not quite the same. Plan to learn violin, for example, and I'm after 25 years old. Yeah, of course. Do it. Do it. I've been trying to learn ukulele for years. It's never too late. It is never too late. It's never too late. Never too late. Don't have to do something at pro level, just enjoy it. Yeah. Just have fun with things, right? Fine. Gotta eep at 4 a.m. now. Oh, enjoy your eep. Thank you for hanging out, though. Let's see. Do I have, let's get another question that was from the marshmallow. What are your thoughts on automating clip generation from VOD content, not AI? Funny topical, not AI. I don't know how I would automate clip generation from VOD content. My thing is, like, I understand why clipping is good, and I appreciate people who do clip from me. I appreciate it a lot. But I don't enjoy clip editing very much. I'm not somebody who has a lot of fun with video editing, despite how much I do it. Oh, hang on. What is that? Moobot! It didn't like that you said apartments.com spelled out. Yeah, now Moobot's mad about links. It was fine with links earlier for some reason, but now it's not fine. Not the Jeff Goldberg apartments.com commercial where he mentions AI. I don't know that one, but Moobot, what is up with your striking? Why are you striking randomly miscellaneously? Don't do it. It's not even a link. But I would like to work on clipping myself better in the future going forward, but I don't really know of any good way to automate that process. So if you guys have any answers to that, I would be intrigued, but I don't really have an answer to this question. I don't have a method that I'm aware of that can do that. And I fear that that's not something that can be really automated, unless we're talking about the fact that like people do clip me and then that's just a clip that I don't have to make to some degree. I don't know. Do you think the male VTuber debuff is real? No. Not at all. Not at all. You just have to market yourself properly. Same goes for everyone. I don't think that's true. I think that if you are having troubles as a male VTuber, you are not establishing yourself in your niche properly, because I have seen many male VTubers do fantastically and phenomenally. Yeah. A program that reads chat, if they say clip it enough, it clips the last 30 seconds of stream. The problem is I speak too much. Any clips of me are hard to make because I talk for too long, unfortunately. I talk for too long. So I am a little hard to clip. Even when I try and clip myself, I usually miss parts of the context that's needed. It's fine. For clip automation, you can scrap either sound or chat peaking. Automatic process would still require an AI backbone. Yeah, mayhaps. But the thing is though, when I do silly stuff, it's not always reflected in chat reacting to it. Also, sometimes it is reflective of it, but not always. Male VTuber debuffs or male VTuber hate groups. Yeah, I don't think there's a gender-based debuff in VTubing in any way, shape, or form. I know that unfortunately at large, like we talk about game streamers at large, the general audience is overwhelmingly male for it, or at least it was. May not be still, but it was overwhelmingly male, and a lot of them wanted to watch other men streaming, or alternatively, they wanted to watch girls that they thought were attractive stream. So that ended up creating something of a bit of a gender bias in just streaming at large, unfortunately. And I think we still see that often when we look at the top streamers on most platforms, that it is overwhelmingly male dominated. Same deal with just YouTube in general. If you look at the top YouTubers on the platform, it is dominated by men. I think that comes, unfortunately, partially as a viewer problem. Where in VTubing, it's one of the funny fields that is more like women dominated. And as a result, there are a lot more male viewers for it, but that was historically because VTubing was at the intersection of idol culture and anime culture, which are two things that have overwhelmingly male viewership who are looking for like women essentially to be what they're watching. I think that in order to succeed as a male VTuber, you just have to know how to appeal to your audience properly. Like, you just have to be in front of the right eyes, essentially. Yeah, the BFGF thing, I don't know about that. I mean, you can use that if that's the kind of audience you want, but at the same time, if you are a male VTuber, you just need to make content that appeals to either the men who like watching gaming, because that's still a big audience, or you need to appeal to women who are going to be interested, or like anyone, I guess, who is attracted to you on the basis of your model or your voice or things like that. Like, those are kind of the options, more or less, yeah. Vidal was the best female streamer last year. That is very funny. that is kind of silly, but yeah. So I don't think there's actually a male VTuber debuff. I think that to everyone just starting out in VTubing, it's hard, and it may feel like you have a debuff for one reason or another, but a lot of success in VTubing is based in research and luck. 2 parts. Kind of almost equally. You can get pretty far on research alone if you have the time and consistency and all those things to put into it, but a lot of the times luck is also a factor in it. Some people blow up and then it just ends up working out to some degree for them. Hey, don't throw hands at me, I'm right. I'm right, hey. Notice an increase in VTubers who are just IRL streamers who now have kids and don't want on camera or want off days. Yeah, VTubing is very nice for not having to like worry about what you look like so much. I will tell you, am I considered conventionally attractive? Unclear. I've never been made fun of for what I look like as a person. But do I want to be perceived? No! I have too much dysphoria for that. I do not want to be perceived in that manner. So the fact that I don't have to worry about what I look like and get to present myself as a funny little mushroom, it just adds more creative expression in VTubing. So I don't think there's any debuff, no. To blow up, you need to hop on the latest trends and beef with larger creators. No! 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 Be better than that! No! There was a lot of gloom going around on Twitter recently because of somebody blowing up because, essentially a little bit of rage baiting in some way. Or like, there's a number of VTubers who have blown up because of that. But do you really want that to be what you're known for? Like, you don't want to be a grifter, you don't want to be somebody who is known for allowing bad actors in your community or for any of those reasons. Like, if you want, don't go for any method of achieving fame. I know they say that any press is good press, that all press is good press. I don't believe that at all. Even slightly, I don't. Yeah, that's how you get toxic comment section. That's how you end up getting people who are gonna be hypercritical of yourself, and do you want all those eyes on you? Likely no. No. I don't like being parasocial with my audience, don't want the ick of people only giving me stuff because they want to be my friend. Yeah, I mean, that is a tough thing to try and field in general. I have had trouble with that historically. I have unfortunately become a little bit closed off as far as talking to and getting to know other VTubers in a lot of ways, because I have had some situations historically with talking to the people in VTubing where I wind up feeling used, unfortunately, which is partially my own fault. I am too giving sometimes, and I am too much of a helper. And if you are somebody who is worrying that I'm saying this about you, the fact that you're worrying, it means it's not you. So like, don't think I'm vaguing about you if you are somebody who has talked to me before or, you know, wanted help from me in some way. That's not who I'm talking about. But there have been people who have made me feel like I've been used in some manner, and it makes me a little closed off. It's kind of tough to field that in VTubing. It's rough. Yeah, just got so scared. No. If you are nervous that you're being interpreted that way, that probably means you are not one of those people. Don't worry. Oh man, I get that. I've had that happen so much more so as an artist. I have had it happen. I have had people who I thought of as friends contact me for things to try and get me to work on projects for like groups they're a part of or for agencies they have contacts with or things like that as an attempt to get me to skip the line for them. And I'm like, no, you have just attempted to use our friendship as a negotiation strategy to get ahead, and I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like friendship being used in a way to circumnavigate regular avenues. I understand that networking is a thing, and it'd be fine if it was just a networking thing, but make your intentions clear that you are talking to me because you would like to further work with whatever it may be. Yeah. Yeah. Did have a friend looking back on it, do a lot for them, didn't do a lot for me. Yeah, be careful of those kinds of relationships. I have had those also. And these are only just a handful of things that happened, but it's tough because it's happened enough in my real life that I was being too naive in VTubing. I'm a little more guarded these days. I don't respond to DMs very much. I get a lot of them. And it's not because I don't want to help people, and it's not because I am unfriendly or anything like that. It's just because I have to protect myself in some manner. Sorry, I just put it there. He told it's pronounced similar to pedal. Oh, Vettel? Oh, whoops. I was unaware of that. I don't really watch them, Naro-sama, so I'm unaware. Thank you for letting me know, though. One more question before I sleep. I saw you were rating on characters. Have you done, or would you like to rate the Atelier series main characters? Like Witch Hat Atelier? Maybe. There's a lot of things I'd love to get to someday, some way, somehow. Maybe, if I could. There was a time when I had a friend with a popular artist. People would try and use me as a middleman when my friend closed her DMs. Yeah, but that's how people have been to me before, where they'll try and use someone who is a friend of mine, maybe, as a middleman to get to talk to me with something. It's just uncomfortable. It's weird. Don't be the middleman in those kinds of situations. I know you want to help your friends, but it feels weird to the person that you're contacting, and it makes it feel like you aren't genuinely friends. It's tough. It's odd. Even if it were drama, I'd love to be in the discussion, love to be in VTuber drama videos. I would not love to be. I would not love to be. I don't like being looked at. In my forays on the interwebs, I am compatriots with many of the people who, in some ways, were referred to as drama tubers, often, back before that was really a term for them, because a lot of us were just YouTubers. And one of them offered to feature me in a video, and it was somebody who was relatively high profile, and I was very grateful for them asking if I'd like to be featured in the video, but I was like, I don't want people looking at me. You have a big audience. I don't want to be perceived. I'm good, thank you though. Scowy. Scowy. But also at the same time, the kind of viewers that look at those kinds of drama videos and stuff are not the kind of people that I want looking at me often. I don't want people who are interested in seeing like pot stirring and stuff here. I am a positivity only person as best as I can be, and I don't want people who are looking for flaws to pick apart about me or looking for flaws to pick apart about other people in my community, if at all possible. I like things being very chill as best as it can be. Oh no, I told my friend and she blocked the people. Oh, there you go. See, that's fair. That's I think the better way of handling it is telling the person that people are trying to use you to get to them, because that is a red flag, yeah. Glad you stream even though it's against your nature. Been great to be here. Yeah, every once in a while I become aware that people perceive me and I go, ah! Usually in bed with Joby at night. I'll be talking about something and I'll be like, oh, I've become aware. Oh, psychic damage that people may speak about me in places where I can't hear it. Ah! It's scary. It's terrifying. And I'm somebody who struggles with the idea that people can have a vision of you in their head that isn't who you actually are. That's something that scares me a lot. And I know I have no control over it, but I don't like that being a possibility. Scary. So I do my best to field those things. The real drama is the beef between Moobot and EG, for real. That's the only drama we have around here is the drama between Moobot and my chat. Moobot does not get along with everyone. Imagine EG going, wait, what do you mean we're not all in the same room right now? I feel like I think about streaming the way I think about teaching often, as far as the power dynamic goes, where we can be associates and we can be, like, equals in some senses, but it is very much an environment where I am in a position where I'm speaking to all of you and I am, you know, teaching all of you. But that's what the dynamic is, essentially. But that is why, at least with streaming itself, I don't sort of get the stage fright thing. I'm used to teaching. I've given lectures in places where I've had 100 or so people in attendance. So therefore, doing this doesn't really freak me out as much, but it's once, you know, I had a video kind of get picked up on Twitter and I had a couple million views on it. That is what scares me. That was my virtual face video. That is what scares me. That is where I get nervous. The internet is a wild ride, yeah. Was it stressful doing lectures at first? Yeah, I'm an introvert. And I tend to trip over words a good bit, if you guys haven't noticed. I have a lot of filler words from time to time, depending on how focused I am. I tend to get hyper-focused about the way I speak. And the way that I speak when I'm teaching is not at all the way I speak when I'm streaming, which is a little bit harder for me to maintain. I found, unfortunately, when you're a teacher, speaking in a lower register does yield better results. So I can't talk like this in my customer service-y voice. And my like default speaking voice is a little bit lower, so that helps. But if I modulate my voice like this, like the way I talk now and the way I talk naturally, it doesn't go over as well. But anyway, it was stressful at first, but it's just one of those things you have to do enough times until it stops being. You learn that the people who are watching you are just other people, and that if you goof up, they're like, well, yeah, they're human. They're just like me. Like, people don't hold you at fault. Your students aren't gonna like decide you're some terrible person because you accidentally misspeak or something, as long as you're not doing actually horrible things. Like, the fear is just lack of practice and essentially thinking of worst case scenarios. So, now once I got over that, it wasn't so bad. Voice is rough and grumpy and afraid others won't like it. That's their problem. Quite frankly, Rex, that is their problem. If they don't like it, their problem. They're missing out. Because I think voices are one of those things that is the scarier part of VTubing. I know a lot of people who have been critiqued for what their voice sounds like, but if people show up in your stream and are like, me about your voice, time out. Time them out. Get rid of them. Get them out of here. No. You don't want them around anyway. If there are people who care that much about something like that, get rid of them. You don't want them. Not your problem. Your voice is great in its own unique way. Get out of here. Also, imagine saying something about someone. Imagine critiquing someone about something they can't change. Crazy. 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 Don't do that. Don't critique people on things they cannot change about themselves. That's just rude. that is just impolite. And if people do that, you don't want them out anyway. They're just being impolite. Mushroom dance, whatever could it mean? I don't know what it means. I think this is a reference to a song that I don't remember fully. I don't know what it means. I can do a mushroomy dance. I want to do the, do you know the, I think, what's her name, Raiden? One of the Hololive girls did it. It's the mai take, guru 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 guru, mai take, guru 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 guru, where you do like the hand gesture that's like this. That's my mushroom dance I'm aware of. Do you know that one? I was on TikTok for a minute. It means you lived a life of sin? What? What are you talking about? Huh? Is that the reference to it? I don't know that one. Like people who can put aside the sound of a voice to focus on the content of their speech. Yeah! Yeah. No clue people think about my face or voice. All I know is probably not god level since no one's ever swooned or fainted in my presence. Yeah, I know that, I mean, granted you guys aren't the kind of people who would say that about my voice, but I've never really heard one thing or another people thinking about my voice. I don't know if people like it, I don't know if they dislike it. It's just what I sound like. I don't care. They give Metal Gear Solid Raiden. Good option, but no. I think her name's Raiden. She's one of the Regloss members, I think. The dark-haired one. I can't think. Am I right? I might be wrong. I'm not the best at knowing. You have a great voice? Ah, thanks. I'm not fishing for compliments. It's a voice. Yeah, that's what I was hoping. It is a voice. That's all I need it to be. Pleasant. Works for me. Motivational times in the shroom state. Thanks. Thanks. Let's see. What do we have? Could we have a mini design review on Ragel, the mushroom from Undertale? AKA just look at them in their overworld sprites. I recommend a video. Mayhaps. We could do a mushroom character design speedrun. I know at one point the shroommates were collecting mushrooms from various media for me somewhere in the Discord. Maybe we just do like a speedrun of critiquing mushroom designs. I feel like we could do that. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, we could. Could be a valid option. Oh, Joby has returned. Consider The Last of Us zombies are mushrooms. Yeah, I know that my brethren are also in what? Warhammer also? Was it Warhammer? Warframe? One of the wars. Can't remember. Dark Souls mushroom? Yeah. There's a lot of mushroom character design in various media. There was one in Genshin that you guys didn't tell me about until after we'd been talking about Genshin for like weeks or something. Oh, T-pose. How are you feeling about my T-pose? Are you intimidated? How scary is this? High reality. Warframe infected aren't mushrooms. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I misspoke. I'm not a Warframe knower, unfortunately. But I will drink some hot chalky while I'm stuck T-posing, thank you. Via the power of levitation, teleportation, telekinesis, just list other powers, I'm drinking my hot chalky. Like your voice? I think everyone who's been in stream for long enough would also like it. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad you guys like it. Oh, snacks too, thanks. Oh, I will find a fish cracker. I'll find a fish cracker. They're here. I brought them into the room specifically because I knew stream was going to start, and then I wanted fish cracker. Mushroom critique and prevent Warhammer 40k orcs. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of, was Warhammer 40k orcs. That's what I was thinking of, was my mushroomy brethren. Yeah, I see. We could collect mushrooms to do a mushroom-themed, whoop, teleports. Mushroom-themed character design critique one of these days. Oh, I could put myself back in the corner manually. Whap. There we go. Yeah, we could post them and go through them. Yeah, Toad, put Toad in there. What other mushrooms are there? There's a bunch out there. We've already critiqued the mushroom fella from Cookie Run Kingdom. Yeah, I don't know. Did get the 3 mushrooms blind boxes, get the EG one. I saw those blind boxes you did, Selma. If I had more money, I would probably buy one of those kinds of boxes. I love funny little mushroom trinkets. I would like them. Please. Ruku, and Selma's a nice voice, and Amber is a nice voice, and Zany's a nice voice, and Wire's a nice voice, and Hoshi's a nice voice. I can concur with most of those. I haven't heard... Actually, wait, no, I have heard everybody's voice that's in that list. Never mind, I was saying because of the VR chat meet and greet, I did meet many of you, and everybody has pleasant voices. I had no trouble with any voices I've heard out of the Shroom State thus far. If that's a reassurance to any of you, yeah. Mushroom people from Baldur's Gate 3? I didn't know that either. Maybe we should actually compile a list of them. Make a mushroom character. You could make also a mushroom character. Will you do more fighting game design character design critique in the future? Potentially, maybe. We'd have to pick a good one. I think Blaze Blue was a good option. Skullgirls might also be a good option too, but I fear that there may be some less family-friendly things in there. Maybe. But I could consider it. The problem is that my list of series that I want to look at for character design is infinite. It's always growing, and the fact that it takes me 2 weeks to get through one series makes it take a really, really long time. Tekken, yeah, I could do Tekken, Street Fighter, there's a lot. There's so many. I don't know. Reminds me, Guilty Gear Strive's character designs are worse than the ones in earlier games? Really, you think so? I critiqued the Guilty Gear Strive character designs a couple weeks ago. I genuinely like them better than a lot of the other ones. From a character design standpoint, at least. Some of them aren't that much better, and some of them I feel like are downgrades in some ways, but I like a lot of them a lot, surprisingly. I haven't listened to the playback of the meet and greet. I haven't heard myself in decades to know what I sound like anymore. I haven't posted the meet and greet anywhere because I haven't found the willpower to edit it yet. They're toned down significantly, and a lot of them lose their character. Maybe it's just the sample group I looked at. Some of them I did feel lost character, like Elfelt I was kind of sad about. Ram Lethal lost some things. Axel, we can't tell his profession, which made me kind of sad. But for the most part, I liked some of the more grounded designs. And I feel like the color palettes were stronger also. So I mean, it might be a personal preference thing. It could be give or take with that. Things in Strive I like better, but some aspects I like less. Yeah, I think it's give or take. Some things I think are stronger, and then maybe some things that are not as strong. Oh, you think they massacred Kai? Really? I think they took him in a very different direction that I don't know if it's a massacre. I like some of the decision making, but they really made his silhouette less strong. So that's more so my thoughts there. Let me see, what else do we have here? Oh, grand and wise shroom, how do you make clean line art? I keep trying, but it ends up looking like split straw. Also, what exercises should I do before drawing? To focus us back up into art things. Let's see, can I open Clip Studio? I can open Clip Studio right now. So if you are going to draw a line, to draw nice smooth lines, the thing you're talking about with it looking like a split straw is called hairy lines. And that's because you are putting your pen down and then picking it up and putting it down and picking it up and not making sure all the points are connected. So try and complete your line art in smooth arcs, which means a lot of the times if you're struggling with line art cleanliness, it's because you're trying to draw from your fingertips, just from your little tippy tips of your fingers. If all that's moving when you are drawing is your thumb and your fingers, you know, I can do that by going like this and resting my hand flat against it. If you're doing that, you are not getting the maximum stability that you could be from your arm. If you draw from your wrist, you'll get bigger strokes. Like here, this is all the more I can draw from my fingers. I can go, that's the longer of a line. If I draw from my wrist, I can go, whoop. If I draw from my elbow, which is an even better pivot point, I can whoop and draw a really long, curved, smooth line. That is my secret. And then secondarily for line art, just make sure you're lining things up. Have confidence. So if I draw a line like this, don't draw your line art going like this, or even closer, don't draw it like this inherently. I'm still doing too good of a job lining things up. Just make sure you're lining your lines up if you have to pick up and start again. And if you can't, clean up a little bit. And that is how you make smooth line art. Also, it can depend on the brush that you're using. Because I don't have the most stable hand on planet Earth, I have a wrist injury. I use a stabilizer. My pencil doesn't have a stabilizer on it. So like if I do arcs and stuff, or if I draw something and it goes a little bit funky, you can see all the variation in it, makes it not smooth. But to make up for the fact that I have a wrist injury, I have a stabilizer in Clip Studio Paint. Mine is turned up pretty high actually, because I don't have good hand stability. My hands shake a little bit. So that way when I draw like a circle, there's still some variation in it. But it generally smooths things out a good bit for me. And if you have access to things like vector lines, those also help a lot. So if you are trying to draw a smooth arc that connects to somewhere, whatever it may be, Clip Studio Paint has vector tools where I can, oops, I'm not on a vector layer, so I can't actually do it. Hang on. Give me a vector layer. Woo. Hide my things I'm doing. If I draw this line and it needs to intersect with this, I can just use my vector tools and lengthen that line and then push the points so that they are smoother or less smooth. I can edit individual points to get this arc to be more so the way I like it. Those are all the things I do for line art, at least. I love line art. I love lining things. Stopped drinking coffee and magically my hand got steadier. Turns out caffeine's not good for stability. That is true, often. Fun fact, the stabilizer in my program is less stabilized than my actual hand. That's wild. I envy your hand stability if that is the case. I don't have fantastic hand stability, so I do have to rely on it a good bit. And if you are somebody who doesn't like doing line art, or doesn't, even with a lot of stabilizer, feels like your line art is shaky, there's ways of using it that work out. Whoa! There's a character appearing in my room right now. Hello? Who are you? Hello? What's up? What's up?
Oh, ain't nothing. Nothing
Nothing
going
up?
on.
You look crazy. Jubby. It was Jubby. Jubby was the character, but I don't know if it really was Jubby. It was Jubby somewhere deep down inside. But Jubby came in here wearing these really funny, thin sunglasses. You got a chain on. In the gray tank top.
These are the
Carabiner.
These are the classic Neo from the Matrix.
They kind of are, yeah. They are kind of Neo-esque.
And really got a lot of personality.
They do have a lot of personality. Also, you're right.
Oh, what?
Came in and say hi, didn't even give me a kiss. Crazy.
Crazy.
Crazy. Who do you think you are? Heard the ah-ha-ha. Yeah, Jovi does the ah-ha-ha. If you are not familiar, Jovi is my partner. Who I live with and who got home from work a little bit ago. Hey, Jovi! Actually, here, I can just close the door. They vanished. It just echoes too much when I have the door open. If they come back in here now. You have been Jovied. Jovi sounds a lot like someone I knew before. I keep picturing them, but your description of Jovi is the complete opposite. Jovi is tall and handsome with long dark hair and blue eyes and silly glasses, right now at least. Jovi should have a model just appear in the background and be another shroomate. I would like to make something as just my signifier of Jovi is in room. Tall, dark, handsome. Mayhaps, yeah. Mayhaps. Perhaps. Jovi is very cute. Jovi's very pretty also. Yeah, these are all good descriptors for Jovi. Oh, but I was talking about line art. If you don't like line art or feel that you cannot make smooth line art to the degree that you want to, you don't have to. You can have a sketch and then clean it up to make it into nice line art. Just by chopping off all the excess of the edges. Or alternatively, because like, look, that's a pretty okay, that's a pretty decent line. It's got some good variation on it. I'd pass this as a line. But there is also a lot of artists that have just inherently like sort of wobbly, loose line styles. Off the top of my head, I think of Lavender Town, who has a little bit of like a wobbly pencil brush that she uses that ends up feeling like it meanders ever so slightly. But because it does that in all of her lines, it feels like it's just an element of her style. So there's ways you can build that in. Yeah. Does Jovi have unfair eyelash advantage? Jovi does have really nice long eyelashes, but I can't complain because I also do. I won a genetic lottery and have very nice eyelashes without mascara or anything, yeah. You can also just not do line art if you don't want to. That's also true. That's also true. You can just do lineless work as well. Yeah. Pretty mushroom, thank you. I
Hey,
designed
Gary
mine
here.
myself.
I do like Jovi. Will like them more if they give me those glasses they are wearing.
Aw, Gary, what if we could replace your glasses? That would be cute if we had a way where we could switch what glasses you're wearing. The glasses Jovi's wearing would look dashing on you, Gary. I do agree. Need a wild Jovi's appeared Pokemon style emote? Yeah, I'll make a little Jovi emote. We'll make a Jovi emote some way. Gary needs some Gucci shades. You think I have the money for that? I don't think I have the money for that. No. I cannot afford Gucci shades for my son. I think he'd break them, unfortunately. Give Gary nice things. Gary can have nice things. But I need nice things. You can crochet them. I could. Make colored shapes, use an outer stroke fill to make the line art. That's also an option. That's an option that I like when I'm doing editing stuff. I like using that for outlines, yeah. Just really still definitely like... Akisa? Because of her glasses. I do like glasses on characters, yes. Sorry, I had to think real hard about how to pronounce that name, and if I said it wrong, you're welcome to tell me. What about Gucci glasses? Is that like an off-brand Gucci? Here's the thing. I'm not giving my son fake designer clothing. That's a low blow in and of itself, but can't afford to give him real designer clothing. He can just wear regular clothing. Akisia. Ah, okay, Akisia. Thanks. I see. Pronunciation guides, always necessary for teacher debuff. Timu Gucci. No. False. Also, as we were saying for things, let me toggle off my merch so that way I can show you. Hide that. There we go. So I can show you hand stretches. The hand stretches that you should be doing when you're drawing. Whoa. Okay. Hand stretches that you should be doing when you are working. You should be doing. We can do shroommates. I know a lot of you draw when we work. Hey, shroommates, have you done your hand stretches? Hey, you, all of you. Take your hand. Put your fingers across the bottom, like, edge of your palm. Can I even, like, show it? Yeah, like, right there. And pull your hand flat. I don't think my tracking will do it because it's too close, but, like, nope, flip the hand the other way. Nope, flip the hand the other way. Come on, there we go. Like this, and press, and hold that for 30 seconds with your arm fully extended. Oh, it's kind of tracking it. You can kind of see me doing it. Oh, look at my arm freely rotating. That's concerning. And do that for both wrists. You should stretch your arms evenly for both. And then you do the opposite with your palm facing towards you and put your fingers across the back of your knuckles. Cool, for 30 seconds. Just pop my elbow that way. Gently, Zany. Gently. Please be gentle. Don't do it so hard that you pop your elbow. Gentle pressure, gentle, easy pressure. And if it hurts, you don't have to pull that hard. If it feels tight, that means you should be doing the stretch more likely. And these stretches are the ones I was taught to do by my physical therapist when I injured myself. So these are like real stretches that are good. Yeah, showing off your engagement ring pose. Aha, look at my ring. Next one, you tuck your thumb in to your fist and gently, and I cannot stress this enough, gently tip your fist forward. I'm kind of doing a good job of showing it right now, even though I am short. Ryuku was beat to the shorten. Do that. I cannot stress enough. Gently do this one. That's good for decord veins, which is what I have. And then other hand. Thank you for following Beeb That Streams. There we go. Do the other one. And then make a tight fist and just point your fists down. Oh, I'm covering my face with my arms so you can't see them. And then if you're somebody who has like wrist problems, squeezing a stress ball is good for making sure that everything is still like functioning and aligned properly as it should be. Yeah. Preferred exercise, crack fingers and cause arthritis. Haven't they just proven that cracking fingers causes arthritis? I used to crack my fingers a lot, but I don't do it very much anymore. My wrists crack. I'm somebody who, if I rotate my hands in a circle, every rotation makes my wrists crack. They're loud. But that's because I got a little funkiness happening in there. That's a myth, apparently. Yeah, I thought it was. I didn't think, yeah, it's not proven. I didn't think it actually causes injury. Just need to watch a video. Yeah, watch a video. I might not be the best for showing it because my tracking's not that good, but do stretch, do exercises, and do warm-ups. I've shown you guys my warm-ups before, where I will draw a bunch of circles until I can draw circles pretty consistently. I've already warmed up today. I will draw a bunch of diagonal lines until I can get them more or less the same length and distance apart consistently and comfortably. Sometimes I'll draw like weird squiggly shapes to try and connect things together. There's a number of good things to do when you're warming up. Got medically prescribed slime tension putty. That sounds right. That sounds about right to me. I've been medically prescribed before those like stretchy bands. That was for my hips, but there's a whole kinds of funny things you can be prescribed. Do invest, if you ever have the money to afford it, invest in meeting with a occupational therapist. Like occupational physical therapist, because they'll make sure that your screens are set up at a good height and that your mouse is in a way where it's not going to injure you and all of those good things. To take preventative measures, because preventative is always better than trying to solve things after they've already gone wrong and gotten injuries. So take care of yourselves. Oh. Jimder, cool. Thank you for following, and also I see you've discovered my Ouija. Now you have to deal with me being big. If it causes arthritis, then I sure am gonna get that. Uh-oh. I don't think it does. I think it's not proven. I think you're okay. But I think that answers that question pretty sufficiently. I didn't eat my fish crackers I was supposed to. Zany told me to eat fish cracker. Thank you for head pat also, which does restore my head to a normal size. I'm gonna eat some fish cracker and take a sippy of my drink, because I didn't earlier. Wait. There we go. Did you hear my fish cracker jug hit the floor? Even when times are tough, EG will find the money for fish cracker. Muscles are both really tense and underutilized. Oh, it's a sort of hyperflexibility and other stuff. Oh yeah, you have to be very, gentle. Massages do also help, that's true. I'm supposed to massage my wrists also when I'm drawing and after drawing. And for wrists, even if you don't have an active wrist injury, do consider sleeping with a wrist brace on, like the fully immobilizing type, just to make sure that your hand is in a proper position, where it's in the most neutral position it could be while you're asleep. No sense in sleeping and waking up and finding out that your thumb was cocked at some weird angle and therefore not doing a good job at keeping you, in the best wrist health could be in. Just invest into a wrist brace and sleep in it. I used to wear one for both wrists. Right now, I'm not always sleeping with one on, period. I forget too often, but when I can, I remember to sleep with my wrist brace on. I like you even though I'm gay. I like you even though I'm a shroom. That's fine. Wearing a brace at night is so nice for reducing inflammation and soreness. Yeah. Yes, I agree. I used to have trouble sleeping without my brace on because my wrist would bother me so much, so it is useful. Do give it a shot. Interesting to see which redeems are most popular next time Twitch tabulates that. Lots of ooh-ee-gee-ah-ahs. Yeah, I would be intrigued to see. I don't think the spinny-gee, I don't think my head spin is going to be outcompeted, but I do get a lot of head pats now. So maybe we will see. I was told just sleeping with wrist braces can weaken your tendons if you do it without industry by a doctor. Really? I was told the opposite by a physical therapist, that even for my left wrist, I should be sleeping with a wrist brace on because I tend to I'll use my left wrist for things instead of using my right hand to take some of the strain off my right hand, but I have never heard that. So maybe do consult with a doctor. They're going to do that, but for artists, usually we are already suffering from weakened tendons and having our wrists at weird angles, and we have the inflammation already. So I don't know. Also, if your pinky and ring finger, half your fingers start hurting or feeling numb, you're overtaxing, compressing. Yeah, that's true. Also, if you start getting pain in the back of your arm, that can be because you're leaning on your elbow too much when you're drawing or doing things, and you're giving yourself tennis elbow, causing the nerve that runs over the tip of your elbow to inflame. Be careful. Sleep in a carbonite block like Han Solo. Maybe. Why would wearing a wrist brace at night cause tendons to weaken? Because you're not really actively using them in your sleep, though. I don't know. Unclear. Let me eat a couple more fish crackers, and then I'll look at the next question. I still haven't made it to the questions from today, which is actually concerning. I need to speed up here. Since you know a lot about mushrooms, I got a question. Are all mushrooms are fungi, right? But are all fungi mushrooms? Yes. Very easy answer. If it's in the fungi kingdom, it's a mushroom, usually. There are things like slime molds that are kind of different, but mushrooms are mushrooms. Fungi kingdom contains many things, though. Yes. Dreaming. I'm also not a mycologist. Share a fish for me. Do you want a snack? Here, Zany, have a snack. Roommates, do you guys want a little fish cracker while I eat fish cracker? You can ask them if you want. I'm willing to share. You guys have been nice today. Here you go, Selma. Oh, I'm over here, which makes it easier to feed you. Here you go, Ryuku. Yes, please. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go, Shroommates. Have a snack. Yum, 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 yum. Slime molds are not fungi. They're not. Slime molds are potentially getting their own category. at some point, because they do kind of exist beyond the range of any other life form in some ways. Ibuprofen also helps with ulnar nerve pain. Ibuprofen helps with inflammation in general, which is nice. Might have different advice because of my chronic pain. Oh, maybe. Use physically pain aids as little as we can stand because nothing is wrong with our bodies, part of brain dysfunction. Oh, I see, I see. So jelly of your shape keys? Watch my blend shapes. It took a lot of practice. This is not my first model I had rigged to have a face. That's why. I have rigged many a 3D model to have a face before I was a VTuber. I've been using Apple ARKit since like 2019. So I had a little bit of an unfair advantage when I got to VTubing. Fish cracker. New to your stream, I was wondering if your username meant anything or if it was just a random idea. That's an easy answer. Squeiji, a squeegee, is a printmaking tool. You go like this, you go, wheep, and you drag it across your screen to force ink through it. So I'm an inky cat mushroom. I had a name that therefore is going to relate to ink in screen printing, and I replaced it with eyes because I wanted my nickname to be EG, like Master EG, the guy from Elden Ring. So that is my namesake. It's because I wanted a printmaking reference. Very short and succinct. Are you using an iPhone for tracking? I am. I use my my cell phone iPhone for it. I don't have like a dedicated phone for face tracking. As a result, my battery life and health is not fantastic anymore. I have an iPhone 12 mini, but it works pretty well for my face tracking for this. I honestly, the other reason why I haven't gone 2D is because in order to have this level of face tracking, I would have to use, what is it called? Oh, what is the word for it? What's it called? Oh no, I can't think of the name for it. The one that's made by the Art Gun. They're one of the creators for it. VBridger, yeah, I'd have to use VBridger. And I don't want to do that, and that makes the commissions cost so much more having VBridger face rigging in them. Which I know it's a lot more work, but that is like the bare minimum of what's required for 3D modeling to some degree too, so like I'm just not 2D. It's just not in the cards for me. I need hands, and I need this level of face tracking. Were there questions about textures today I couldn't get earlier? Not yet. No questions about textures yet. Ever considered using a webcam? No, because the webcams don't have as good of face tracking as the iPhone does. I'm not as animated. There tends to be more lag if you're using the webcam because then the computer is doing the processing for the ARKit. I know it's possible to have ARKit via webcam, but it just makes my computer lag a bit more. It's not as quick, it's not as responsive. I like my current setup the way it is. I like being silly and animated the way that I am. Toxic trait is knowingly doing the thing that causes me pain because it's faster than suffer later. I also do that from time to time. Do as I say, not as I do. Webcams are getting way better though, thankfully. That is true. I know they are getting better. I also don't necessarily like the idea of having my webcam turned on and picking up data of my face or of me. When, you know, my phone is just taking the data of points on my face. There's no actual recording happening. There's no actual, like the camera's not on. It's using the LiDAR for the most part and the IR. So it's using that technology. So there's no like tech flub opportunity. Like my greatest fear would be accidentally using my webcam in like a call or something, or my webcam accidentally being the one that's toggled on when I switch to my hand cam or something, and I don't need that fear. So keeping it separated and on my phone, I feel like keeps me safe in some way, or it just gives me peace of mind at least. Well, I don't know. What's your second favorite snake? Second favorite? My first favorite, I like egg-eating snakes, they're cute. If we're talking about snake that just exists in general, I do really like just general, like, pythons. Ball pythons are very cute. Banana pythons are also very cute. I like the big guys. I like the big snakes because I can look them in the eye and establish a relationship and see them. Maybe those would be my second place. I would want to own an egg-eating snake because I can't deal with the idea of feeding live prey to something. Or even like the frozen stuff. I'm a vegetarian. I just can't do it. But I love them. They're so cute. And I love getting to visit with them. Joby's had some friends who have snakes and stuff. They're so cute. I love them. Archie Klein, thank you for following. I need a webcam for class. Webcam VTuber was easy, but iPhone tracking seems to really cook. It does really cook. I can concur. It for sure cooks. It is quite good, but for budget, if you have an Android phone or something like that, just go for the webcam. It's much more affordable when you can. Yeah. The iPhone tracking is better. Do you recommend people buy an iPhone or iPad if they don't already have one or webcam? Here's the thing. Depends on what matters to you, really. Like, I don't think you should buy an iPhone if its sole purpose for you will be face tracking, unless you are already making enough money in VTubing that you can afford to buy it. If that's its only role. If you're buying an iPad because you want it for art and you need it for other purposes and it's just an added bonus that you can use it for the AR kit face tracking, then sure, go for that. Or if you find some way to get like a really affordable like iPhone 10 or something, that's fine, maybe. But unless you really are taking VTubing seriously and you're already making enough money from VTubing to warrant it, I would say don't go for it. I would not. I think there's plenty you can do with just the regular face tracking and not worry about it. The only reason I have it is because I just happen to be in the iPhone ecosystem already. And when I had an older phone that broke a couple years ago, and I just happened to get a phone that could do it. Like, it wasn't my intent. Any advice for getting the most out of PNG tubers? Have toggles that give you reactions. I think some of the best PNG tubers are like GIF tubers I've seen. Like Osho is a fantastic GIF tuber, essentially. Has animated or just emotive toggles where you can toggle to something where, you know, you can still be reactive. For me, if I'm gonna be mad about something, I don't have to toggle anything because I have the face track. But for PNG, prepare flat, like, you know, images, PNGs of an angry emotion, of a surprised emotion, of a happy, of a sad, of like a waving or something. That way you can still feel just as interactive as you would be with the face tracking. And honestly, just a little animation goes a long ways with the PNG models. Having just a little bit, being a GIF tuber, yeah, Lightning Composer's a good GIF model. Oh, but like, here's the thing, learning to animate a blink is actually surprisingly easy. It's not that much. Blink is a 4-frame loop, more or less. You have to draw 4 frames, and depending on what kind of blink you're drawing, sometimes you even draw less, you just draw 3. And for talking, you can just have like 5 different mouth shapes and have those being toggled between. And that goes a long way to making you feel more animated. So those would be my suggestions for getting the most out of it. Use PNG tubing as a medium. Don't use it as a, oh, I can't have anything else, so I guess I have to be a PNG tuber for now. Use it to its fullest extent. PNG tubing offers things that other kinds of VTubing don't, where you can have like funny sight gags by switching your image up. I see a lot of Discord Foogies used that way. Use it the best it can be. Any good tutorials for PNG tuber making? I have one. I have one for making them from PyCruise, but it does just tell you how to make a PNG tuber in general. I personally haven't really watched any tutorials on it because in all the steps of VTubing, I've never been a PNG tuber. I've always been 3D. So I'm not sure that's an area I'm the most familiar with. Also use the free version of Live2D to track your face to change between some basic emotions. Yeah, that's like what do they call it? Like halfway between, that's like GIF tubing almost too, where you are using real face tracking to control a PNG tuber, and it does work quite well. Split the eyes and mouth different layers. Yeah. PNG Tuber Remix, good program with mouse tracking and lip syncing. See, that sounds nice. I know PNG Tuber Plus was an option for a while, but I think that one was appreciated. There's another version of it now, and those can be some like nice little like bouncy GIFs and stuff that have a little bit of rigging, so they're almost an in-between between PNG tubing and Live2D, which is neat. Yeah, PNG Tuber Plus is abandoned, but there's a, what do you call it? A branch of it that's still updated, but it's not by the original creator. It is nice. There's a lot, it's hard to tell which is good. Check out the Squiiji one. Yeah, I don't really know any particular. Mine is more so about making them from using a PyCrew. You can take what I say about formatting the PyCrew and then using it in like VideoTube Mini. That applies to everyone for any kind of PNG tubing. So it is a little broad, at least in that sense. Fish cracker. Squeegee, you are bold enough to assume I have a sort of sleep schedule. My good shroom, I am the modern day Nosferatu. Sleep is an abstract concept to me at best. Which one of you is this? Which one of you is this that I need to yell at to go to bed? Get your snark meanies, please. We're way, way off from those ones. Somebody outing themselves to me is not sleeping months out down the line. All of us. Yeah. All of you, get your rest, okay? Please. I should have to keep track of your health. Keep track of your health, roommates. Look after yourselves, please. Do yourself the kindness of getting rest. Is PNG Plus the one with the deer? No, that's Vtube. Vtube's the one with the deer. I don't know if there's a specific mascot for PNG Tuber Plus. Stay from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. every stream? Rex, that is wild, and I'm honored that you do that. Please tell me you get sleep at other points in time, at least. Please. Please tell me you're getting sleep. This is me, JK, I don't know who it is. I have a feeling it might be one of the shroommates who gets yelled at to go to sleep in the Discord. I'd imagine it might be. What is your favorite chemical element? I wonder if this is an Enderium question. My favorite chemical element... Good question. I like bismuth in and of itself a lot because it's really pretty. I have some nice lumps of bismuth. I know how to refine bismuth also. So bismuth is, but I feel like bismuth's a cop-out answer because that's an answer just on aesthetics. We're talking about use case and stuff like that. Thinking. I like, well actually, that's a hard question. Carbons are important. That's also a cop-out answer. Carbon's like the building block of everything, of life, so I have to kind of like carbon, or I wouldn't be here. It's kind of rough without it. Galvanium, that's not my favorite. What other ones do I like? I like potassium because it burns purple. That's kind of cool. So I do like... Yeah, I don't know. There's other things I like about them, but strangely enough, as somebody who has a chem degree, I don't think I have a favorite element. I don't know. Things we do to catch favorite streamers? I know, I'm honored. Should I do that sometimes with an Australian streamer? Yeah, I am waking up early tomorrow. There's an anniversary happening for the Globy fellas, and I'm waking up early tomorrow to make sure I can be there for some of the festivities of song releases and stuff. Honored to have been invited to just essentially witness them, but oh, time zones. They are rough. Barum, Hydrargera. What are you talking about? Also, I don't know these ones off the top of my head. Never found a local streamer. I will say a lot of the streamers I watch are not local to me. And a lot of streamers stream during my, like the most popular streaming time, which used to be when I streamed, is during my, during my hangout with Jubby time. Golden Mercury. Really? Is that what they're called in other languages maybe? Or I guess that might be their old names for them. I knew Mercury was Quicksilver, but I've never referred to them by those ways. Gold being AU makes sense in that sense. We never learned the roots of any of that. Building my stream schedule, being able to watch my favorite streamers. I know, that's low-key also why my time has changed, just because I can't ever watch people I want to watch if I'm live while they're live. It doesn't work, but then I can't raid into them. It's all a whole thing. It's all a whole thing. It's Latin, I believe. It might be... Or, wait, no, but Argentum is... I have questions. We'll figure this out. Logistics be like that. I don't have a favorite chemical element. Why, Mercury's Hg. Yeah, but isn't... Maybe I'm getting things confused. Finding the right price for your picture, brand, logo, whatever. It's like sorcery to me. People who do that are surely witches. Any advice? Oh, for pricing your work? I help Billy with pricing work often. That is often a thing that I have helped others with historically. Am I great at pricing my own work? No. But my baseline for you in pricing your work is determine how much money you are okay with making as a like hourly wage. If you are just starting out and entering the field for commission work, you sadly will not be able to charge much more than probably minimum wage. But you can slowly creep that number up as interest in your work increases. But start yourself there. If you say, okay, if it takes me 6 hours to make a logo and I'm going to work at minimum wage, which depending on where you live could be $7.50 or something like that, do that math and figure out what would make that a worthwhile income for you. Unfortunately, sometimes people may treat it like that is too expensive, but that's not your problem. And if you are getting commissions already and you are overwhelmed by the quantity of them, that is often a very clear sign that you should raise your prices and be a little bit more selective. So like that's something that I have had to learn, where like, should I increase the prices of my consultations because I'm getting an overwhelming quantity of them? Yeah, likely. Do I want to do that because I like helping people? No. I like helping people too much to want to do that. I don't want to make it a harder resource to approach, but if you are having crazy insane amounts of interest in your commission work that's assigned to raise your prices, you should, at the bare minimum, pay yourself a living wage based on like an hourly rate. That's usually how I start calculating prices, and then modify it from there. I think that famous pre-made Vtubing model earned almost $1 million, maybe before taxes, not sure. Making pre-made assets and stuff can be a good way to make money if you're doing commission work, but the investment of time that it takes to make something that polished is a lot. It's a lot. You have to have that time in the first place to invest up front before you make the money off of it on the back end, and it can be tough finding the wherewithal or time to do something like that. I don't know. Found a niche in physical crafts though and priced lowish at first because I found it fun, the quantity wasn't great. Made more and got better, got bored of making them. Raised my price to deter people from buying, but they kept buying. So I kept raising the price and they wouldn't stop. See, that's one of those things where it's like, we could be like, oh, that's such a problem. Oh no, people are interested in it. But just keep raising the price. If you don't like making them, just keep raising the price until only like so very few people buy it, or so that the price aligns with what you are okay with paying or with receiving in money to do something you don't want to do. Like, that might be the best way of doing it. Saw a crazy formula based on minimum wage plus a certain amount of cents for how many you sell a month. That could also be a way of doing it. I am a little bit of like a logical brained person where some people in art price their work based on vibes. I can't do that. I need a formula. That's how I also calculate things for sponsorships to determine whether or not I think they're worthwhile or not. Do a little math. That might be the best way of doing it. I have a silly little fun guy for you. Please look at the anime character Amagranov Luozuntam Ovlinej from Kikai Sensen. He's born in an alternate dimension to ours and can release spores that cause memory loss, and he loves burgers his whole life because he forgot everything else due to spores. I am fully not familiar with either this character or what it's from, but maybe we toss this fella into the aforementioned mushroom-based character analysis stream, where we just look at some mushroom characters. We can note that down to include in that. Minimum wage here is less than $2. Oh god, well don't do that then. That's crazy and also really rough. I'm so sorry to hear that. Definitely price yourself better than that. Yeah, charge $20 an hour plus $5 for fees taken from me. Yeah, that's a good way of doing it, Lainey. I think that's fair. Oh, hello, Web. Hi, Web. We have been rated by Web as your local magical girl on YouTube. Roommates, can you rotate? Please rotate for the raid. We got 2 YouTube raids today. Uncommon. That's crazy. But welcome in. I am Squiiji, freelance artist fun guy, also art educator, and I am doing a Q&A right now about just generally miscellaneous creative endeavors. I'm an art educator, I'm a 3D modeler, I'm also a freelance artist in general, I'm also a fungus, which makes me know certain things maybe. Those are my expertise. Wow! I also teach character design. And look, the shroommates rotate for you. Welcome in, fellas. Get rotated. Web, are you rotating me? I don't know if you're rotating me. Web says happy birthday. Thanks, it's not my birthday. Happy birthday to you, Web. Happy birthday to you. Squeegee Ouija. That's me. You can call me that. E.G. Ouija. I'm not rotating. Okay, try again. Try again. Have you tried turning it off and back on again? Try rotating. Rotate harder this time. You got this. I promise. Look, you can do like the face of the moon and rotate. Wow! It's not my birthday, but everyone deserved a happy birthday. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Happy birthday to anyone and everyone whose birthday it is and isn't. I'm gonna be right once. Web is also gonna be white once. Web is gonna be white once. So it's gotta be someone's birthday. Also, greetings, Raiders. Are you crashing out? No, I'm not crashing out. I'm chilling. I'm hanging. I'm answering questions. I'm still answering questions from 3 months ago, so we're still working on getting to the recent ones. It's true, I will be white once. Yes, now. That's true. You are white at least once. Let's see. I gotta get through more of these questions. We haven't even gotten to the ones that are today. Have you seen The Art of Murder on YouTube by Chalkship Animation Studio? It's about Pip, them drawing OCs. I have not seen that one. I'm not familiar. But if it's OC artwork kinds of things, maybe I would be interested. Oh, wait. Also, what were you doing? What were you up to? What were you doing? I hope you had a good stream. Let me snoop. What were you doing? If you or your fellows need to do the things like eating or drinking or snork me-meing, please take care of yourselves. If you guys here and hang out, I appreciate it. But do take care of yourself. Primarily, please. I was playing Dandy's World. You should play it with me. I don't know what that is. What is Dandy's World? I am unfamiliar. If it's a game I have to spend money on, unfortunately the answer will be no. That is the reason why I have not played Repo with anyone, is because I refuse to spend money. I can't spend money on a game that I will probably play once or twice for a collab and then never again. I can't do that. Roblox Dead by Daylight? Oh, okay, maybe. Roblox Dead by Daylight? That's kind of what the supermarket simulator game we played in Roblox was. I'll consider it. I'll consider it. I have Roblox installed. I'll think about it. The struggle of VTubing is everyone is always playing the new game, and I can't afford to just miscellaneously buy $8-10 games every couple months. And it makes me a little sad. Okay. Noted. Considered. Dead by Daylight, I don't know if it's an especially fun game, at least for me, but I can give it a look-see. You can give it a shot, give it a look-see. Hope you had fun with it at least, though. Let's see. What other questions do we have here? Weird question. What is your favorite interpretation of the Frankenstein's monster trope? I.e., reanimated being that is a combination of parts, being a scrap robot or some sort of stitched doll. I don't know if I have one. I don't tend to be very into media that has those sorts of concepts. Like, most of the media that I watch or that I engage in is fantasy. So their constructs are, I guess, more homunculus-esque, or not at all in that manner. The TikToks I send you, listen, there's a lot of things in my brain. I still don't know what hyperpigmentation is, despite many people's effort at explaining it to me. I don't have good memory of things and don't always know what everything's going. Fries just a little bit. Thoughts on Tomo Endless Blue reveal trailer? I don't know what that is. My thoughts are, I'm unfamiliar. Happened to your eyes? You've got crust? I have infinite eyeball movement is what I have, actually. This is actually buff. If you look in the holes in my head, you can tell that I have more eyes and I'm watching you now more than ever. I don't know if I have a favorite Frankenstein's monster. I don't think I have one, at least off the top of my head. Type of thing? Things that are pieced together. I'm not really thinking of any. We liked the guy that was in Genshin, I think. What was his name? Ryo? No. Wait, that's not, is that the right one? No, he's not the one. Who's the one? Is it the Hawkeye Starvell one who's kind of a dog creature? We liked his design mostly. I don't think he's my favorite. How about your favorite Frankenstein's monster? Unfortunately, that's not really the media that I am into. I've never really watched any of the Frankensteins. Some of the like Monster High interpretations of Frankenstein have been cute. Frankie, I think they call her. She's been cute. I've liked that one, but I don't know if that's a piece of a kind of media that I can especially speak to. It's not so prevalent in the fantasy media that I tend to like. And I'll also tell you something. Jubby has critiqued me for this. I need to work on it. I haven't consumed very much media recently. I am mostly output, not much input, unfortunately. Here, man, Gallagher. Yeah, that one. That's not my favorite. That's just one of the only ones I can think of off the top of my head, which isn't very helpful. 3D animator, what GPU do you use to run the model and speech to text? I am using, oh, great question. What are my specs? I think I have it somewhere written down, but I think I have a 3070 GPU NVIDIA. I don't know if you need one as crazy as what I have. Mine is for rendering pipeline, so that way my computer doesn't lag, but it works. 3070? Yeah. 3070. It works quite well for what I do. I don't have any concerns with it. I do get encoder overloading issues in OBS from time to time, but that's more so because I just have too many things open at any given time. Frankenstein and Scooby-Doo is cute. That's true. That is true. I can see a claim for that made also. But you look into Arknight's character design like you do the other gacha games. Yes! Arknight's, in all likelihood, based on the polling, will probably be the next one we do, if I had to make an educated guess. We just finished this week looking at Marvel Rivals, not that that's a gacha game, but for the character design critiques, and Arknights was very close as a runner-up for next place, so I think Arknights will probably, theoretically, hopefully, maybe happen soon. People have been requesting it for a long time. Yeah, Dislight eventually, maybe also the Limbus Company game, maybe someday. VRChat model authors love to use more than 8 gigabytes of VRAM though. Yeah, they do. I don't know if they're always super optimized, but that's okay. I mean, they're providing a service to you. You can learn some optimization yourself, maybe if you need to. There's also some like more VRAM budget level booth models you can get for VRChat, thankfully out there, that aren't quite as heavy. Looking forward to the Arknights review. You and a lot of fellows are. It seems like for Marvel Rivals, despite the fact that it won, it seemed like we had a handful of people who were really excited for it, but I think a lot of people who answered the poll were not necessarily people who were here for the stream, maybe? So theoretically, potentially, when we get to Arknights, a lot more people who are here and present are invested in it, so we'll get to enjoy that together, hopefully. Hello, what are your favorite games of all time? You were very cool. Thank you, I appreciate it. My favorite games of all time, Chrono Trigger is one of them. I like Kingdom Hearts a lot. I like most Square Enix franchises I like a lot, honestly. Those are usually among my top game franchises. Magical Star Sign is a game that I like a lot that nobody knows, and one day I would love to play it for all of you, but it's also a very long RPG. But I love it. It's so silly, and the pixel art is so nice for it. I would love to play it for all of you someday, but I fear that no one would care. But that's one of my top games. What other games do I really like? The only game that I've really played in the last year on my own, that was a game that I was playing because I wanted to play it and not because I was playing it for other people or with other people, is Against the Storm. I tend to like tactical RPGs, turn-based RPGs, that sort of stuff. Overall, like I've liked Fire Emblem games a lot historically. Yeah. Is it Star Sign a DS game? It is! It's a Nintendo DS game, that's true. It's in the Magic Vacation series, I believe is what it's called. It is, it's a DS game, I have it, I own my DS still, and I still have the game copy. So I could play it legitimately for you, if I had a capture card for it. It's good, it's fun, it's silly. The combat has inspired me for if I ever want to get into game dev. They do some things in the combat that I would like to try for like time-based input. It's just a cute game. And I like the way that the party mechanics work with frontline and backline fighters. Also with the fact that you don't have to limit your party. Your party can be all of the characters you've found and unlocked at that time. So you can have up to like 6 characters in your party, because I think there's 6 total. It might actually be more than that. It might be 8 actually. But I just like the mechanics of it, and the writing is so silly. All of the like bestiary entries are so goofy. I just love that game. It's so good. Legally obtained games in this economy. It was a game that my parents got my sister and I out of like one of those like bargain boxes for Christmas for the DS. Like after the DS was probably at its peak. Probably after the 3DS came out when they were selling all of them. It was never especially popular in the US, and I don't know very many people who are aware of the game. But I like the designs in the game, they're very cute. Yeah. Are you aware, have you heard or played Crosscode? One of my favorite games. I don't know that one, no. Unfamiliar, no. Well worth a capture card, I would say so. It's a good game, I'll play it for you one day. But generally my favorite games are Chrono Trigger, I love Chrono Trigger, special place in my heart. Final Fantasy, I could list you, I like Final Fantasy 7, I like 9, I like 10, I like 15, I like 12. Those are all ones that are favorites. Ooh, I like Crisis Core. All of Kingdom Hearts. Yeah. Generally Square Enix and Nintendo franchise stuff, for the most part, for favorite games. Will say I do recommend Stray Gods, the role-playing musical, to people. Maybe not for stream. Ah, okay. I will say, if I'm not playing a game on stream, it's because I'm playing it with Joby. The only games I really play off stream are games I play with my partner. So like, do you want to know the games I've been playing recently? The games I've played recently have been pretty much exclusively. I played War Thunder with Jubby for a bit. I'm not very good at it. I'm really not. Actually, in general, I'm not very good at games. We should make this known. I'm not a gamer. But I've played War Thunder and not very good at it. But I play it because it's fun to play with Jubby. And the game I'm playing right now in an odd manner is EVE Online. I did play Little Nightmares and I did complete it, and I'm very proud of myself for that. It was fun. I don't think that makes me a gamer, however. But EVE Online, and a very odd move. You know what EVE Online is really good for is yapping. It's a lot of nothing. It's a lot of flying places to complete stuff, and then a little bit of intermittent commentary or just fighting stuff. So that seems like it might not actually be that bad of a stream game for me, because I'm too much of a yapper for a lot of that. I played Crosscode demo back when it came out. You would like it? Intriguing. Noted, mayhaps. When Squiiji Minecraft server? Once Squiiji has the time to set it up. I do everything myself. That's one of the things that got put on the back burner because I had too many projects going on, but that is on my list of things to do soon. There's that, there's the Squiiji Guess Who, there's also currently a VR chat world in progress. There's a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of stuff in progress right now. Snack time. Oh, fish cracker. Oh. Hello, give me 500 minutes to sign up to Marshmallow. Oh no. I think you can use Twitter. Theoretically. Shroom Who, as we like to call it. Yeah. Wow, VR chat world? Yeah, I'm using my 3D modeler skills for something for that. You'll see, it'll be cool. I'm looking forward to it immensely. But I just have too many projects going on at any given time. And it ends up taking a long time because I do it all myself. With love and care, but it's so inefficient. Do you have a favorite art/art history movement? Whoa, that's a good question. I have a minor in art history. What is my favorite? As far as like learning and teaching goes, I have a couple that I like. I really like Art Deco and Art Nouveau, specifically, just based in aesthetics. But as far as teaching goes, I really liked teaching the Baroque period. So I think those would be my favorites, perhaps, if I had to pick one. I just like ornamental styles is what you will find for me. Things that are more maximalistic. I don't like minimalism. Jubby's favorite art movement, perhaps, is, or not maybe movement, maybe like aesthetic movement, is brutalism. Brutalism's too minimalist for me. It's also too sad for me. Hydrate, I'll have a little beverage. I'm a Zoomer and I get to make a video warning Gen Alpha, which is about the workforce. I'm gonna cry. Oh no! I'm in that age range where, depending on who you ask, I am either a millennial or a Zoomer. I am kind of in between. If there's another VR chat meet and greet, vet the people because randoms can rip your model. Oh, if I were to have another meet and greet, it will just be with the Shrewmates again, like it was before. And I think I will be okay and safe and fine, and it won't be a problem. But for the VR chat world stuff that I'm doing, that will still be like a invite-based thing to some degree. It makes sense if you know what the world is. I will not be in the world when there's public in the world, and if I'm in the world with other people, it's because they were invited. So you have to be in the Shrewmate group for VR chat in order to get in to be near me, theoretically. If we're stealing your model, yes. I mean, you guys could steal my model and I wouldn't be very happy about it, but that's also the reason why it's voxel EG. It's not full EG that's in there, because if somebody steals voxel EG, whatever. I don't care. We'll see. I'll figure it out, don't worry. We'll make sure to have maximum safety if we can. What inspired you to be an art teacher? Lack of understanding of career paths as a high schooler. Ultimately, my end goal for career path is not art teaching, which might be crazy to hear from me. My end goal for art in career is that I eventually would love to do art restoration and conservation. That's why I have a chem degree in undergrad, and that's why I have a minor in art history. So that's why I have this. It's just one of those things you can do with a master's in art, is teaching art. But also, I would also rather work in digital fabrication than teaching also, if given the opportunity. I like being a problem solver. Art is was partially a necessity, or teaching was partially a necessity thing, and also partially I just like helping people, so it ends up working out. Yeah. My career is ad break jump scare. Sorry for the jump scare. VR chat gets data mined every day by script kids. That's fine, they don't scare me. I won't upload things to VR chat that are important enough that I'd be worried about them being taken. That's my best solution to staying safe there. Can't stand real oil paints for art conservation. The smell. Yeah, I don't like oil paint. They don't smell very good. By fabrication, do you mean manufacturing? I mean 3D modeling, laser cutting, vinyl cutting, that sort of stuff. That was what I used to work in when I was in undergrad, and I really loved working in that department. Because it was usually an assistant position where I would assist classes with projects and with operating machinery for them. So that's sort of like my goal career would be to get back into working in one of those sorts of departments. But it's very competitive and there's not a lot of programs that have it right now, so I haven't really found much for it at the moment. But yeah, so not quite manufacturing, but kind of almost like small scale prototyping level. Like art level manufacturing. So not quite the same, yeah. Art restoration conservation, yeah! Oh, there you go, snooping. Should buy a hydraulic press. Yes, with my infinite funding, I'll buy a hydraulic press and you can squish me in it. I don't, what would I even use hydraulic press for? Yeah, Squiiji hydraulic press channel. What do people use them for other than for making those channels? Like, I know in industry they make sense, but like, why do people buy them? Book bindings, I guess, but you don't need that much pressure for book binding. You can do book binding just with like stacking objects that are heavy on top of a book. Or you can just use like a hand crank press. You don't need something that crazy. I feel like a hydraulic press would damage your book binding attempts. Was bored, thank you for following. Lies, you always need more pressure. Let me tell you, as a printmaker, that's not true. That's not true. Sometimes more pressure is worse. Sometimes it breaks your block, or sometimes it causes weird other problems, forces the ink down into the grooves of your block. As an engineer, it's true. Okay, maybe this is a field-based thing. In my fields, more pressure, not always better. More pressure, not always more better. No. What programs do you use to do 3D stuff with? I use Blender, primarily, and I use Unity to do the packaging to get things ready for Vignan. And that's more or less it. I just use those two. I use Clip Studio Paint for my texturing. And I also use Uku Paint in Blender, which is a plugin for it. Yeah. Came back to machines that squish things. Can't stop laughing on my first squish set. Oh, I saw you talking about that, Ryuku, about getting a mammogram in the Discord. I'm glad you had a positive experience with it. I don't. I am the complete, total opposite end of that spectrum. It's suffering and awful and painful and terrible. I'm so glad yours was silly and funny though. What was your texture program? Clip Studio Paint, but the plugin is called Uku Paint. UCU Paint. I also use, there's one called like Has Layers that I use at the same time too. I have a lot of plugins in Blender. Yeah, I'm thankful I haven't had one. Breast cancer runs in my family, unfortunately. So I have to keep an eye out for that. Yeah, mammogram. There's just, we're referencing a conversation that I witnessed in my Discord server earlier today. What is today? This is a question from 3 months ago. Today is April 11th. Can you critique Gen 1 Monster High characters? Maybe. Someday, some way, somehow. That goes as a list, perhaps. I've got a very long list. Would you ever be interested in playing Gacha Life 2 on stream? Hoshi, why do I feel like this is a question from you? I don't know. What do you do in Gacha Life? I am totally unfamiliar with the gameplay. All I know is people use it to make, like for character design sometimes. So I'm fully unfamiliar. Maybe? Make characters, is that it? Is that all? Maybe. I'm just as likely to play that on stream as I am to play like Cocopa Play, which is another just character creator one. Dress up in cringe stories. Oh, perfect! I love Cocopa Play, my gacha game that I play infrequently and in crazy intense binges. It's just design, it's just dress up. Are you Googling a mammogram? It's not always painful, not for everyone. Play Sims? I've never played The Sims before. I don't play The Sims. I've never had that one. No. I don't always like sandbox type games like that. Because I just don't know what to do with myself. There's not enough game. I like narrative-driven games. Quick side note, is it alright if we send you the sketch of our VTuber model concept, or does that have to be a solid idea or design to submit? Oh, for the character design critiques, you can submit something as long as it's fleshed out enough for me to know what's going on with your concept and you've got your ideas more or less present. It should be maybe a little bit solid at least. If you're still like up in the air about your concept, I probably won't be able to help you as much as would be useful if you don't have enough things locked down. So there's something kind of in between there. What would you ask yourself in a Q&A? I would ask myself, e.g., why the hell are you so slow at this? It's almost 6 o'clock and I'm still not at the ones from today. It takes me so long to answer questions. Green Link, thank you for following. My question to me is, e.g., why can't you stop yapping and actually answer questions? That's the question. Oh wait, here we're getting some more recent ones. What are your favorite character tropes, not only just in design, but also in their personality and writing? Redhead. We know this about me. My favorite character design trope is redhead. It's a miracle that I didn't design E.G. to be a redhead. Miracle, I tell you. That is like my favorite design thing, because it just immediately means that you have strong focal point. It just is good color design. Redheads. That's not even like I'm into redheads. I'm asexual. I don't like him that way. Just visually, it just works. It just works, okay? I also like character designs that are mostly like very reflective of their art style too. Where like I really like Y2K based character design, because then it ends up being like super aesthetically based character designs, if that makes sense also. Yeah. Himiko got rated low. That should tell you something, right? D-Luke got rated low too. That should tell you something about the fact that even if they couldn't be saved, if the redhead hair couldn't save them in their character design, rip. You could get Jubby red hair, would you? But that's the thing. It's not like a thing where like that's what I'm inherently attracted to as a person. I like Jubby with the hair color they have now. I like Jubby with dark hair. I think Jubby would look weird with red hair, actually. That'd be strange. I just like it in character design. No, Himiko didn't get rated low. Himiko passed. People consider me only giving her passing as low, considering some got much higher than her. She was like the sort of bottom end of passing. No. Humanity has hope, don't worry. She didn't get a bad grade. What about violet heads, like Fern from Furion? I have never watched Furion, so I don't actually know who you're talking about. I like colored hair generally, but I like redheads is one of my favorite tropes to see repeat often. I also like characters that, like not one specific trope, but characters who have, how do I put it? Like, I like when there's a clever combination of concepts in a character's design. And I'm trying to think of an example of this. Like, for me, I like that I am an inky cap mushroom, and I am also a screen printer, which uses ink. So I like that there's that overlap in character design. A lot of the things that sell me on characters are concept-based, not just like visual-based, right? I'm to a redhead lover. Yeah, such a pretty hair shade, right? Also, please keep the chat in English, because I cannot moderate for things that are not in English, unfortunately. You're my watch list for only just passing the redhead. That's fine. That's fine. I can be on your watch list. That's fine. Okay, I'll live. You're on my watch list too. I'm watching all of you. That's what all my extra googly eyes are for, keeping an eye on all of you. Better eye. And their personality and writing, the kinds of characters that I like as far as writing goes, I like a nice Vash the Stampede, like Prompto from Final Fantasy 15, Zack Fair. I like characters that are like goofy golden retriever types, but I like a pacifist, or I like a character whose naivety makes them unaware that the actions they're taking have repercussions, and then they learn about it and we get to watch them get totally destroyed as a person. I like characters who experience growth in that manner. I also, as far as writing goes, yeah, those kinds of things. Yeah. Is your character based on Splatoon? No, not inherently. Despite the ink focus, it is kind of surprising. Oh. Despite the fact that I have really big eyes in the ink reference, I do have kind of Splatoon-esque proportioning too. Splatoon was not an intentional reference for my character's design. Just ended up being a coincidence almost, I think. But I like Splatoon. Their designs are good. I like their proportioning. Their funny little squid creatures are cute. I'm making a voxel model but can't figure out how to make the character blink. Do you have any tips? The way my voxel models blink is by breaking the pixel rule. I just move the... Mine's 3D. I just move the bottom edge of the cube squares down because I'm not actually voxel modeling. I'm just modeling the squares in Blender and then merging them at the end, which is a little bit different, and it also is a little bit of cheating. You may have to cheat just a little bit. Just a little bit. My gentle giant red-headed muscle man I drew during homework back in the day will be a favorite of yours. Yeah, if they were a character in a show, they'd probably be one of my favorite characters, yeah. That's usually, yeah, my favorite. I've been made fun of for having a type of character that's my favorite from time to time. My friends in undergrad drew a Venn diagram, and that if a character fits in my Venn diagram, then it will be a favorite, yeah. Are you an I love Blorbo, let's make him suffer kind of creator? Not inherently. I like that, like, certain characters suffer a bit as a part of their character arcs where they, you know, come to understand themselves better or, you know, triumph and overcome, but I don't like torture for the sake of torture for characters, no. I should have tried to draw you as a squid. Why didn't I think of that? I think there is some EG, you're a squid, you're a kid. There's some Splatoon-esque EG fan art out there, I've seen. There was some in the Discord previously, I believe. Let's see. 4 days ago, let's see if we can get to today's questions. So I have this frequently asked, but where do I go to submit for a critique? Do you have a limited time window for submission? Thank you, I hope you have a fantastic day. If you appear while I'm live and do ! Critique, you will get the form to submit to. I also have it linked on, yeah, it's right there in chat, on Twitch. If you need it on YouTube, it is linked in the playlist header. Those are the ways you can find it. I don't have it publicly posted anywhere else because when I did, it was kind of filling up with miscellaneous nonsense almost. There was a lot of spam going into it. And yeah, the queue is actually at 1,000 now. We are at somewhere around 400 in it, but it's a lot. And yeah, you can do the command even when I'm offline. Thank you, Hoshi. This is true. Even when I'm offline, you can do ! Critique in my Twitch chat and it will come up. So you can submit it anytime, theoretically. I don't know how much longer I'll have the form open for, just because it's getting a little goofy, and I said when I get to 1,000, I would close it. We're at like 1,004 right now, I think. But like, I don't know. I don't know. Would you ever consider playing Deltarune? The humor's really good, but not super difficult. No pressure, though. I don't know. Here's the thing, I'm not much of a gamer. I don't really play very many games, so for every game people ask me this question about, the answer is a very strong maybe. I don't rationalize spending money on games very often. Like, let me put those up so they're not clipping. I don't play games very much. If I have downtime, I usually spend the time working on art or working on Gunpla or crocheting or hanging out with Jubby, watching Mythbusters. I don't really spend time playing games. So maybe I could consider playing Deltarune. I don't know much about it. I hear people really like it, but I don't know. If it's something the Shroommates want me to play, we can do it as a reward for something maybe someday, but otherwise solid maybe. Unclear. It was from last Q&A? Okay, so we've gotten through all the ones that were from the last Q&A, so I think that means I did get to your question, Riruku. What was it? What was your question? So I think we did get to it, because we're in ones that were only a couple days ago. As an art educator, is there a specific way you can describe how you feel knowing how influential your words can be for others who seek your guidance? If there's a difference in those feelings from how you taught your students to face-to-face versus teaching art as a VTuber online? Oh. I mean, it is one of those things to just be conscious of if you are in any way a public figure online, that the way that you say things will have an impact on people. And I do always intend to have a positive impact as best as I can and attempt to choose my words carefully. So, really that's the only way I can describe it, is just that I try and be cognizant of what I'm saying and how I'm saying it, what words I'm using, what the connotation of those words might be, and attempting to only use words that have more positive connotation, because I aim to be as uplifting as I can as a person, but I don't know if there's really any other way I can describe it, other than knowing at all times there's the possibility that if I say something strange or something that could be misinterpreted, that it could be taken out of context and used against me. That's just something you have to be prepared for, both as a teacher in general and as a streamer. And you just have to be okay with that on some level, where you have to be okay with the idea that people might misunderstand you, might take what you say the wrong way, and that sometimes you know, when you're doing your best, you can't fault yourself for it, but you have to be prepared for it and do what you can to actively prevent it. Yeah, words do have meaning, and the way you use them does matter. Yeah. Yet again, that heavily involves mushrooms, so you can try it and maybe it'll grow on us. Maybe. I do get offered sponsorships for games and stuff not infrequently, and I turn down pretty much all of them because don't play games on stream. Tell me you've never watched an EG stream without telling me you haven't watched an EG stream. I don't really play games when I'm live. I'm open-minded to it depending on what it is, but a lot of it'll be just like miscellaneous stuff that has nothing to do with what I do, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't think the Shroommates who are here because I talk about character design would be into that. But for this question, mostly just consider your word choice thoroughly. If you are somebody who is well read, you'll have many more words at your disposal to use when you are trying to convey the meaning of what you want online in teaching, both while streaming and face-to-face. So I would suggest reading and obtaining more knowledge and broadening your vocabulary. That way you will be able to find the words that are right for the context you're looking for. But honestly, the only difference between teaching face-to-face versus teaching as a VTuber online is that, as funny as it sounds, I don't get interrupted as much teaching face-to-face, or I didn't, where I tend to get more into tangents teaching digitally because seeing the text on screen, like, I like that you guys have things to say and we can talk about it and all that. I just get distracted more, and that's a flaw in myself. Usually when I am teaching IRL, it's more that I am talking at people. I am lecturing. I am telling people things and they are meant to be taking notes on it. When I am teaching via streaming as a VTuber, it's a lot more collaborative, which I enjoy. I actually like it better. It's not that you guys are disruptive, it's that you guys give me your perspective on things, which helps me to have a bit of a broader understanding about what I'm talking about sometimes, and also just to see what people think outside of, you know, the vacuum that I may sometimes exist in. You know, my vacuum of existing with other artists and character designers, I get to hear perspectives from people who are maybe on the outside of those things, or who have different takes or different thoughts on things. So I actually like this way of doing it better, where it's a little more collaborative. We've talked about it before. When I'm doing critiques, sometimes, depending on how much time I've had to look at something, or mess around with it, or experiment with it, it may take me a while to come to what the right solution may be for something, right? Like, I don't just innately have the answers all the time. And sometimes as I'm trying to work through on a critique, VTuber design critique, something that could be modified to make a design work better, the Shroommates have the suggestion long before I would have come to it. It's something I would have come to if I had maybe extra time or thought about it overnight. But because, yeah, we got the hive mind power, the Shroommates are able to give me the good idea and I don't have to wait for it. So that's really the main difference for me, at least. Yeah. Disrupt the teacher? You guys aren't disrupting. Hi, Chai Latte. Oh, your worst nightmare 1015. Thank you for following. Don't worry, you're not my worst nightmare. I've had worse nightmares than you can fathom. You don't scare me. You're so cute. Thanks. I designed and modeled myself. Hee. Thank you. Group critique is awesome. One of my favorite suggestions was in chat only. Yeah. The Shroommates are so helpful. They're so nice. The Shroommates have really good feedback, which makes this much better. Unfortunately, a lot of my in-person critiques I've had with students are very quiet. They don't like participating, and they don't always have a lot of helpful things to say. In that case, it just ends up being, I like your colors, I like your idea. And it doesn't end up being very constructive. So I would say those are also things I prefer about the teaching as a VTuber aspect, as opposed to teaching in person, potentially. Gives introduction. Oh, thank you for introduction. Oon. Long list of nicknames. You go by Nightmare most of the time. Noted. Thank you for letting me know your nickname. Kitty Softpaws, thank you for following also. Problem with the hive mind is that you have to keep the wasps out constantly. Thankfully, we have not really had much in the way of wasps in the Shroom state. The hive mind has been pretty safe. Usually, I think the energy that we've cultivated has done a lot for us in making sure that it's mostly a very positive community. Every once in a while, we've had to do a little moderation, but by and large, we really haven't had much in the way of bad eggs or anything like that. Yeah, the Inquisition is ever vigilant, and overwhelmingly, the Shroommates themselves are very kind and uplifting and positive, so we haven't had much trouble with that, thankfully. And I do think that sometimes they say that like streamer, like chat, and I think that does end up being partially the case here, where me by encouraging, you know, a positive, uplifting environment where, you know, I set a good example of being friendly and positive and all of those things. Therefore, the Shroomates follow in suit. I see you guys talking about the cult, which does not exist, despite your best efforts. I see you chanting. I see you. Despite you being that way, I don't consider you bad eggs. You just are just unruly students. Ow! Ow! Chai latte! What was that for? Why is it when I look at the table being thrown at me, it's usually you? It is usually you. Why is that? Hey. Do we have beef? What's going on? No cult here. No, no cult here. Shroom cannot be denied. No, no. There is no shoom. None of these things. Hi, Almontas. Routine maintenance. Okay, fine. You cannot be a part of that. You can't quietly do it. Despite you guys are just the students whose cards are being moved to yellow. You're not bad eggs. You're not students getting kicked out of my class or getting sent to detention, okay? Mostly very positive community, which is good. What would you do if when you okay, so they said yes, would go? No, that's my answer. Huh? What? What? Huh? What is this question? I think this is doing the bit of the hot food in, out the food eat? Question mark? I think it's that. I think that's what that is. Question mark. Yeah. Are there any 3D/art questions you wish you got asked about? If not, are there any that get asked a lot? If they've been asked a lot, we probably already covered them in a Q&A stream before. Questions that I wish I got asked about more is that I wish I got to talk about stylistic 3D modeling more. Overwhelmingly in Vtubing, I think 3D models are intended or wanted to be one-to-one 3D models. People want a one-to-one model with their live 2D or with their reference art. But I feel like there's not enough love or interest given towards sort of like the silly gimmick models. Where in live 2D, you know, you've got your scrunkly models that are on purposeful little gremlin type of things. There's chibis. Granted, there are chibis in 3D also, but maybe not to the degree that there is from live 2D. And you know, there's the pixel art models and all of those things. And as somebody who loves making voxel models and low poly models and stuff like that, I wish those were things that were leveraged more in 3D. So maybe that's my thought there. Stretch, thank you. Yellow's my favorite color, but I need teacher approval. Ah, the trouble, the struggle. That's the stuttering kid? The what? I don't know what you mean, Hoshi. Makes sense. Yeah, more non-standard models. Yes, I want more non-standard 3D models. I am working on something right now. Let's see, can I show you it? I don't know if I can show you it yet. I'm working on something right now. There is, Crash Sune has a low poly modeling challenge going on right now. And I am currently between a couple of projects for 3D. I've got a couple things in progress and I'm waiting for approval for certain things. I've got a couple things going on. And therefore, I kind of have some downtime with 3D. And I have been using my downtime to work on participating in this challenge. If any of you are 3D modelers or low poly modelers, Crash Sune has a 1024 3D modeling challenge going on right now for the month of April, where you should make a model that has 1024 polygons with a texture below 1024 by 1024. And I'm working on a Miku for that. I'm making Miku fan art of my own me. It's spelled C-R-A-S-H-S-U-N-E. If you are looking for somebody to learn how to do low poly modeling from also, they have some really, really good tutorials on YouTube also. I believe that's how you spell their name. I might be wrong, but I think that's it. Yeah. 3D models into 2000, so naturally I'm a low poly modeler. Hell yeah! But like, the things I wish I got to talk more about, or questions I got asked more about, would be stylistic 3D modeling. Because my Miku I'm working on right now, very stylistic. Oh, yes, my Miku hair. Yes, Miku. I would like to... The style for that one is really fun, and I'm looking forward to sharing it once it's done. She's being rigged right now, and I'm halfway done her blend shapes. That's my answer. Also, I I would love, love, love if you would show the process for making voxel models. It doesn't have to be a tutorial, just love to see the process, please and thank you. P.S. I'd pay for it. Oh, interesting. Maybe I make it like a future reward type of thing if we ever have like a subathon or something like that again. A reward would be like a voxel modeling stream or a voxel modeling like speed model type of thing. Maybe. I just don't tend to record myself when I'm working on those things because I will be working on it and then I'm checking my email and then I'm working on it and then I'm doing this thing and then I'm working on it and then I'm calling someone for consultation and then I'm working on it and then I'm live and then I'm doing this. Like, I don't sit down to do it for long enough to record the process all the way through a lot of the time, but I could if people really want me to. Anywhere I can go to look at more stylistic 3D models. Good question. I follow a lot of 3D modelers, which is why I see a lot of it. Maybe I can put together like a list of some 3D modelers that I think have some neat styles. I could look into that mayhaps, if we are interested. No, Miku hair, no, chop it off. No, don't chop it off. It's so cute and trendy. No, 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 snip, snip, snip. I need this in order to perform properly. Would be handy. Okay, I see. Maybe I'll look into doing something to show you guys the voxel process one of these days. Mother with the jump scares at the start of the answer? What? Oh? What do you mean? Also here, let me refresh and see if there's any new questions. We've got a couple minutes left here. See if any new questions I can get to from it. Oh yeah, hang on, there are some new ones. Let's see. Oh, there's a bunch actually. Woo! I'll see if I can get through these as fast as I can. Okay, there's the Deltarune one. There it is. When it comes to VTubing, what type of model do you personally think is better, 2D or 3D? Any pros or cons for either one you know of? I'm still working on editing a video on this exact topic. It comes down to whether you want a perfect fine-tooth combed, refined look at every second versus if you want versatility. Live 2D is really good if you want to have very limited but very polished animation, if you want to have very, very hyper-specific physics or materiality and things like that. That's what Live 2D is best for. For 3D, if you want to be able to do things like have hand tracking, import silly 3D accessories, do MMD dances, have a live 3D concert, make shorts doing that with animation, all of those things, then maybe 3D is for you. I don't think one of them is inherently better than the other by any means. I think it's just based on what you want from your model, like what you want to do with it. So for me, 3D is better in every single way because I like talking with my hands, I like having range of motion, I have goofy redeems that make use of the fact that I exist in 3 dimensions, I like being able to do a dance if I want to, or have full body tracking when I would like to. But for a live 2D model, there's people who will never need a 3D model. They don't talk with their hands, they don't need those kinds of things. Yeah, they're just different tools. And honestly, I can see a case for, if you are somebody who is a serious VTuber, having both at the end of the day. I feel like there's a good reason to have both, to some degree. For me, I don't really personally feel the need to have a live 2D, but I feel like if you want to make the most out of what you can do with your content and have the most versatility, get both eventually, down the line, maybe, if you would like. Live 2D if you want to look hot 24/7. Are you saying I'm not 24/7? I don't need to be called hot. Don't call me hot, actually. I wouldn't like that. But no, there's definitely a little bit more wonkiness in 3D where, you know, clipping is much more of a thing. I say, like, actually, yeah, putting my arm through my son accidentally. There's a little more jank sometimes with 3D than 2D, but that's just because we have to account for more parameters, potentially. For Live 2D, they don't have to figure out what an arm looks like if it's fully raised above the head, therefore, they don't have to deal with the way the armpit will deform and design it based on that. AG's charming nods. Yeah, that's better, yep. Embrace the scuff in 3D, yeah! But I don't think one is inherently better than the other. Would a Live 2D chibi model be good for less PC/streaming stress and, like, example, collabs? So, low-key, I am working on a chibi Live 2D model just for collabs, because I will say it is kind of inconvenient for collabs as a 3D modeler or a 3D VTuber, because you have to use like OBS Ninja or Multi-V or something like that. Meanwhile, Live 2D just has their built-in ability to send your models between people, and then you can pin yourself to each other and like arrange each other and stuff like that. It's just more efficient that way. But honestly, I don't know if that's a big enough reason for me to just become 2D. Do you have a Fugi for collabs on other streams? I do have a Fugi, at least. I have a couple Fugis, actually. I have a Fugi that Billy made me. I have a Fugi that is my own pixel art, that is my cursor. I have a Fugi that is my, like, intro screen EG. It's more or less just a PNG tuber, yeah. I think I'm seeing the Mushroom Genshin character you meant earlier, that with the new areas, as I'm taking the Sage Lord Fungi. Whoa. I was thinking of something else from Genshin from months ago, but I don't know. What change did you make to your stream / promoting yourself that you saw made a difference in your growth? Great question, no clue. I feel that, honestly, when it comes to growth in VTubing, I am grasping at straws at any given time. I never have any idea how well anything I do will do, if that makes any sense. The only thing that I strive for that I think helps is consistency, but honestly, I'm not inherently trying to grow, which makes me probably not great for answering this question. I more or less like where things are now, where the size of my community is manageable. I like that I can read most of the messages I see, and I can recognize most of the names that show up in my chat. I like that I don't have to field a lot of people taking me out of context because I'm on a bigger stage or bigger platform. So I'm not inherently, like, trying to grow. Like, I'm okay with where I am now. I'd be lying if I didn't say that, like, you know, I'm not trying to, you know, improve my content and do things like that, which is, I guess, inherent to growth in some way. But, I mean, I don't think there have been any specific changes or breakthroughs in that manner, where I just have been genuinely myself online and have been as consistent with doing that as I can. And maybe that is the most I can offer for that. If you are somebody who's looking to grow, consistency seems to be the way. Evergreen content seems to be the way. Yeah, that's about it. But mushrooms want to grow. Don't deny your spores their purpose. So that's a different kind of growth. So that's just me taking over other people. That's not it. Well, what I've seen is basically do good, do well. I don't know. I think that if you are somebody who genuinely cares about what you're putting forth and the content that you're making, I think my biggest critique for a lot of VTubers trying to grow is that they call themselves content creators, but they're not creating anything inherently. Like, granted, reacting to a game is content in some manner, but if you're not doing something that sets you apart from others, you're not going to see growth, which is why I am in a niche that is not gaming, because I'm not a gamer and it wouldn't be right for me. And, you know, I'm speaking about what I know, and therefore people have interest in hearing about the things that I know about. And I think that is the best method for growth, perhaps, is to focus on the things that you are passionate about, but do find a niche that is maybe not the biggest thing. You know, find something that everyone can relate to, but don't, like, figure out what way you can show that you yourself are unique. I kind of have a whole video about finding success in VTubing, which was from before I ever found any success in VTubing either. It was my first video. I've been observing. Evergreen content is content that is not seasonal or time-based. So, like, evergreen content is edited YouTube videos, like, shorts are considered evergreen content, those kinds of things. Things that aren't seasonal, things that don't relate to current news or what game is currently popular, that kind of stuff. I mean, it can relate to what games are popular, but yeah. Will you ever host a judging viewers' character designs video? I have some designs I like judge, but I don't want to use Discord, and Twitter doesn't work in my country. I only have an Instagram. I mean, that's kind of more or less what my Monday streams end up being to some degree. I'm not really judging. And that's for VTuber designs more specifically. So maybe? I don't know. I've done some live, like, art style diagnosing streams. Maybe I can consider it. Noomy Bear, thank you for following. To be for real, many boring reaction channels earn tons of money for screaming. That's true. I mean, that comes down to who you want to be as a person on the internet. Like, I don't want to be associated with, like, we call that what? Content farming? I don't want to be associated with clip farming. Like, I feel like that's one of those things where as much as you get a lot of maybe money from the views, do you have a dedicated viewer base from that? Do you have a community that respects you and likes what you do based on that? I don't know. Unclear. Unsure. I don't know. Would you ever make a super crown powered up Squeiji? I don't know what that means. I have a crown. I have Pearl's crown from Splatoon. That's the closest. I don't know. good way to grow is networking. People recommend your stuff by relevance to situations. That's fair, yeah. Might direct others to EG or Yam, yeah. Word of mouth, I think, is a good method for growth also. That is something that I would say probably was helpful to me in some way or other. Is that, you know, by helping a lot of people maybe think positively about me, and therefore maybe speak about me positively to others, and that helps. I don't know. Peach EG. Oh, like a peach crown? I don't know. I mean, I can add that to my prop list maps. Give you Bowser Jr.'s bandana. I can be a little gremlin like him. A day for cast character critique would be interesting, like for those who are making games or comics. Totally not thinking of that because that's what I'm doing. Maybe we could do that. Maybe we could take them live for that kind of thing then, because I feel like I set myself up with too many queues, unfortunately. So if we did that live and made it first come, first serve on a live stream, maybe I could do it that way. Potentially. We could get to as many as we can. I could think about it. I'll think about it. Let's see. Plan to do color tutorial? Like, I want to know what layers do what, like multiply, overlay, and such, what we could do to improve, what we could add, different styles. The Shroommates did vote once upon a time as a donathon reward that I will do a color theory stream, and I'm still putting together my resources for that. I'm making a PowerPoint and filling it with examples of color theory and ways of using it and all sorts of stuff in that manner. So I can include things like layer types and other of those kinds of things in that PowerPoint once we eventually get to it. Color theory is tough to teach because to a lot of people it's very vibes based. It's not super specific, and it's not something I'm confident enough in to teach without putting a whole bunch of work in first to make sure my research is done for it. So it is in the progress. I will consider it for the future, but I'm just not there yet. Yeah. We'll see. Color theory, yeah. We'll get there. We'll get to it. Color theory, oh yeah, for art, for like drawing and stuff. So color theory is the theory of what colors work well together in what circumstances, and how to elicit certain moods or tones from different color combinations. Theory and harmony and disharmony and all of those things. It's probably the most complicated and most subjective part of art, which is what makes it so tough for so many people. And that's why it's tough trying to figure out how to teach it also. I haven't really had to teach much in the way of color theory in my coursework, or like in the coursework I've planned. So I'm working on it. Thanks for clarifying. Yeah, you're good, don't worry. How do you optimally set up for streaming and drawing together your desk? That is what you're set up physically and digitally to both stream and draw at the same time is. So I have a lot of monitors. I have kind of a comedic amount of monitors, which is what makes it optimal and set up well. So like I have an XP Pen drawing tablet down here, and then I have 3 monitors above me, none of which I bought with my own money. This is my like biggest hack to VTubers or anyone who streams. Become the person in your family or friend group that's associated with technology, because for as much as you may need to do some troubleshooting for them from time to time, it will be paid off in the fact that when they get rid of a monitor or get rid of a keyboard or whatever tool may be, they'll give it to you. My sister works in, what is it called? Supply chain, and they will give her like an updated monitor, like a new monitor every year for her work from home setup. So she just gives me her old monitors. That's what 2 of my monitors are, and they're my 2 better ones. They're pretty much brand new. And that's my optimal setup, is just that I can have multiple screens that have all my things on it. So like I have on my bottom monitor, whatever I need to look at to like interact with. So that's right around where the questions are. OBS is on my main front center monitor. That way if I'm reading chat or looking at things, I can see myself straight ahead of me. And then off to one side, I have YouTube chat and I have my music playing over there. And then the other side, I have just internet and Twitch and anything I might need to open while I'm live. So that's how I have my setting optimized together at one desk. But I also have such a comedically large desk. I don't think I'm good for this. I have a hand-me-down office desk that is huge and L-shaped, and I have a riser. Like, I have a really insane setup. I should take a picture of it sometime for you to see. Yeah. Become friends with IT staff. They have good stuff. That's true. That's another good suggestion for that, yeah. That's true. With the first episode of Gooks airing this week, would be a good time for the Gundam stream. I want to do more Gundam one of these. We'll see, maybe. Thinking about it. Show us your mushroom cave? Sure, fine. I'll show you the mushroom cave. I'll take a picture of my setup. Maybe I can rate viewers' desktop setups, like computer setups. Mine's not like a super aesthetically pleasing one, but it's good for function. It's very functional. I'm function over fashion, but I have a really nice art wall above me at least. AMA, what are your thoughts on Orson? I don't know what that means, unless you're trying to get me in a get gotten. I don't know what that means. That time with Max all my life, my dad was friends with IT guys. For school board, we got broken hand-me-down stuff in the back of the truck. Yeah, is it the best way to have the most functional stuff? No, but if you just need technology, it does work. Is the face of Twitch? I don't know what you're referencing. I'm chronically offline, as the kids say, so I'm not sure what you're talking about, unfortunately. Radar rooms? Yeah, like rate your like desktop setup maybe. Or with the guise of make your monitor higher so you don't give yourself back pain. Make your keyboard do that or something like that. I don't know. New gens? I don't know. Nothing new gen. I'm just not very online. I've been watching a streamer on this platform for a while. I just don't know everything here. I need to be explained the whole PogChamp thing. I just don't know what goes on most of the time. But oh, digitally my setup is just that I have just two different, I have a window capture for Clip Studio Paint. That's all it is, essentially. Not very media literate. No, I'm not. That's my greatest flaw as a character designer, is I'm not super media literate. I tend to be familiar with only the characters from things. It's like working at Amazon, not knowing who Jeff Bezos is. Oh, interesting. Whoops. Well, what can you do? Don't know what they are either. Oopsie toodles. Yeah, I thought that was a gotcha. I thought that was gonna be like a D's and kind of thing. If it's that face, I also don't know what that is either. I'm gonna guess that that is the person you're speaking of, but I don't watch a ton of Twitch streamers despite streaming on here also. I was primarily YouTube. I just diversify. I also use Twitch. Let's see. Hi, Squeiji. How would you make masculine characters look interesting? I'm struggling making the lower half look interesting since all I can think of is pants. P.S. Thank you for introducing me to Pie Crew. You're so welcome. Fashion research. Fashion research. Go! Look for fringe or less common fashion aesthetics. Look for real accessories also, and don't be afraid to go eccentric with your designs. Like patterning on pants, pockets, just like textures on pants can be nice too, yeah. Masculine thick thigh, maybe. But just find things you can add to the legs in real references, like search through fashion. You'll find that in men's clothing for fashion. Sometimes you'll see like knee protectors or like funky patterns or different ways that the clothing is, what is what I'm looking for? Like just the structure of it. The hip pauldrons, which we learned what are called yesterday. What are they called? Where's my sticky note? Tassets? That word? Amontes taught me that word yesterday. That one, those could be good. Boots. There's a number of things you can put on the legs for masculine designs, but just research real fashion, because at the end of the day, maybe you don't even need to have a ton of things happening on the legs as long as the rest of the body is interesting enough. It might be fine. Yeah, loose pants, tight pants, flared pants, robes, tights, yeah. Find real fashion references and use those, and use the way that the pants are constructed, like seam lines and stitching and stuff like that, to add some interest if you need to, and that will probably be enough. You just have to find fashion that is cool, and it'll still be cool when you put it on a character, thankfully at least. If it feels boring, just find more references, or ask people who are engaged in men's fashion, perhaps, if you can find them. I am not the most fashionable IRL, but my suggestion for most things is references, references! Look on Pinterest, look on the aesthetics wiki, look on Google, look in fashion magazines, find resources, yeah. Hello. Any advice on what order to learn to draw from zero and to not lose interest and motivation? Honestly, with learning to draw from scratch, if you are not trying to do it like academically, just learn to draw the thing that you like. If there's something that you like, figure out the path forward to executing it. So like if you want to draw anime-based illustrations, break that down. Say, okay, today I'm going to learn how to draw an anime eye. let me find a reference. And today I'm going to work on the proportioning of the anime type of eye and just repeat it a bunch. Honestly, iteration is the best way of learning most things. So sit down and say, okay, today I'm going to draw 50 anime eyes, and I'm going to try and do it quickly and with, you know, not paying attention to really to color or value or anything like that. We're just going to focus on like trying to get the anatomy of it looking right, just trying to get the proportioning correct. And then you do that and work your way through each part of the body essentially. Or, you know, if you want to start with like anime or something, maybe starting in figure drawing is the way to go. Start finding references and just sketching. But honestly, I don't know if there's any one particular path to take through it. My suggestion is just start small, because that's how you don't lose motivation. That way you can start small and you draw a bunch of eyes and you get an eye that looks good. You get a little bit of serotonin of, whoa, look, I drew that eye and it's a good eye and I like this eye I drew. Success. And then that feeds back into making you want to do more. Or if you're learning to draw, learn to just draw the things you're good at. Practice by just drawing fan art of stuff you like. Because then you get the serotonin of, oh, I've made my Blorbo and now he's real. Academically, learning to draw is really boring and painful and just, on the psyche. Still lifes. Are they good for learning technical skill? Absolutely. Are they in any way enjoying to do? For me, not usually, no. They're really boring. But if you're just teaching yourself to draw, then you don't have to do that. Just do the things you like. If you're learning to draw and you're just starting out and you find, I'm starting to learn how to draw and I actually don't like drawing like accurate anatomy, find like a funky anatomy style from some artist you like and try doing that instead as your means of learning it. Yeah. Try to learn a new thing every time you draw. Keep up the novelty helps. Yeah, that's also true. Keep the novelty up. Give yourself small enough projects that you can get the serotonin of completing them without locking into something that takes you a really long time. But yeah, start small. That's generally my advice for it. Is there a good way to know if one's VTuber expressions are properly calibrated or is purely vibes based? A solid method to get accurate expressions. See, that's a hard question. In 3D, for me at least, it comes down to the accuracy of the AR kit tracking that I have done on the model. So there are guides out there that can show you what each blend shape should optimally be to be the most accurate to what your camera is recording and sending the data through to be of that. Hi, Andromeda also. For 3D, it's more so that, and then you do have to calibrate it after still because some of us are more emotive in certain ways, where honestly, it is kind of just vibes based. You can play around with the settings of how intensely it tracks certain parameters. So like I have, let me see, if I go into my settings, I can actually see what I have turned up and down. Like, yeah, I have my blink settings turned down because I have smile eyes. I've made smile eyes, or blinking less sensitive, but I have made smiling more sensitive because I guess I don't emote and smile enough. Maybe, which might be why I'm so smiley all the time. Not that I'm not smiley, but it is kind of vibes based. You're talking about from the creation standpoint. For live 2D, I sadly am not aware, but for 3D, there's some good guides out there for AR kit and how to lay out your AR kit properly so that it's the most accurate it can be. Question on top of that, what software are you using? I use iFacial mocap for my face tracking, and it's going into Vignon. Yeah. Let's see. How do you get used to streaming? Do you feel that your teacher background helped in any way? Just get really anxious when I know how to sound more natural when streaming. Thank you for your time. You get used to it by doing it. That's really the only way. I was so nervous to do it, and I was honestly really nervous for my first couple weeks of doing it. But eventually I kind of calmed down, and I still sometimes get kind of nervous and realize I'm talking too fast because I'm nervous or something like that while I'm streaming. But I think it's something that just comes from practice. It's very comparable to public speaking in that manner, where the more you do it, the less scary it becomes. It just takes rehearsal. And if you're trying to prepare yourself to do streaming, just do it. Just do it. Just do it. Start small. Don't worry about debuting, especially if you're a VTuber. Just get in there, get your toes wet, try it out, see if you like it in the first place, because it's not for everyone. I think having some background in teaching did help me with it because I at least know how to present myself in front of a crowd who is looking to me for feedback or for something of that sort. And teaching broke the ice for me already, where I was less nervous starting streaming because I already had experience with that kind of public speaking. But honestly, I think it's something anyone can learn at the end of the day. And thankfully, at least a lot of the time with streaming and things like that, you know, it's gonna ramp up slowly over time where it will not be, you know, if you are just starting out and you're streaming to 1 or 2 people or 10 people or then 20 people, then 50 people, you know, as it slowly ramps up, you grow incrementally used to it. Most of us will not start streaming right out of the gate to 100 people. Thank God, because that kind of pressure would be terrifying. Thankfully, that lessens the pressure of it a good bit as well, which is nice. Wish I enjoyed streaming, too anxious for it. It's not for everyone. It's definitely not for everyone. I'm surprised it is for me. I was scared I wasn't going to like it because I'm more introverted, I'm a little bit more quiet. I don't like being looked at, I don't like being perceived, but I ended up liking it a lot, surprisingly. So sometimes it might be something where you just have to try it and see if you like it. Like, don't rule it out if you've never tried it, but it's worth a shot. Stream the schedule on my Mad Buns channel, but eventually got overwhelmed. No, for sure, streaming as a career is not possible. Yeah, I will say, there's also almost a, like it can get kind of samey sometimes to some people, where it gets fatiguing doing the same things week to week to week sometimes with it, where, you know, having to make 3 thumbnails a week because I'm on YouTube, and then also streaming 3 times a week, twice a week, doing the same topic more or less, and then Friday being a free day, it can get fatiguing for some people. I like routine, so it doesn't bug me very much, but for some people it gets worrisome. Like it gets overwhelming. It takes up time that they would rather spend doing other things because it just gets too samey. It's too similar week to week. But I like it. I like things that are repetitive. What inspired you to start in the first place? I wanted an outlet for the teaching that wasn't the teaching. And I wanted an outlet for my creative pursuits that I wasn't getting from my printmaking work and from, like, IRL things I was having. I wanted to yap about the things I feel are important in a way where people aren't forced to listen to me or aren't paying to listen to me inherently. You know what I mean? Where in school, students are forced to listen to me. They weren't there of their own volition, so they didn't really necessarily care about what I had to say. And that hurts over time. Talking about things that you are really, really passionate about and having most people who are hearing you talk about it not care in any way, shape, or form about it can hurt, and it can get to you. But streaming is nice because you're all only here because you are interested by the things that I say, and I don't have to worry about you guys asking me who cares about the things that I'm saying. So that's more or less why I started and why I'm still doing it. Hi, Winter Echo. Worst case of streaming, just don't like it. Cost Bezos several grand to run the server. Yeah. We want to see the Squeiji content. Yeah. Yeah, you guys are here willingly, which is the nice part. So this popped up twice. Oh wait, yeah, we got that one. Let's see. So in the past, you reviewed someone with having glowing parts. How do you handle shadows and the character itself as a light source? I'm struggling right now, not gonna lie, oops. Honestly, the way to handle that is to just handle the shadows as if they're from a general light source, which I feel like is how most VTubers are shaded anyway. They're not shaded directionally. VTubers are shaded symmetrically a lot of the time, from like a front, central, and slightly raised perspective. Shade yourself that way, and then if you want to, you could add some shading or some glow effects from the light that you yourself are emitting. But that is kind of like a case-by-case thing, and it might be a stylistic question. What effect do you want? If you want to feel like you're really glowing, make sure the shading that's on your model is reflecting that lighting. And make sure that, you know, you're treating all of those as light sources. Like if we're talking about like glowing eyes or something, make sure that the hair around it is being affected by the glow, but things further from it don't have to be. I think that might be a stylistic question, or so. It might depend on what you want, but that would be my suggestion at least. Do you have any advice for choosing or coming up with a theme for your character design? I love your ink mushroom theme. Thank you. Pick things that you like. This is kind of how I ended last stream on this. Oh, I've gone over a good bit here. Pick things that you like. Pick things you're passionate about for your concept. For me, it came easily because I like mushrooms. That's an important thing to me. And I like printmaking, so I wanted to be inky. And I'm also a teacher, which is something I'm passionate about, so I've dressed myself more or less in that manner. So then I don't have to play a character inherently. I just am me because I'm just the collection of all the things I like. So if you are having trouble coming up with a theme, make a list of the things that you care about, the things that are most important to you as a person, that are like your defining character traits. Like, you know, you are the person who is really into frogs, or really into XYZ profession or occupation. Bring those things into it, yeah, because it makes it more fun. That is mine. have a human design, you need to stand out more. Well, I love fantasy, hard for me to find something that hasn't been overdone that I resonate with. Find a secondary motif to add then. So like, you know, if you are fantasy, say you're an elf, that's been done a million times, but you know, maybe IRL you work as a, I don't know, surgeon. Maybe not if you're a VTuber. I don't know if you have time to be a surgeon and a VTuber at the same time, but find an intersection between those 2 points and say, okay, I am now an elf surgeon. What would that look like historically in the past in some way? Fit that into its own kind of world and then modify your character based on that. But there's also nothing wrong with doing something that's been done already. People be the pink cat girl because we like the pink cat girl. She's cute. Work that in to your design. Like, as long as you are trying to do new things with it, as long as that is your intent and you're not inherently copying someone else, you can use tropes that are overdone. I don't think there's really any problem in it. It would be fine. Like being old can be part of a concept, yeah. Yeah, there's no such thing with being too basic in a concept, maybe. There are ways to innovate on it and make it more interesting, maybe, by adding layers. Just think about, you know, what is your occupation? What is your fashion sense you're using? What is your, like, characters? Like, what kind of creature are they? Human? Do they have animal characteristics? What motifs can we have about through plants or other interests you may have? You collect stones, things like that. Yeah, do those things. When did you get the skill to talk without long pauses or stuttering? I don't mean as a teacher, but since you became a streamer. Great question. I don't think I do those things. I think I talk with long pauses and I stutter. When I edit my VODs, you'll find that I do both of those things a lot, actually. Every time I edit my VODs, I repeat myself a lot. And I also will stutter a lot, and I will also start a sentence 3 times and then finish the sentence, or pause for a long time between saying different parts of a sentence as I'm thinking. And those are things that I think of myself and I'm like, oh, I'm not doing great because I do those things. But clearly, if you're not noticing that I do them, I think that means you're being too hard on yourself as well. Like, I don't know. I think that, there I go doing it. You just have to speak with authority when you're saying things, and honestly, being afraid of pausing might be your worst enemy. There's a power in the pause when you're doing public speaking, and pausing to collect your thoughts about something is often better than just running your mouth. But I also just run my mouth. So I don't know if I'm the best person to ask that, but maybe the fact that you're coming to me for it means I'm doing better than I think I am. I used to be an English teacher. I could speak just fine to them, but when I try streaming, the long pauses and the deer in the headlight look just hits me. I think you're being too critical of yourself, maybe. People won't notice as much as you think they will. Yeah. I think you'll be okay. Not a question, the only streamer I watch. I like your vibes and your yapping as a non-yapper. I like to hear yaps. Drink water. Thanks. I'll drink my water. Pausing allows the listener to parse the sentence so far. That's true, also. You allow people to stew a little bit when you give them the time to think about it. Yeah, hydrate, thanks. I've gone over, but I wanted to at least get to some of the ones we asked today. And there's not that many left. Let's see if I can speedrun the ones that are left here. Got that one, got this one, got that one. What are you think some of the things, or what are some things you feel the VTubing streaming community can improve on in terms of content, socializing, or events? See, that's hard because people like to talk about VTubing as being a big community, but I really don't think it is just one community. VTubing is so big now that I don't think I can refer to it that way. Where I don't think there's really anything at large that can be improved upon. My critiques for VTubing as it currently stands maybe are the fact that parasocialism is still sort of running wild in a way that I am not a fan of. Like, I get genuinely uncomfortable. I have to like warn my friends and stuff about falling for parasocialism towards streamers and things like that, and it makes me uncomfortable about it, where like I try my best to not foster it, but all possible I try and make my boundaries very clear and make it clear that, you know, we can be associates to some degree, but this is a very much like a teacher-student relationship and all of that. But I fear that too many VTubers lean into that parasocial aspect because it does help them with growth, and I don't know if I like that very much. That is inherently preying on people and preying on people's loneliness. So that is a critique. But yeah, VTubing is more of a form of content than one community at that point. Yeah. And, you know, for things that could be improved on in terms of content or socializing, I think a lot of VTubers, I mean, this is a critique for myself right now, actually, too. You can't just stream and expect that to be enough to, like, propel you well. Because if that's not really a method for growth inherently. You have to do more than that. And I fear that a lot of people don't put enough polish into the content they're putting out, where they're not actually creating content. They aren't working on being, you know, what do you bring to the table? What are you doing that 900 people aren't doing also? You know, are you funny? Are you providing a unique twist to talking about the game that you're playing? Are you creating editing content that people can find even when you're not online streaming? Like, there's a lot of ways people aren't fully leveraging the capabilities we have with the internet, but I know a lot of it comes down to time and just wanting to do the parts of VTubing that are fun. The part of VTubing that's fun, streaming. Parts that are not fun, spending hours editing videos potentially. So like, those aren't really critiques, those are just, I guess, observations. Yeah, Twitch's algorithm is not built for growth, not at all, really. But yeah, those are maybe my thoughts. I also wish, this is something I feel maybe just a little bit sad about, this is more of a personal thing. I wish that art VTubers got included in more. We tend to be such introverts, which is why I'm planning some like art VTuber events, but by being art VTubers, the only kinds of collabs we ever get to do really tend to be other art things. Maybe. We don't really tend to play games together, and that's a self-critique. We need to be better about reaching out to each other and also encouraging doing things together and building that community among artists, where the gamers, by games being multiplayer, encourage them to interact with each other and make friends. Us artists, man, we're introverts, and art is not inherently that much of a collaborative thing in streaming, unfortunately. And I feel like we can work on that. I feel like I want to help us work on that, and we should. That's a self-critique. Find some extrovert artists to adopt the introvert ones. I feel like I kind of have found a couple of extroverts, and that does help sometimes, yeah. Editor takes half my salary, but it really does pay dividends for reach and growth. Yeah, it's worthwhile if you are looking for growth and reach and those things. Let's see. We get to these many squealies again. There's a constant pressure for content creators to be consistent to put something out 24/7. Do you have any advice for disabled creators who simply cannot be consistent? How do you personally avoid or deal with burnout? So here's my thing with that, is that if you can find something small that you can do a lot of in one day and then have it on the back burner to post for the whole week, that is my solution for people who are not able to keep it up all the way throughout the week with that consistency. Like, if you can have a day where, you know, let me see if I can think of a good example. Like, my example for myself was going to be that at some point I would like to edit every single individual critique I've done into a short, because that would be theoretically infinite content. And if I was clipping them properly for my own streams, I wouldn't have to do the extra work. But if you can have something that's repeatable and doesn't take you a huge amount of time to do, you can theoretically have a recording day where you do your recording and editing all in one day, and then just schedule it to post throughout the week. And that's a good way for dodging burnout, because you're not doing it every single day. You're just doing it once a week, theoretically. But at the same time, that model is still not inherently all that sustainable. It's tough. Unfortunately, to be disabled or to have other commitments in your life will ultimately make doing something like online content creation harder, unfortunately, because social media is not our friend and it wants the impossible from us. So we just have to do our best with what we can do. To avoid burnout, let yourself rest, give yourself breaks, please. I know that the grind does not pertain us to want to take those breaks, because we want to keep up, we want to keep putting stuff out, we want to keep active, we want to make sure that we're in the forefront of everyone's minds, but that is such a toxic way of living for yourself, and that is what those platforms want, because we are what keeps them alive. But yeah, it's not good. All we can do is our best, and just don't push yourself with that, and understand that you are going to have limits to how much you can do, and be kind to yourself with those limits, where, you know, I have to be kind to myself when my wrist isn't behaving. Yeah, if you don't take breaks, you will crash harder, yes. If you don't perform the maintenance on the machine will break. It will force you to do the maintenance. That is your body, the machine is your body. Be good, take care of yourself. But you just have to have reasonable expectations for yourself too, if you have things like that going on. Sir Stanley Royce, thank you for following. Be a little selfish and just do what you can when you can. Yeah. And if the things that you make don't do well, know that that's not a reflection of you. Did I get maybe a little sags? I did like a style thing where I was trying to draw in the clamp style and drew it myself, and only I think 15 people saw it. Maybe a little bit. But I've built up the resiliency of I did that for me, and any added bonus of other people seeing it, engaging with it, is just that, just a bonus. Like, you have to kind of learn that. Learn that your worth is not based on how many people like what you do or interact with what you do. It's tough as a content creator, because your whole job revolves around that, but... I don't know if I have the best advice for that one, but my advice is do have a content day and then schedule it if you can. Hi EG, I'm a regular lurker in your streams. I love your essays. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. I'm struggling with character design. Attempting to make my first OC VTuber character. How do you balance complexity and simplicity? I tend to create simple designs that I personally find appealing, but I worry they may seem ordinary or generic. Despite having so many ideas, I'm concerned I'm not very creative. I need advice. Apologies if you touched on this before. Appreciate thoughts or guidance you might have. Really value your opinion and experience. Thank you in advance. I hope you have an amazing day. Aw, thank you, you too. I'm glad I can help you thus far. Glad you've been enjoying listening in and that you value my experience. My thought for that is that, honestly, as far as complexity goes for design, if you have conveyed all the things you need to about a character, don't try and shove other things in just for, like, added interest. Sure, maybe there are angles where you can say, okay, this character would work better with another motif, but if your character is passing the silhouette test, and if they are passing the ladder test, you may have a character that is just interesting enough that you don't have to worry about those things, and that might be plenty. You might be overstressing yourself about it. In VTubing, and in some character design areas, like gacha game characters, they tend to be very maximalist, but you don't have to be that way. Like, if we were to break down what, like, Phineas from Phineas and Ferb is, he's a triangle with a red tuft of hair, a striped shirt, and blue shorts. There is not much happening there, but he is iconic in his design. You don't need to have an incredibly large amount of stuff going on a design, so don't overcomplicate it just because you're feeling pressure that your design isn't interesting enough. If it's passing the ladder test and it's passing the silhouette test, you're doing fantastically. You're probably doing enough and won't have to worry about it. Secondarily, if it's feeling generic, it might be because your character's wearing clothing that isn't specific enough. It looks like something that anyone could wear. So you could modify the clothing to make it more specific to the character, to their interests. Make it articles of clothing that we wouldn't just find if we went to Target. That would be it, yeah. AG's design is pretty simple, technically. Yeah, technically I'm very simplified. I am mushroom cap hair. I have earrings, I have overalls and a white sweater and sunglasses, and that's pretty much it. I got my docs. I fail the thing where my clothing is not super specific to me, but because my hair is really specific, it makes up for it. And yeah, less is more sometimes, for sure. I'm also really late to end here, and I probably should end real quick. There's a couple more, Let's see. There's only like 4 more. My question to making VTuber right now, I want a text-to-speech crow mascot and able to draw my crow in a way I like, so I considered commissioning, but I still want the mascot being the same style as my VTuber. Are there ways I could commission someone to draw in my style, or is that uncommon? Where would I find them? Also, sorry for typos, I got dyslexia. That's okay. I actually don't know. I've never commissioned somebody to have them attempt to draw in my art style or in anyone else's art style, so I don't know if I inherently have a suggestion for that. Other than maybe you could ask if you see an artist who does style mimicking, like 3D modelers tend to be really good at style mimicking, and some artists are really good at it too. Just find somebody who, yeah, says they can match a style, and if they say yes or no to it, perhaps, if you can. But, yeah. I don't know. What is the ladder test? The ladder test is a test we do where we draw a ladder over a character. We draw a rung for the ladder everywhere there is a large visual change in contrast in the character. Yeah, that's why we have these ladders. To see if the design's vertical space is split up in an interesting manner, because we're very tall as people. So that's what the ladder test is. You just want to have variations in the spacing of your clothing articles and hem lengths and contrast levels in your character. Hey, Requiem, thank you for following. Let's see, fast quick. Looking to start to do more hobby VTubing, but vastly prefer videos to streams, or at least videos from streams. Do you think the VTubing space could benefit from some video essayist or lifestyle content? Things that aren't usually associated with VTubing fan bases. Yes! Yes! Please! Please do those things! That's how I started. Please! Please make video essays as a VTuber. Yes! In every single way! Yes! Yes! Do those things. There's absolutely room for it. And that, I think, is the biggest gap in the VTubing market still. I made a video almost 2 years ago about how there's really not VTubers making the same kind of content that IRL just YouTubers make. There's crafting IRL content creators, there's cooking ones, there's ones who just do commentary and video essays and all those things. And the VTubers are not getting a piece of that pie. Do it, please. I need to get back to doing it. I should be getting back to doing it. But do that. Yes, you should. Absolutely. In every single way, shape, and form. Yes, you should. Hi, Ruka. All the best to you, too. Do you think we'll see more non-anime style VTubers, or is the trend too set in stone due to massive availability of anime art and artists in the market? We slowly are seeing more of them, and I like them when I see them, but you're right that it may be industry standard in a lot of ways. So it is... I like it when I see it. Billy's a little bit more cartoony. I like some of the like toony style models I've seen. I hope that we will. I don't know if we will, but I hope that we will. People do love their anime art, and with anime becoming much more popular and much more broadly accepted worldwide, I think it's a trend we're going to continue to see, that the vast majority is anime styled. But I like seeing the broader style range, and if I were to ever get a 3.0 or something like that, it would probably be something in like a crazy, very specific, like unusual style. Because I like those ones. I think they're so interesting. I think they're very engaging, and I like art that is unique just by the style in and of itself. So I hope we see more of that. You think we'll oh wait. Oh, that's a duplicate of the same one. We did it! We did it! We got through all of them! Shroommates, we did all the questions! Yippee! I finally finished the list. We'll come back for this someday, if there's more, but I did it! Can I get a round of applause for me? I finally finished it. Oh, thank you for the bits! Thank you so much for the advice. I just want to reiterate the fact that I appreciate what you do. You're a credit to the VTuber community and the art community as a whole, and I truly feel you deserve so much credit for sharing your expertise and knowledge with us. Much love. Oh, thank you! Thank you! Thank you for the bits also. I'm so honored that you feel that way about me, and I'm glad that I can provide that for all of you, because that's kind of all I want. Deep down, I just, all I want is to be able to help. That's what I like doing. That's why I'm here. So I'm always so happy when I'm able to help. But yippee! Thank you. I'm honored that you feel that way. Thank you for head pat, but yay, we got through the questions. We've done it. Yippee! And now, 40 minutes late, I must go. I must vanish post-haste. Shroommates, thank you for hanging out with me. Next week, Monday, VTuber design critiques. Then, Thursday, I think we're doing tier lists for ZZZ? Question mark? Maybe actually it might be Cookie Run Kingdom. Unclear. Tier list, Thursday. Friday, Zero-chan design critiques. That's what's going on. But Shroommates, I hope you guys have a safe and happy and productive weekend. And YouTube Shroommates, I will shroom you later. Thank you guys for coming. Thank you guys for coming. Bye, YouTube. Thank you guys for hanging out. And then Twitch fella.